All right, let's see here. Let me check the particulars. See if we are indeed as live as I believe that we are live. Looks like that's rolling. Okay, so, all right. Let me get situated a little bit here, make sure we are ready to roll, and we will dive in. Let me see here. Test. Okay, that's good. Can you guys hear me good? I have new equipment, so if there is anything wrong with the sound, it's always hard to check your own sound. Because hey, William, so we got a lot of cool people here already. Michael, William, Jesse, so awesome regulars. Yeah, fancy Mike. The boom's not fancy. It's actually like if you watch, a lot of the other streamers, they got the really nice fancy booms. I specifically got this cheap one because I didn't know how much I was going to like it, and also a lot of the ones I've seen, they don't have an ability for you to mount them like with a screw. It's a long story, but my desk it's kind of strange. Like there's no good place to do. You know how you do that that clamp thing that most of the booms all use now? It's a clamp that clamps onto the side of your desk. For whatever reason, with my setup, I just don't. I have this really nice, big, beautiful desk, but the way the desk is designed, there is no good way to clamp something anywhere that's convenient to when I'm recording or streaming. So anyway, long story short, the mic is not cheap and janky at all. The mic cost me a damn pretty penny. So Skepticus is a little poorer than usual this week, but that's okay. I'm not begging or complaining about anything. Trust me, life is good for me. But still, the credit card, I would say that the wallet's a little lighter, but let's be frank, the credit card balance is a little higher today. Yeah, Michael, it's weird. Most desks, whether it's a small desk or a really big, crazy desk, just the idea of clamping something onto the side of the desk seems like a no-brainer, right? Like that just seems like you could do that on any desk. And yet I have this big, it's a corner desk, like an L desk, it fits into the corner. A lot of space. I have 3 4K monitors in front of me because this is how I work as well. And I have a lot of space, a keyboard and all this stuff. But the way the desk is designed, there is just no convenient way to clamp something on the side of it. Yeah, Jesse says that's the mic that all the big YouTubers use. I mean, to be clear, this is a Shure S. I even have a sticker. I'm not a sticker person, but SHURE. I see Rode a lot. RHODE. They make pretty high-end mics as well. And I've been using that Yeti since I started the channel. And when I'm recording stuff, pre-recording stuff, the Yeti is fine because the quality on it is pretty good. And then before I finish editing the videos, I can put it through this algorithm in DaVinci Resolve, and it essentially uses AI to figure out the best settings to tweak the audio if there's anything wrong with it. So it makes it sound even far better than it is. But I noticed, like in the last live stream, some people were talking about my mic not being maybe the best. Now, some of that too is me not looking at my levels, and I get excited and I start talking too loudly, and then maybe I'm start clipping. So I need to train myself to look at my levels and my guest levels a little more. You said getting an echo from time to time. Now, I'll turn down the gain a little bit. That might tell me if that kills the echo. A little bit, JK, as well, is just that pull the mic closer maybe. Yeah, I can try that as well. Part of it too is just a matter of I record in my living room. I work in my living room. Like my living room is the everything spot. So I don't have a fancy setup. Oops. I don't have a fancy setup that has like nice sound dampening. Before I moved to New Orleans, I had a really cool setup where I had like the foam on the walls and everything. So it killed all the echoes. but I'm not going to take my living room, as much as I use my living room for everything. I'm not going to take my living room and turn it into a sound studio and paste all of the foam stuff on my walls, because that gets a little, it's cool for recording, but other than that, it gets kind of janky. It says, seems like something is turning on and off. Noise reduction. No, I did just move it around a little bit. So let me know. Let me know if, when you say turning on and off, does that mean you think that the mic was turning on and off? Like, was my mic cutting out, or is just that you heard something in the background that seemed to be cutting on and off? But we'll get into content here. I'm sorry to make you guys my de facto sound check crew, but I'm trying to figure it out. But yeah, I got it all set up so that I can work right here. I have my work laptop that is dual plugged into my 4K monitors. I have my personal desktop that I can switch my 4K monitors on. I have my recording set up here so that, and then when if I watch like a movie or stream something, I get on my couch and I watch it right here. So that makes it sound like I'm agoraphobic or something, like I don't leave the house. And that's not true at all. I leave the house. I leave this room quite a bit, but this room is an all-purpose room for me. And it's like, I'm literally looking out on the street right here. If you guys have ever been in the old neighborhoods of New Orleans, your front window, your front door is literally like right on the street. I mean, I'm less than 10 feet from actual asphalt. So it says it'll sound good for a while, then it sounds muffled with the occasional echo. That's, I don't know why that is. And I don't want to sit here and go through a 30-minute kind of sound check thing. So I'm just going to say, let's monitor that and let me know. Obviously, if it gets bad or distracting, then let me know more often. Or if it just seems like the kind of thing that's, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go along, and we'll figure out how it goes. But it should be, I mean, for what I paid for the damn mic, you would think it'd be plug and play. But I spent an incredible amount of time trying to get the thing to, trying to properly work through my setup. So that was a little annoying at times. I like Heretical Buttermilk says, is your room like hell, locked from the inside? Well, it is locked most of the time because you can't really have your door just hanging out and waiting for people to come in off the street. But nevertheless, let me see here. First of all, thank you to Michael for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. I have my setup here to where I should be able to get, it's weird because I got like Michael's thing there, but I don't have previous things. So hopefully that will keep populating. So if I want to highlight more comments, I can put them on the screen. But anyway, I don't want to make you guys sit here and listen to me do sound check and everything all night long. So let's get into some content. Let me get this one window adjusted a little bit here so I can see things a little better. And off we go. I put up some new prompts today. At this point in my streaming career, yes, I'm going to be pretentious and say streaming career. At this point in my streaming career, I will say, what's this? It says, I will say that, what was I going there? Oh, I'm playing around with the prompts, but I don't know how much of a difference it really makes for the prompts that I use, because quite frankly, I don't think I'm getting 20 to 30 people concurrently max. I don't think a lot of people are like, ooh, that's a big juicy prompt, let me call in for this one. I don't know if that's really affecting. I think on bigger channels like Justin's or something, I think sometimes the prompt actually does affect his engagement, and it affects his the participation, the viewership, etc. Because I think some prompts get more attention from others than other prompts do. In my case, I don't know if they really make any difference. Who knows? But of course, we can talk about anything. I like to try to come up with things that I think are juicy enough and that I'm comfortable enough talking about. So I won't get off in the weeds because, as you guys know, I feel like from a layman's perspective, I'm smarter than the average bear when it comes to things like Bible, but I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm not a theologian. I don't have a seminary degree or anything like that. So I don't ever want to get too much into the weeds as far as trying to act like I'm Dan McClellan and then get myself in deep trouble in some conversation where it's clear that I'm way out over my skis. So I'm trying to avoid that at all costs. But thank you for the super chat, Michael. I appreciate that very much. Michael's always a great supporter, not just in participation, but constantly throwing me a few bucks on everything. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, Jonathan, I did watch Justin last night. I was actually in the waiting room for 5 hours or something, which was okay. I had other stuff going on. I think I've said something that, like, I think Justin just doesn't want to have me on anymore, like as a guest there or something, which I understand. It's his show. I mean, I guess the last time I was on live, like 3 weeks ago, maybe I said something that he didn't like or didn't agree with or whatever. But I was watching for a large part of it. I was actually setting up other parts of my system, and because I was reinstalling a lot of stuff because of, once you install the mic, then it seems like everything else you want to reinstall. And but I did watch a big part of it. That thing, I forget who, the Freestander or whatever that guy was. Like, I'd never seen Justin actually get that salty with someone. I mean, I don't know if you were there at that point in the show, but at one point they were, going at each other like, yeah, go on, come to Akron and I'll beat your ass. Like, it was that kind of a show. It got really weird. I think this is what you're talking about, William, because William says there was a point during Justin's live last night that I actually had to leave because the guest was just so obstinate. I couldn't put up with it anymore. I felt like I wanted to throttle somebody. We're probably talking about the same guy, although it certainly, I'm sure he had a couple guests like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the echo. I'm going to have to mess with that more, but I don't know. I'll have to keep letting me know. But that was really interesting because I had not heard, I've heard Justin, of course, get pretty salty with a lot of people. I had not heard him get to that level with someone before. And not that Justin wants or needs my advice on anything. The only thing about that call that I thought was really weird, well, there was the whole challenging each other to fist fights. But on top of that, that guy, and I don't know if we're talking about the same guy, William, or not, but that guy was, we got a caller coming here. So give me just a second, Gary. That guy was, maybe if I get it farther from me, it'll be less echoey. I'm not sure. I'll try that too. We'll see. Guys, keep letting me know. I mean, some of it might just be that it's picking up echoes in the house. I'm not sure. But that guy, he didn't know any of his stuff. And he kept, you could tell through the entire conversation as Justin is, challenging him on things and pointing out things that the guy can't answer. The guy just spent the entire call, and it was like an hour and a half call or something, 2 hours something. He spent the entire call. You could tell he was just the entire time querying ChatGPT. And, then just wanted to sit there and constantly, you could tell like all he was doing was putting the things into ChatGPT and seeing what answers he got. And I realize that in a live stream, you can't stop your interlocutor from doing web searches. I mean, I've done it sometimes when I'm talking to someone. I'll look up something real quick. There's nothing wrong with doing that per se. But if your entire engagement with the host is just to take whatever he's challenging you on that you can't answer and then to constantly pipe it back through ChatGPT, then what's the damn point? You might as well just put Justin on the air and say, here, talk to ChatGPT. I mean, anyway, I'll get off of that because I don't think everyone wants to hear me do a long 5-hour recap of Justin's show last night. But let's so it's cool. Before we even get into any of the normal content, we have a caller. Hopefully we have callers all night. That's great. So let's see.
Put Justin on the air and say,
Gary?
Talk to ChatGPT. I mean, anyway, I'll get off of that.
Gary, it sounds like you're hearing. It sounds like you're listening through the web page, through the YouTube page, which means it's going to be, you're not going to be able to interact properly because you're always going to be on a delay and you're not going to know we won't be able to have a real conversation. So you need to mute the.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So can you hear me live now?
Sounds like you're hearing. Sounds like you're listening through.
I think he's catching up on what he's hearing via YouTube.
Which means that maybe you're not gonna be able to.
Hold on. Let me put a headset on.
Yeah, no worries. I'll put you on mute for just a second, but
Yep.
okay. So yeah, it's like even though it's funny, I feel like this is an antiquated thing to say because kids these days. Yes, I'm old enough to say kids these days. Like how much do they know about like calling into the radio? But remember, like if you called into the radio, they would always be yelling at people like, "Don't, turn down your radio. Don't listen to the radio. Listen to the call because there's a delay going on." So let's see. I'm gonna take out. So Gary, you hear me?
It's funny. I feel like this is an antiquated thing to say because kids these days. Yes, I'm old enough to say.
You're still on a delay there, aren't you?
They know about like calling into the radio. But remember, like if you called into the radio, they would always be yelling at people like, turn
All
on
right.
your radio. Don't listen to
Gary,
the radio.
what you need to do is that there is
There's a delay going
on the
Okay, how's that? I've turned off the video
yeah.
on the tablet.
And now can you hear me live? Can you hear this?
Noah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you just fine.
Or Adam. It's Adam of Noah.
Yes, Adam of NOLA. Yes. So you're hearing me live
I
now?
can't hear you.
You can't hear me. You have to listen on the Video Ninja link. So on the link that you went to there, you should be able to hear the audio coming through that website. So you can see my
Adam,
video.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, but I think that you're not hearing the. So when you call in, here's what I'm going to do. I'll put you on mute. I don't want to hang up on you yet, but if you go over to.
Yes, I can hear you, but not through my headset for some reason.
Yeah. Okay.
You're still on a delay there, aren't you?
But you're probably hearing me on a big
Yeah,
delay.
I can hear you on the tablet, but not through the headset for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
Gary, what you need to do is that there is.
Because I can hear the delay coming
Okay,
through.
how's that? I've turned off the video on the tablet.
And now, can you hear me live? Can you hear this?
Yes.
But only on the tablet. I turned it. Boy, we got a delay.
Yeah. So, okay.
Or
I'm
Adam.
going to put you on.
Adam of Noah.
Adam of Noah.
I'm going to hang up on you for now, but I want
can't
you to
hear
call
you.
back. And I'm going to.
I am getting a hideous delay. What are you getting?
Yeah. So here's what I'm doing. And he'll hear me. It was, I'm seeing him on the admin window here. And then, of course, you guys are hearing this. So, Gary, I didn't hang up on you out of spite. I want you to call back. But the key is that when you hit that link, the tiny.cc/skepticus. Okay, so he's coming through again. So we'll see if he's got it better this time. Because when you hit that link, you should be able to see my video and hear my audio on that link. It'll take you to a website and you should be able to see, the video going on and hear the audio. And that's the one you want to work through. Because if you leave the YouTube window open and you're listening it to that, it's like a significant delay. It's like 6 or 7 or 8 seconds. It's not even like half a second or something. So you can't really have a live conversation with someone if they're still listening through YouTube. You have to be listening through the call-in link, which is tiny.cc/skepticus. So let me try here. I'm going to unmute you again.
On the tablet, I turned it. Boy, we got a delay.
Yeah. So, okay.
Adam. Adam of Noah.
We're in time loops.
Yeah, I'm actually going to hang this up. It's not working. I am getting
Okay.
a hideous delay. What are you getting?
So thank you, Gary. I hope you get that figured out. I don't know what else. I would be happy to give you any help that I can, although I don't want to turn it into a 20-minute IT session either. And it's just a little hard without seeing your screen. I mean, the simple thing that has to happen is that, well, I say it's simple. It's, I don't mean that in a demeaning way to anyone who doesn't have it working right. But what should happen is you go to that link, tiny.cc/skepticus. It asks you to put in your name, so you typed in Gary, and it asks you for your video and your audio connection. And then it should show you a screen where you see my video, and you should be able to hear my audio on that screen. So from that point, you want to be working off of that screen and not off of the original YouTube video, because the YouTube live stream will have a delay. So I have someone else here. I think this is someone different. So is this Gary again, or is this someone new? Can you hear me? I hear you breathing.
Yeah, this ain't working.
Okay. Darn. Sorry about that. I can hear. We can hear you. Or I can hear you, and I think the call or the viewers can hear you. Yeah, Jesse called in last week, and it worked. And I know I've had other people.
I got the volume turned all the way up, and this is not working.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you're not really hearing me, so I'm gonna hang up again. But again, this isn't out of spite. If you get it figured out, Gary, I'd love to have you on. Jesse, also, if you wanted to call in again as well. I know I kind of cut you off last time because we had other callers that were lined up at the time. So be happy to talk to you again. Yeah, Gary's breathing is going to haunt me. That's funny. Oh, nice, Felicia. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I know that the system works because, like I said, I've had other people. Although, let me do this really quick. Normally, I do a test run. So if you guys will hang with me for just a second, I know this is boring, but give me like half a minute here. I just want to do this test run on my phone, and because I actually forgot to do that this time. So I'm gonna connect here and just make sure that I can do it from my end. Normally I do this before the call, but I just forgot to do it this time. So that way, if I can't make it work on my stuff, then I know it's just not working. So let me see. And I'm going to step out of the room because I don't want to get that big delay or that big feedback going. So I'm going to be right back. And then whether it works or not, we will get into other content here really quickly. So I'll just hang tight. I'm not cutting off the show. We'll be right back. Let me add myself. And test. Okay. Okay, I'm assuming that you all heard me go test, and you got to see my wonderful phone video as I was walking into the back room. So Felicia says, I'm a senior software engineer in live streaming. You want me to call in and run a diagnostic? Well, I appreciate that, Felicia, very much. Sometimes it is extremely helpful to have someone call in. I guess I should have, if I had seen that before, I would have asked you to do it. But I think you guys heard me say test on that quick little test of mine, right? Can someone confirm if they heard that? Because if they didn't hear it, then I will say, yeah, Felicia, call in. But otherwise, I think it's working. I think Gary just didn't have the audio working on his. Because what happens if you pull it up on your phone, it's going to pull up a web browser, right? Because it's not actually a phone call. You're going to a URL, and then it's going to use the audio there. Okay, cool. So we'll continue. Gary, if you get that figured out, we'd love to talk with you. I appreciate you calling in and being the first of the night, even if it didn't work out. Jesse says there's still an echo quite often. That's going to bug me. I mean, because I don't know what to do to even try to fix it. I don't have like a stop the echo button, you know. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can set here that will change that. Wait, maybe if I do. Now, can you guys hear me now? Are you guys hearing this? Are you hearing my audio? Are you guys hearing me now? Testing. Are you guys hearing me? Testing. Can you hear this? Testing. You guys hearing that? Okay, so so you do hear it, but you're saying there's still an echo even now, because I turned on the I disabled the monitoring on my thing, if I, let's see, enable the monitoring on mic aux, or if I mute mic aux. Okay. Can you hear me now? You guys hear me now? Yep. It says, yep. Then the echo came back. When did it come back though? What did I claim? No echo now. Okay. So I think we got the echo thing. I think yeah, I needed to disable the mic aux. So, cool. Yay, we have troubleshot and we have done better. So Felicia, you'll appreciate this because I'm a software engineer myself, but normally, I mean, of course I'm pretty handy with things, with regard to tech stuff, but the audio video stuff, whether it comes down to when I first started the channel, which by the way, we are coming up on a year, folks, since I launched the channel. We're going to have to do a big celebratory, so you were piping your primary audio into aux. Exactly. So when I turned that off, but getting the audio first, when I started just doing the pre-recorded stuff, you think that would be easy, right? Because it's pre-recorded. You can set everything up exactly how you want. You don't have to worry about live feeds or whatever. And damn if that wasn't ridiculously difficult for me to figure out how to set up my damn audio. I mean, I could do a video and get audio, within seconds. That was not a problem, but getting it to sound decent. And if you guys watched some of my early videos, especially on Godfrey Bible Study, you know that at some of the episodes, the audio quality has not exactly been pristine. I'd like to think that is solved now. We will see. But yeah, so it takes a lot. And then when I started live streaming, the first time I did a live stream was what, like 6 weeks ago or something? I don't know. I'd have to look at the calendar. But it wasn't that long ago. So it was almost like a whole new learning curve. And, like I wasn't using OBS before. So it's like, how does this OBS thing work? Which is the software, one of the softwares, piece of software that you can use for running this stuff. So it's just weird how, even though I'm please turn up audio volume a little more. Okay, so try that. And I'm going to take off this monitor. Okay, like that. No, leave that. Let's take off this monitor. Like, okay. How's that sound? Try that. I turned up the gain a little bit there. So we'll see if that improves. And if that okay, can you guys hear me now? I'm sorry to keep goodness, but I'm just because if I take the monitor off, okay, cool. And up until yesterday, when I got the new microphone, even though the Yeti may not have been ideal, I had the settings set. It's like, okay, they're all there. Don't touch them. Don't mess with them. Just turn everything on and don't mess with anything at all. And then, of course, you get a new, better mic, so things should sound better, but then it forces you to go in again and actually set things up and know what the buttons and the settings and the levers do. And suddenly you realize, oh, I'd forgotten how my settings were. I should have taken a picture. I should have taken a screenshot, of exactly what my settings were. You think I would know to do that by now, having been a software engineer for literally a quarter of a century. But hey, sometimes, too many of these and the brain cells start falling off, and there you go. So now my audio should be, I think, knock on wood, that it's going to be as pristine as it's going to be throughout the night. Unless I start yelling or something and the gain gets messed up, but that hopefully I'll be monitoring that. I believe that the call-ins work now, even though we did not get that working with Gary, but anyone else who's watching now or in the future throughout the show, please feel free to call in and let me know. I kind of take the same viewpoint as Justin in that I'd love to have people calling that are opponents, and I mean that gently, but believers, someone on the other side. Although at this point in my, I was saying this earlier, at this point in my live streaming career, I'm not going to sit here and be ultra picky about whether or not the people calling in are believers or not, because right now it's not like I have a whole waiting room of people stacked up trying to get into call. So, but I did also get a little hint from, because I was watching Joel from Joel Reads Bible. He does his live streams. And I don't know if it'll make any difference, but I saw he pinned the comment that said, hey, call in here. And I thought, ooh, that's a good idea. Because even though you put it in the description, even though it's on screen, already in the last 6 or 7 weeks that I've been doing this, you still occasionally get people come in and then they say, I don't know how you call in. Like, what am I supposed to do to call in? It's like, it says call link and you put it in the description, but it seems like you just can't put it in enough places, Oh, I like this. I'm going to highlight this because this makes me feel good. It says, William says, whatever you did to your settings, now you sound just like Dustin DZ coming through. So that's a win. I won't sound like Justin as far as biblical knowledge, but as long as the audio quality is there, I'll definitely take that. Okay, so anyone else is free to call in, but in lieu of anyone calling in, we're going to get into some of the content that I had for tonight. The first thing that I want to do, I don't know if this is going to be a regular feature or not. It just depends on the people, on the commenters and the people that participate. But last week we had my first instance of what I'm calling the coward of the week. And this week I have another coward of the week. In fact, I kind of have two cowards of the week. So the first one is actually an update on the guy that I talked about last week. And then we have a brand new coward of the week this week. So I'll have to put up graphics for this and everything. And like the next thing I'm going to do is set up a soundboard thing so I can have, sound effects. I'll have to have some, I don't know what a coward sounds like, but we'll have to have some kind of sound effect, or maybe it'll just be like some boisterous, like coward of the week, something like that. I'm going to have to, if I get enough people to make this a regular feature, I'll have to definitely give visual cues that we're going to do coward of the week. But the two things I wanted to give you on this with regard to coward of the week. First one was, let me pull them up. Give me just a second. I'll put them on screen here. Oh, and I forgot. Before I forget to, I have a bonus thing that's not even from Skepticus, but you're going to love this bit of tripe from someone who contacted me. So I'm sorry, just like I got 1,000 things going in my head at a time. So bear with me if I'm rambling a little bit here. Yeah, Jesse says, I have nothing to disagree with you on. And that's fair. And that's normally why, I know that's why Justin and probably other similar type of live streamers in the space prefer to have believers on, because otherwise it's like, I don't believe in God, do you? No, I don't either. Well, that's cool. Let's go get a beer. I mean, at a certain point, you don't have a lot to talk about if there's not some area of at least friendly contention between you, right? But let me put this note so I don't forget this guy. Log. Okay. And then let me pull up Peace Ryu or Peace Ryu, whatever his thing was. I don't have. Give me just a second. I got to find this. I know I can find it here. All right, here we go. So let me pull this up on screen. You guys will appreciate this. Oh, I love this. Where's this at? So KiffWeb says, just spent 7 hours modding for John Cohen. He's awesome. Great channel. Heard you on Justin's once or twice. Never watched your live before. Looking forward to this. Thanks. Welcome, Kiff. I appreciate that. And John's awesome. I really love his knowledge is tight. His demeanor is, I like his demeanor. He's not a pushover, but he's kind of like more of a calm, cool, collected, logical guy. And let's also be frank here. I'm always endlessly jealous of any other YouTube content creator or live streamer, which I know is kind of the same thing, who has a British accent or any kind of foreign accent, because Americans just eat that shit up, And if I really wanted to be lame and fake, maybe I'd try to fake an accent, but A, that's sad, and B, I've never been good at faking accents. So plus, if I didn't do it in all my videos, people would be like, wait a minute, this guy had an American accent in all of his videos, and now he's talking like he's from Manchester. Like, what the hell's up with that? So no, I'm not going to actually try to fake the accent. But that being said, John's really cool. I really appreciate his stuff. And I watched one of his, like almost one of his full streams several nights ago. So really cool. So back to this Coward of the Week guy. So last week I had mentioned this guy, Peace Ryu or Peace Ryu. He had, after one of my live streams, the live stream, I think it was after the long live stream on Easter. I live streamed for 9 hours, specifically debunking one after another all of the supposed, or most of the supposed prophecies that were fulfilled by Jesus, which were not fulfilled by Jesus. In fact, most of them aren't even remotely prophecies. And if you guys have been watching the channel, you know that I've been spending a lot of time lately kind of going through that. And he got really, he seemed to really bow up on this. And he got in the comments and he said, oh, I'm a theologian and have these degrees and all these Bibles, and me and my wife, we're going to tear you up. And he even does this sad little short response video to just one little point. But then he put a bunch of these comments, or I should say, let me rephrase this. He put a bunch of these posts on his own channel where he was attacking me, right? And he'd mention me in them so I could see them on my mentions tab. And this one in particular was weird and hilarious to me all at the same time, because let me make this a little bigger for you guys so you can see it. So you can see he tags me here and he says, why did you take your video down? Anytime you want to debate, let me know. Which this is the same guy last week. I called him out as the Coward of the Week, because I told him, hey, call up 5 o'clock Eastern or Central starting on Tuesday. I'll be on for hours and hours. And then of course he couldn't be bothered. And even when I called him out on it on his own post, he was like, nah, man, I ain't doing that. After he had said he was going to pay me $1,000 to debate me. Yeah, right. After he said he was going to wipe the floor with me, like he was going to make me so embarrassed, all this stuff. But one of the things that he kept going on about in his own posts on his own channel was, why did I take this video down? And I'm like, literally, I don't know what you're talking about. I said this last week. I'll say it again. In the history of my channel so far, which we're coming up on a year, I have not taken down a video. I have not taken down even the live streams I leave up, you can watch the replays. There's not a single one that I've taken down. I'm not going to say that I never will take one down, because I think if you do this for long enough, everybody at some point puts up a video where they end up looking at it. They look at the comments and then they look at it a week later and they think, maybe I made a mistake there. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I gave false information, so a lot of very talented and respected content creators do at one time or another end up taking a video down. And at some point in the future, I'm not saying I will never take a video down, because again, sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you look at something in retrospect and say, maybe that really shouldn't have been done. Sometimes you issue apologies. Sometimes you just take the video down because it wasn't a good representation. But so far, knock on wood, I have not done that even one time for this channel. So when he puts this comment up saying, why did you take your video down? I'm like, what are you talking about? I have never taken a single video down from my channel. So, and then you see this is the guy who won't be bothered to call in. This is the one saying, would you like to be a big boy and back that up, or run scared like the rest have? So he's talking me, and then he reiterates why you take your video down. I have not had any new interactions with him in the last week, but strangely, this was, I thought about this for a second as I was going through my comments this week, and I realized what this idiot did. It's already apparent that he doesn't know how the YouTubes work, because in another post on his channel, he accused me of hiding everything behind a paywall, only because when I push videos up that are scheduled to be released in the next week or 2 or 3, I make them available to the members first. So if you're a member, you can see it as soon as I post a video, even if it's not going to go live for 3 weeks. eventually every single video that I do that with will be available to everyone. And there was another person in the comments that even had to step in and tell this guy, dude, it's just members first. It's not that there would be anything wrong with making content just for your members, but he thought that I was like hiding the information, you know, because I didn't want him to see it. And then he starts accusing me of taking the videos down. I realized what this idiot did. He already doesn't know how members first videos work. And then I bet you why he's saying that I took a video down is because he's responding to the replay of my live stream. And if you just go to my channel and look at my videos, you won't see the replays of the live streams. Why? Because you're looking at the videos tab. If you go to the live tab, which will of course show you any current or upcoming live streams that are happening, like this one right now, but they will also show you the replays of all past live streams that you've done, at least assuming that you have set them to be available after the live stream. I would bet you money that this complete fucknut does not realize that there is more than one tab up here, that it's not just the videos tab. There's also a live tab. And if you want to see the replays of the live streams, you have to click on the live tab. So that's, first of all, my update there on Peace Ryu, or whatever his name is, because I think I know why this idiot keeps accusing me of taking this stream down. And see, this was the first one. This is, I think, the first one where he got all pissed off, because this was the Easter one where you can see it was a 9-hour video. And then I did, at the next one, I did, 2 weeks later, I did just going through the failed prophecies of the book of Psalms. So whether it's this one or this one, he was responding, I think, to one of those being down. But I'm just guessing, because the idiot wouldn't even, you know, give me any serious detail about what video he thought I had up that I took down, because he can't be bothered to engage. Anyway, maybe that's TMI, maybe it's boring, but I thought that you guys would appreciate that, because I thought this idiot, I think, is bitching because he thinks that I took a video down, and he literally just doesn't understand where to go on my own damn channel to find the video. But anyway, we'll move on. I saw you called in there, John. I would have picked you up there in a little bit, but I was blabbing away. So if you want to sit in at some point, feel free to call. And then, side note here, I like this comment from William. So before we move on, let me bring this up real quick. William says, if you are able to keep the history of your growth up and represented through the videos, it may hit someone who is at that point in their journey, and they will do good to see where you went from. I do agree with that, William. I mean, when it comes to any of these videos, I haven't talked about this a lot either in my recorded videos or on live streams, but I have pretty modest expectations. Like some other atheist content creators, like Brandon at Mindshift, I think he's more forceful in saying that if he could actually get someone to deconvert, he would. And if I'm misattributing that, if it's not Brandon, but it's someone else, I can't remember. But there are some people who put up these videos with this hope or intention that, hey, if I can even get 1 or 2 people to deconvert. Personally, that's never my goal. I mean, I would love it if people in general deconvert, because I just think that it is, or deconstruct, if we want to put it that way. I think that there are many toxic aspects to religion. Obviously, that's a large part of why I do this channel. But I've always said that if I had a big red button, if you're a believer, and if I had a big red button and I can push it and just make you not believe in God anymore, I would never, ever, ever push that. Because to me, that's a very personal choice. It's something that has to come from within you. I don't even try to, other than jokingly, I don't ever try to push people and say like, oh, have you considered dropping that stupid religion? I mean, I'll say it in general to the YouTubosphere when I'm making a video like this. But when I'm talking with someone one-on-one, I don't take that approach, because I think that it is counterproductive. I think that it has the potential to spawn enmity in those who maybe even are going down a deconstruction path, but aren't ready to fully go there yet. And if anything, I just want to, on my best day, I know I'm a little more bombastic than real scholars, but on my best day, I would like to be the person who, gives you the information, who plants a seed, if you will, as cheesy as that sounds. Now, I do understand, to your point, William, that even if you're not pushing someone, even if you're not trying to sell them on the idea of deconstruction, will there be a point in time when someone says to me, hey, I saw this video of yours a year or two ago, and it really stuck in my head, and maybe that started the path to deconstruction? Sure, that absolutely could happen, and I would be flattered if it did. But I also realize that, let's be frank, a lot of these videos are preaching to the choir, right? Like when you watch a Christian apologist channel, they're not preaching or reaching a whole bunch of atheists that they're trying to convert to Christianity. They are mostly giving content to people who long ago became Christians and just want to be reinforced in their beliefs. And I understand that it's the same from the other side of the aisle, that for atheists, most people watching an atheist channel are either atheist or agnostic, or at least very open-minded, or, there's something about them where they're probably not a hardcore apologist. The only exception are the people that get off on rage watching, or rage commenting, the people like Peace Ryu, who, the people who just want to be pissed off. But that's a pretty small percentage of the overall viewership. And I of course, I don't know the believer status of everyone who watches my videos, but I know this to be true because I laugh about the bad comments, right? And one of the things that I've done now with my live stream is to say, hey, we'll pull up some of these horrible comments from people. But if I'm being honest, on any given week, if I get 100 comments or 200 comments, usually less than 5% of them are pissed off or nasty. And I don't mean that because I have a whole bunch of other friendly Christians commenting on my stuff. I mean, the majority of people commenting positively, you could tell whether they state it outright or whether it's implied by what they're saying in the comments that they're also atheists or agnostics, or, just somewhere in the group of nuns, right? And that's not surprising to me because we seek out content that reinforces our views. Even atheists do this, and within reason, there's nothing wrong with that. It can go too far. It can become part of your own confirmation bias, but we all do it. And I think at some point somebody will say, yeah, I watched one of your videos 3 years ago and it, had a big impact on me deconstructing, and that'll be very flattering if it happens, but I'm not holding my breath for it. And I don't ever do a video with the thought that, ooh, this is going to cause people to drop Christianity. I say very sharp things about Christianity. I give very blunt and honest feedback about the Bible, but I don't really believe, even when I'm making my best logical points and giving my best zingers, that anyone is actually watching this video and going, wow, dude, I never thought of it that way. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop Christianity now. Like that's not a thing. It can be, but the odds of it happening are so incredibly low. What's his name? I forget his real name. Mr. Deity. I'm sure you guys have seen his content. He has a really cool story because he was a Mormon, and he was like with Dennis Prager and all them. And he's said on his channel, you guys have probably seen this in his videos before, but he says that he was a big believer, and then basically he had to do like some research thing, and like in one night he basically became an atheist or agnostic because he started just for the first time diving into stuff. And then the more he dove into it, like he's like, wait, but what about this? And what about this? And what about that? And by the time he actually started truly questioning, and let's face it, most believers never truly question. But once you start questioning, sometimes then once the ball is rolling, then sometimes it's a matter of days, for some people. But anyway, I'm going off on a bunch of tangents here. I know there was a comment there I wanted to highlight really quick. It says, William says, I'll send some of my former friends and family your way if you want more crap slinging. I mean, by all means. I think I'm a little more chill than others in terms of, you guys have watched the other people that I've had call in here, and I've had believers call in already not tonight, but at other shows. And I think that I'm not very combative, although there's always reasonable minds who will disagree about such things, right? Some Christians think that even to question their religion is combative, but I think that reasonably speaking, I'm not very combative. But I am all for having anyone who wants to, call in and challenge me on anything. Okay, so we've put a nail in Peace Ryu. So now I'm going to introduce to you this week's Coward of the Week. And if you were in last week's live stream, you will recognize this name, but I had to call him out for being this week's Coward of the Week. And I'll pull up a comment here just to highlight this for you guys so you guys know what I'm talking about. Hey, John, how you doing? You there, John? I hear nothing from John, so I'm going to leave you there for a minute and keep going along with my so enlightened commentary.
Why can't I?
Now I hear you. So this guy here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Oh, that was.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? I have a beautiful voice. You should listen to it all the time.
Okay, so I can hear you on the TV, but I can't hear you on the phone.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll you might hear it on the if you're listening on the delay. I'll hang up on you for a minute, but feel free to call back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. We're now 0 for 2 on callers. To be fair, John calls a lot, and he's not like going to call and bow up on me for being a believer. But nevertheless, I gotta find this. All right, I'm gonna get back to Night of Kadosh because we don't even have to see his comment, although I'll get to it eventually. I just put the wrong search terms up. But if you guys were in the live stream last week, you may remember there was a guy who went by the handle Night of Kadosh. And in the week prior, which is 2 weeks ago now, he had put, some ridiculous comments on one of my videos. And his whole shtick, I guess, is this, that he says, well, I'm just not convinced. And then he basically tells you that the reason that you're an atheist is because you just reject all evidence. And he's done this a number of times in the comments. And I had put last week, I said, hey, why don't you call in Tuesday and we'll talk, call in and we'll have a conversation about this. So last week he was on the live stream. And I know this because he got into the comments. It was about halfway through the live stream that he started putting things in the comments, right? And a bunch of people, did not appreciate his input. And I called him out because I saw him commenting and I said, dude, do you want to call in? I mean, you can call in. I mean, well, let's have a conversation. He would not call in that night. And then sure enough, the next day, what was it? Wednesday morning, he puts another one of these similar long comment threads. So here's the pattern. Put this long pissy comment thread where you're, calling people out but not giving them any detail about what you're calling them out on. You're not giving any specific feedback on what is right or wrong in anyone's argument. You're just trolling essentially. And then when you're on the live stream, you literally don't have the cojones to call in. And then the next morning, get on another video and repeat the whole process again after you've already proven that you cannot or will not or just don't have the fucking stones to call in, so that's why I have to say that Nights of Kadosh is this week's, and we'll see a comment from his later. I just have the wrong search term up here, but he is definitely this week's live streams Coward of the Week. And I said this last week, I'll say it again really quick, that, I know that calling into live streams and debating with atheists or whatever is not everyone's cup of tea. And I do not expect, even for Christians who watch my videos, hell, even if Christians are watching the live stream right now, I know that for most of them, calling in to the live stream to debate with some angry atheist or whatever is not their cup of tea. And that's fine. I'm not trying to tell you that to be a real person, that you have to agree to call in and debate me. Like that's not how this works. The only time I even think about playing that card is when you want to get into the comments and leave a bunch of shitty comments, and then you want to get into the live stream and leave a bunch of stupid non sequitur shitty comments there, and then you want to get into the videos comments the next morning and leave more stupid shitty non sequitur comments there. But you can't, at that point, then I will say, if you can't be bothered to have a live conversation with someone, then you're just a whiny little bitch. That's really all there is to it. For most Christians who don't agree with my stances and, you know, don't like atheists, whatever, of course, I don't expect most of them to call in, because like when I was a Christian, I didn't spend time calling into atheist shows, challenging their views. Like, what was the point? But if you're going to be that person who feels like you want to get behind your keyboard and do all your keyboard warrior shit, but then you can't be bothered to actually call, even when you are on the live stream commenting in the chat, but you still can't be bothered to actually just call in and talk, then I say, yeah, congratulations, you're one of the cowards of the week. So this week's coward of the week is Knight of Kadosh. Everyone give him a big round of applause. So we got to love our cowards. I'm going to need, as I said earlier, I'm going to need some kind of like branding for this, you know? I'd like to get some soundbite of someone going, coward of the week. We'll get there. Baby steps every week, you know, like I just got to where I can highlight comments on screen. Now I just got like the big boy real live streamers mic. So every week I'm getting a little better. Oh, I should mention that I can't remember who gave me this suggestion, but someone in the comments, I wish I would have written down who it was. Today's drink of choice, the live stream drink of choice, is a suggestion that was given to me from someone in the comments on one of my previous live streams, because I was drinking root beer and vodka, and he said you should have root beer, vodka, and rum chata, because then it's basically like a root beer float. So that is what I am drinking tonight. Tonight's sponsor, who does not pay me, my unpaid sponsor, is rum chata. Rum chata is kind of like, you feel classy when you're drinking rum chata. I mean, first of all, they freaking charge you an arm and a leg for this shit. I mean, this bottle was, I don't know what it was, but it was a ridiculous amount of money, which is really funny because I mix it with the absolute bottom of the barrel vodka, because I can't taste the difference in vodka. I literally don't know what the difference is between a $10 bottle of vodka and a $100 bottle of vodka. So I'm taking rum chata, which, I mean, it's not the most expensive drink in the world, but they charge you a lot for this stupid little bottle. And I'm mixing it with root beer and Skull vodka. Talk about just the lowest of low class vodkas right here. I always used to say that it should be written or printed on the label that it's 93% floaty free. So that's the vodka for the night, mixed with the very tasty rum chata and the root beer. So let me set that over here. Now that I have everything set up on the desk, if I put things on the desk too loud or too hard, I think you guys will hear like big echoes. So I'm trying to be careful with that. All right, moving on. Ooh, Heretical says, I have a splash of rum chata in my coffee every morning. I endorse this greatly. I mean, the flavor profile is horchata, and I'm, you know, if I was Latin, they'd probably say it like horchata or something. But horchata is, gosh, that's delicious. I used to love eggnog until I was cursed with having a Puerto Rican friend who brought me his mother's homemade horchata. And at that point, I didn't care about eggnog anymore. It just ruined me on eggnog, because I used to love eggnog. And now I'm just like, yeah, this is like a weak imitation of horchata. So I'm just spoiled. Okay, moving on. I will remind anyone who's lurking in the chat that if you want to call, the link is there. Although we are 0 for 2 on our technical chops tonight. Although I did do my test run. I called into my own show and that worked. Why isn't, oh, I see what I did. I didn't click the one stupid box. So if I do this, now you'll see what I'm talking about. I always forget that one stupid box. And now that brings back everything. I'll still figure it out. One day I'll figure it out. I promise. Or maybe I won't. I'm not sure. So I got these selected keywords. Yeah, none of these. Continue. Okay. One thing I want to mention real quick. This isn't specifically talking about the comments that people have left, but if you guys follow the channel, and I'm sure a lot of you do, I did a video that was a little, out of left field for me this week, talking about us pulling troops out of Europe. And not that I feel the need to apologize for anything or, but I realized afterwards, looking at some of the comments, that maybe I may not have given everyone the proper impression of exactly what I mean here. Personally, I've become a lot more pacifist in my old age. I can't call myself a pacifist per se, but I'm definitely far less confrontational than I was when I was younger. And generally speaking, I would tell you that I would love it if we did not have bases all over the world. I would love it if, we weren't worried about projecting military power across the world. But if you watch that video, you might be thinking that I'm really big into making sure that we have bases in every country around the world and that we have a huge military. But my point in that video was not to say that we should have all these bases everywhere. My point was that the ideology or the thought process that goes into removing troops from an allied country should not be based on whether or not they've decided to aid you in your own little pissing contest in the Middle East that your ally had no interest in taking part in, and you never asked them for their input. So then to take that and turn it around and then say, fine, if you won't send your troops to fight our war in the Middle East, we will then remove 5,000 troops in Germany with the implicit threat that we might start removing a lot more of them as well, is the antithesis of being an ally. And yes, I know for some of you that are watching, you're like, wait, we're talking about fucking politics now? We're not going to do this all night. But I just felt like I wanted to publicly put out a little bit of an extended explainer on this issue, because another thing that I think deeply about with regard to this issue is if Germany said to us, hey, we don't want your bases here anymore, I would totally understand it and I would support it 100%. If Italy said it, or if any of our other allies where we have bases said, hey, no hard feelings, but we just don't want your soldiers on our soil anymore, I would totally get that. I would support it. I mean, I would support it from the perspective of their safety, because they should know what's best for the safety of their country. I would support it from the perspective of our foreign policy and our budget, because less soldiers that we have to deploy somewhere else. But I just know that what's happening right now with Trump and Europe and his, can we call it foreign policy? It's not even a foreign policy. It's foreign bullying. That's all it is. It's just foreign bullying. And that is no way to make the decision about whether or not you have troops stationed in Germany or Italy or Japan or anywhere else for that matter. That is the absolute dumbest thing to think about. And I do think that being of the age that I am and having the somewhat, well, in this day, I mean, tons of people have been stationed in Europe over the last 75, 80 years, right? So this isn't a unique experience, but there are many, many Americans who've never lived. They've never been in the military. They've never lived in Europe. Many Americans have never visited anywhere in Europe. So from that perspective, given the fact that America is by nature somewhat isolationist, if for no better reason than the fact that we have two giant oceans on either side of us, but also culturally, we are somewhat isolationist. I do think that my perspective here is at least interesting to some, and dare I say even valuable, because I know what it was like to spend 3 years in Germany. It was an incredible experience. It expanded my mind, and that's cliche to say, but it really did expand my mind. And more importantly, having been there at a young age, it forced me to think about something that I think that most young people never think much about. It's like, why do we have bases in foreign countries? And from a very liberal point of view, you could say, well, it's because our military is too big and we're bullying people, and there are a lot of bad ways to paint this. But I also learned at a young age, because I come from a largely military family, that there are logical and strategic reasons to put your bases in someone else's country, assuming that they want your bases there, assuming that it is a friendly, allied relationship. I wouldn't want to be at Guantanamo in a country where they don't want you there. But for some place like Germany, there are logical reasons why we want to be there and why the Germans want us there. Because even though the Germans don't want another war on their soil, you'd rather have the battle fought there than wait until Europe has completely been run over and then have to worry about how do you defend your own shores. Anyway, I'll get off of that because I know that most people don't tune in looking for political discussion. And my video this week on isolationism, it's very lightly viewed, which I understand because it's kind of going off the farm compared to what I normally do. But I wanted to, I guess, put out that clarification for anyone who was wondering. Because I'm sure that you all tuned in tonight thinking I would really like Skepticus to clarify his position on troop deployments in Europe. Yeah, no one did that, did they? That's okay. All right, moving on to other stuff here. Oh, this is a treat. So this is like a bonus troll army thing. It's not specific to the channel or religion, although it's not political either. But I think you guys will appreciate this because it's just kind of, I don't know how this became part of my life, but now that I have the channel, and I guess before this, I was even doing other activities that would put me out there a little bit into the public arena. So I think more so than a lot of other people, I tend to get more bits of feedback, comments, emails, etc. from random people on the web. I'm not saying I get it all the time. I don't have an inbox that's flowing over with people trying to reach me, but I probably get more random comments from the interwebs than you guys do, whether it's on the channel, whether it's my email or whatever. And then because of that, every once in a while, I get something like this. So the background for this is that you guys have heard me say that I am a software engineer. And while I have not touched it in quite a while, there was a period like 3 or 4 years ago where I was blogging about application development, about software engineering a couple of times a month. I've got, 100 articles or something that I put up, and some of them have gotten a lot of views. And I did this article like 5 years ago talking about the fact that in America, at least, in most dev shops, we call them dev shops, shops, offices where you write code and you're on a team of people who write code. At least in America, most of those people are either all white or at least they are, if they're not white, they are minorities, speaking from the American perspective, from a handful of other countries, meaning Indians, Chinese, occasional Japanese. And I know that you might say like Indian and Chinese, like there's nothing minority about those places, but I'm saying as far as, in most dev shops in America, there are very few Black people. There are very few Latinx people. There are just many people, if they're not white, they're usually of some kind of Asian or Middle Eastern persuasion. And this is because of visas and such. But there are, if you walk through an American city, most of the minorities that are represented inside that city aren't represented in any way in the dev shops, in the software engineering companies that operate in those cities. And I did a long article, and I admit it was liberal, because I'm not saying that that's a massive problem that's going to ruin your company, but it does manifest in weird ways if you have a career in software engineering. So because of that, I wake up a few days ago, and this guy, I've never heard of this guy before. I don't know what's happening. I see I got an email last night. And this is the email that was in my box when I woke up a few mornings ago. Warning here, I'm not going to read word for word his email. You will see why. But I am going to just copy and paste it on the screen. It has some language in it that I would never speak out loud on this channel. Not only because there's no need for it, but also you could literally get banned or put in timeout or whatever by YouTube for some of this crap. So you'll see what I'm talking about here real quick. Let's put this up. This was the email that was in my box a few days ago because of a dev blog, a software engineering blog that I wrote 5 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that. I'm going to say again, it's got some language, okay? But it is just insane to me that somebody read my blog, and because I had the cojones to actually talk bluntly about what I see as racial dynamics and racial issues in American software engineering shops, this is the kind of hate that this spawns from, let's just say, a certain sector of the interwebs. I can't say it shocks me, of course, because, trolls be trolling, right? But think about this. I have read, well, first of all, I watched any number of videos on YouTube that I find to be revolting. I have read any number of blogs where I disagreed deeply with, with anything that was said in the blog. I can count on one hand the number of times that I've ever thought, you know what? I need to send this person an angry email. And when I say I can count it on one hand, I say because this is how you count on. In other words, it was 0 times. I can count it on one hand by putting none of my fingers up. There has never been a time in my life when I have ever thought I need to send this guy an email and give him a piece of my mind. Because I'm not going to do something personal, but I just thought it was so interesting. I had to Google the guy. The guy lives in some shit town in Canada. And if you Google his username and you find out that he puts a bunch of other hate speech on a bunch of other posts in Facebook. and on top of that, I don't know if this means anything or not. I don't know. But, the email comes in at like 4:30 in the morning. Like, now granted, he's probably Eastern time. So, that's 5:30 in the morning. But like, who's sitting there in the wee hours of the morning reading someone's liberal blog that they hate and saying, I'm going to give this guy a piece of my mind? Now, obviously, what he's responding to and the nature of his email don't have anything directly to do with this channel. But since I use my live streams as a platform to highlight some of the most ignorant, sometimes the most hateful, sometimes the most illogical comments, I just thought you guys would appreciate this other window into similar kind of feedback from people that aren't even concerned about religion. I mean, he probably is concerned about religion, but he wasn't even talking to me about religion. And this is the kind of stuff you wake up one morning and it's in your inbox. Like, okay, dude. Like, you know how miserable this little fuck has to be? You know how, I mean, seriously. And I'm not one of these people who thinks that every troll is a sad, miserable person, because I know that you can sit there and say a bunch of mean shit on the internet and you can still go out and have fun with your buddies. But then sometimes it reaches a super level of hate. And like I said, I Googled him and then I see like he leaves all these other hate comments on Facebook. And here's one thing really funny. in the Google returns, I could see a bunch of like shitty things that he'd said. And then when you clicked through and went to Facebook, it was no longer there. In other words, he puts these shitty comments, and then at some point they either get reported and removed, or he has to remove them himself before he gets his account blocked or whatever on Facebook. But they're there long enough that Google can index them and they come back in the search returns. Like, how sad does your life have to be? So I thought you guys would appreciate, because it's kind of apropos to the subject of the night as far as shitty user comments, even if he wasn't specifically replying to anything on Skepticus. So I'm going to say this because I see the comment and I feel so. The Big Nick says, if you don't hire the best person for the job based on their skills, you're part of the problem. Now, I'm not going to sit here and bore everyone with trying to pull up the blog because, again, it talks about software development, and I don't think that people are watching my live stream tonight to talk about software development. But since I brought it up, and since you brought up this comment, I will say this. The blog, the post that I put up, does not tell anyone, it does not even suggest that we should lower hiring standards in order to get more black folk or more Asian folk or more Latinx folk or whatever in the door. It doesn't say we should give women some kind of advantage to get in the door. It does none of that. That isn't the point of the blog at all. The deeper point of my blog post was this, that we have a system in America whereby a lot of what determines whether or not you go into a certain career field is how much that career field is positively presented to you as an option when you are growing up. In other words, if you're in a school, let's just say, we're going to play off of stereotypes here, but we'll just say it's an inner city school. There's a lot of minorities there. There's a lot of people there of lower income of any color. And when that happens in those schools, a lot of times those kids aren't even thinking of software development as a career. And of course, I'm not trying to say that everyone should be a software developer. We went through this period like 15 years ago where they were trying to say everyone needs to learn how to code. And that's not a good answer either, especially now with AI destroying parts of the industry. But the point here is that there is sometimes a lack of imagination that is given to our country's youth, where we railroad, not consciously, but subconsciously, we end up railroading people, especially from certain ethnic strata and from certain economic strata, into or out of positions where, for me, it was just kind of a given that I can just learn to write code at home, and then I can go out and apply for a job, and I can get a high-paying job doing this. And having worked with a lot of youth from inner city schools, I can tell you that a lot of them didn't even see that as an option. Like, it was never discussed with them. It was never even put up as like, hey, you should investigate this, etc. Oh, I love, William says, here are Coward of the Week audio versions I created. Okay, you're awesome. Okay, I am going to bookmark this, and I'm not going to sit here and go through them all tonight, but William, you're awesome, and I love you. So I am definitely going to put a bookmark here and check those out after the show. Thank you very much. I love you, man. So, and then the Big Nick here followed up by saying, and I'm not going to sit here and devolve into a long back and forth conversation on this, but he says software only does what the programmer tells it to do. Software can't see skin. Yes, I'm fully aware of that, Big Nick. I'm fully aware that software doesn't see your skin color. This isn't a question about software. This is a question about how we, as a society, end up creating lanes for people without even realizing it. And I'm not, in that blog post, I didn't call anyone to task. In fact, I went into detail in that blog post and I said, look, I have been a hiring manager in my life. And when you're a hiring manager and you have a role or two or three to fill and you put out a job posting, a lot of times you would get 100 resumes and 98 of them or 97 of them would come from white men. So when you get 97 resumes out of 100 that come from white men, there's a really, really, really good chance that the most qualified person or the most qualified group of people that you want to interview are all going to be white men. So there's nothing wrong from an employer's perspective of saying, look, the top 5 people who applied were all white men. So I'm going to invite these 5 white men to an interview. Nothing wrong with that at all. That is not racism on the part of the hiring manager or the part of the company. The problem in what I was talking about in that blog post, and I'm going to get off of this because, again, I think that we should move on to more religious-based things. But the problem is that as a society, there's a reason why out of 100 resumes, 96 or 97 of them happen to be white men. And it's not because the white men are better or smarter or more equipped to write software. But anywho, yeah. I can tell you're a real lovely one there, Big Nick. It says, if a kid lacks imagination, then he shouldn't be in a creative job. Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, fuck you, kid. Yeah, that's the idea. Oh, some of this shit you can't make up. All right, moving on. Next comment. This is also in response to the isolationist video that I put up yesterday, and I just it's not adversarial, but I liked the thrust of it, which is that was a lot of words for USA has fallen. I have mixed feelings about that because I did not put out this video about the stupidity of isolationism as a way of saying that the USA has fallen, although I certainly think that we have abdicated a massive portion of what was previously our leadership in the world. Now, to be clear, I understand that for people in other countries, sometimes even hearing Americans talk about our leadership role in the world can feel a little arrogant, because sometimes our leadership role in the world was something that we just seized because we had the biggest, baddest military and we had the most military spending, and we kind of decided that we were going to take that role, and most people didn't have the wherewithal to stand up against it. That being said, like I said earlier, I don't have a problem with the idea that we would pull troops out of Europe. I don't have a problem with the idea that maybe Europe doesn't want our troops there. I would be fine with either one of those contentions. The problem that I have is this abdication that I feel that we are inflicting upon ourselves, which is needlessly dismantling 80 years or 90 years of goodwill and leadership that is going to be pretty damn hard to get back if we ever decide that we want to somehow get a seat back at the table. And if you don't believe me on this, I know that I have a fairly international audience, I think, considering the size of my channel. And I'm not going to sit here and ask people to poll in the comments or whatever, but I just know that the viewpoint of Americans when I was a kid in Germany in the 80s, compared to the viewpoint of Americans if you walk around a typical large European city today, is radically different. There is a incredibly different viewpoint on average about how the world is seeing not just Trump, but America as a whole. Now, of course, these things are related, but that to me is the bigger problem. I don't think that means that America has fallen, but I definitely think that America is losing a lot of the capital that it had built up. I guess that's a really good way to think about it. It's like relationships. It's like, it's like religion, you can, if you are really, really good to someone, then you kind of build up this bank of goodwill. And then you can start withdrawing from that bank for a while. You can start kind of pissing off your partner. You can start saying some half truths. You can start being more secretive or insular about your doings, and that will fly for a while because you've essentially built up this bank. And then every time that you move against that, you're taking a withdrawal from that bank. And I know that makes a relationship sound very transactional, and that may be overly simplistic, but sometimes relationships can be very transactional, whether it's interpersonal relationships, whether it's country to country relationships on the world stage. And in many respects, they operate the same way. And you can lie to me, you can piss me off a little bit, but at a certain point, people stop listening, because at a certain point, you have overdrawn your account. And even, I'm not going to sit here and go on a long diatribe about Trump, but I will just say this. Even if you compare where we were at the start of his second term, the account that we had with Europe is, if it's not overdrawn now, it has dangerously low funds in it, because the leaders in Europe truly have gotten the message that America is not there to back them up, which you can argue is a good thing, depending on your viewpoint, but they don't see us anymore. And yes, I'm speaking in broad terms here, but they don't see us anymore as a reliable ally. And that, to me, is a much deeper problem. Michael, thank you for being here. Hope to see you later. I know that reasonable minds will disagree on that, but let's move on. Let's get back to some religious shit. Yay, religious shit. So this is on the isolationist video. I love this. This guy says 5,000 pulled of 30,000 is no pulling out of Europe. Well, it is pulling out of Europe. It's pulling 5,000 out of Europe. But I mean, we can argue semantics here. No, I never said in the video that we are pulling all of our troops out of Europe. But then he says, this is stupid. Stick to Bible verses. And I thought, I just had to highlight this because, I mean, you can see how angry I am about it. But talk about just being a petty little bitch. This actually brought up a lot of memories for me of, I still am a sports fan. And anytime you have, sports players, top tier athletes, they're rich, they're famous, and they have a platform. And we don't mind hearing our favorite athletes talk about their position on what movies they want, or even we don't mind them talking about politics if their opinion agrees with ours. But as soon as the movie stars that you like start saying things about politics that you don't like, or as soon as the athletes that you like start saying things about politics or religion that you don't like, what do you hear from people? People will say, oh, stick to sports, stick to basketball, stick to football. It's like, shut up, you stupid athlete. And I just thought this was funny. I feel like, not that I'm on some level as a famous athlete, but I thought, like, I just got my, you guys might remember, if you're in the US, about Fox News telling LeBron James to stick to basketball. Now, of course, with LeBron James and Fox News, there's all sorts of racial subtext going on there, and I'm not trying to claim that mantle, okay? But I couldn't help but call back to the uproar that was created when LeBron James had the gall to actually say some moderately political things. And then Fox News, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Megyn Kelly, although don't quote me on that. There was, I think it was one of the female broadcasters said, yeah, stick to basketball. And that just oozed with so much gross. I mean, there was, racial subtext there. There was all kinds of classist stuff going on there. And I'm not saying that I am in the shoes of LeBron James, but when I saw stick to Bible verses, I thought, yeah, fuck you. It's my channel. I'll do what the hell I want. Now, I'll be the first one to tell you that when I stray from the Bible stuff, the views tend to go down. And that's just a product of having a YouTube channel, because people that don't do much YouTube content probably think, oh, I can put up a channel and I'll just talk every day about whatever I want to talk about. And there are a few people that can pull that off because they have that kind of personality. but they can also pull it off because they have probably cultivated an audience that knows that they're going to talk about anything. But usually the way that you achieve even modest success on YouTube is you find a niche, right? You find a niche and then you keep feeding that niche, which is cool. But sometimes you want to talk about something else and then you have to make a choice. Do I just buckle down and say, I'm not going to talk about that because it will not feed my audience? Or do I say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to do this video. And there are plenty of videos that I've wanted to do about things that are non-religious related, non-religion related. And I said, no, it's going to be too off topic and no one will care and it'll tank my viewers. And I didn't do it. But this is one of those few times I just felt compelled one night to crank out kind of an off the cuff video. I didn't have a script or anything. And of course, Zuma says, stick to Bible verses. So fuck you too, buddy. You know, like, oh, that's great. I will remind everyone that if anyone wants to call in, they are welcome to do so. Next comment coming up. Oh, Jesse says, I'm waiting for the next God-free Bible study. Well, that will be tomorrow morning. In fact, we're still in 1 Samuel. What are we on? We're like... Just a second. I'm pulling it up just so I know. Oh, these are only showing the ones that... Oh, no, these are showing the ones that have already... that are scheduled. So... I may need to... No. Yeah, so 1 Samuel 7 we'll be starting at tomorrow. That'll be the video coming out tomorrow. 1 Samuel, by the way, gets fun. I mean, I'll just give you guys a little bit of a primer and say you guys should check this out because I don't know how many of you guys... I never know like how knowledgeable my audience is of Bible stuff. I mean, I know they put a lot of stuff in the comments that indicates that this isn't the first time that they've heard these stories. But I never want to assume that everyone knows what I'm talking about either because, you know, that can be a little presumptive. But if you aren't familiar with the story of David and Jonathan, we're starting to... tomorrow's episode won't quite get into it, but I find that effect as we get into it. So by all means, you'll want to check out tomorrow's episode, which is 1 Samuel 7 through 10. And then when we get into the week after that, you'll see that, the last one that I have queued up is David and Jonathan sitting in a tree, because there's a lot of subtext there, people. And I talk about it in a little bit of detail in the video, because it's one of those areas where if you know anything about it, there's a certain crowd who, especially the LGBT religious literate crowd, who likes to say, oh, well, you know, there's a gay relationship in the Bible. It's David and Jonathan. To be fair, a lot of apologists and even biblical scholars have read the text and said, no, that's not really what's there. I think Dan McClellan is on record as saying, no, it's not a gay relationship. And the text does not say it's a gay relationship. But you'll see, was that June 10th, when we go through a lot of the core verses and chapters about David and Jonathan, where I read it and I thought, man, I don't know. This is some strange, spicy kind of verbiage here. And I won't sit here and try to recall it all for you right now on the live stream. But yeah, keep on with God-free Bible study, because I find it to be very interesting. Jonathan says, that's me. I am my own best friend. Yeah. I don't think it was David and you, Jonathan. I think it's another Jonathan. But you do have it spelled exactly the way it is spelled in the Bible as well. So maybe it is you getting down with Jonathan or with David. I don't know. Keith, let me look at this. I want to look at this comment really quick before we go. Keith says, is there an argument presups consider like kryptonite? That's a really good question. A couple thoughts on this. I mean, first of all, someone like Justin could, would be more equipped to answer this. And I know you may not have been asking that to me. I think you were putting it in the chat, but I saw it there and I thought, oh, this is an interesting thing to discuss for a little bit before we move on. So the first thing that we have to keep in mind is that if you're a hardcore presuppositional apologist, they don't consider anything to be kryptonite, because it doesn't matter what the text says. If they are that hardcore bought in, then you can point out to them where it says 1 equals 1 and they will say, no, it equals 2. Like, they will just look you dead in the eye and tell you that the exact text does not mean what it says that it means. So on a somewhat snarky level, I have to say that I don't think that there is such a thing as an argument that true hardcore presuppositional apologists consider to be kryptonite. If you've watched the more popular streaming shows like Justin or Joel Reads Bible, you have probably seen sometimes where they will point out to the caller a clear, obvious problem in the text. And too many times their entire response boils down to nuh-uh, nuh-uh. So from that perspective, is it kryptonite? No. That being said, let me share with you guys. You know how Justin has his spreadsheet, which is awesome. Like kind of has all of his Bible verses. Here's something that I have been building, and I have not shared it with anyone yet. So it's a work in progress, but I've started screen out. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger, but there's a lot of text. So you're not going to really want to sit there and just stare at the screen and read it all. It's a little much, but this is my notes that I am building now about all sorts of issues with Christianity and the Bible in general. And some of them, and I'm bringing this up because, first of all, with regard to presuppositional kryptonite, the first question I would have is, well, what is their take on contradictions, right? Now, there are a lot of presuppositional apologists who will swear to you with a straight face that there is not a single contradiction in the Bible. And that is just fucking mind-blowing. So I have one tab here just for contradictions, right? And to be clear, when you look at these contradictions, the typical presuppositional approach to this is, Dan McClellan talks about this, is to say that if they can come up with any possible, not plausible, but any possible excuse for how this might not be a contradiction, they will then write it off as being no contradiction at all. So for those kind of people, there is no winning, because they will look at the plain text, and if they can come up with any excuse in their mind, one of the what's the word I'm looking for? Annoyances that I find with Christianity today is that they literally will not even admit what the word contradiction means. Let me give you an example of this. Let's say that I am writing for you a story about the great adventures of Adam of Nola. And at the end of chapter 1, Adam of Nola has brown graying hair. Okay? I put there right in the text that I have brown graying hair. And then it was actually red when I was younger, but you can't really see the red anymore. So let's just say it's brown graying hair. And then at chapter 2, which is only supposed to be starting almost directly after chapter 1, I put in a paragraph that says Adam of Nola has green hair. That's a contradiction. Now, you could argue that, well, I guess between the end of chapter 1 and the beginning of chapter 2, Adam must have dyed his hair green. You can infer that from the text, but if the text tells you clearly that in chapter 1, I had brown graying hair, and in chapter 2, which seems to come right after the end of chapter 2 or chapter 1, that I have green hair, that's a contradiction. Because if there is no other explanation given in the text for why my hair went from being grayish brown to being green, then it's a contradiction. Sure, you can come up with a story that explains it. You can come up with this story that says, well, I guess Adam ran to the bathroom and quickly threw hair dye into his hair, or, that spray stuff into your hair that will turn your hair colors. You can come up with a story like that. But if the author can't be bothered to actually put it in the text and connect those pieces, then I'm sorry, it's a contradiction. Now, it might be a contradiction that you can harmonize. This is, what presuppositionalists will talk about a lot, is harmonizing the text, which is just a disingenuous and fancy word for saying I have squinted hard enough and I have come up with an excuse for how it could possibly maybe be true. And I bring this up because, here's a good example of this. And this, I don't bring this up as being presuppositional kryptonite, okay? But here's an example of what I'm talking about. In 1 Samuel 16, 21 through 23, let me pull it up really quick. Give me a second. 1 Samuel 16, 21 through 23. Oh, my software is going nuts here. Come on, get there. Please stand by. Okay, let's try this one more time. I have this Bible app, which normally runs really, 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 really well, but every once in a while it does something funky. 16, 21 through 23. Okay, see, now I pull it back up and it's fine. All right, notice here what it says. And David came to Saul and entered his service. Let me give you a little more context. Let's read from here. Well, actually, let's read this whole paragraph, because this whole paragraph is hilarious. And of course, I talk about this in detail in Godfrey Bible Study. Now, the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul. Remember, Saul was chosen by God. God literally, Yahweh chose Saul to be the king and then didn't like his own choice. The omniscient God, the omnipotent creator God of the universe, picked Saul to be the king and then immediately regretted it. But so this is what's happening here. It says, now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. An evil spirit from God. God sent an evil spirit on someone. It doesn't say that God made him unhappy. It doesn't say that God, made him, upset with his decisions. No, it says that God sent an evil spirit on Saul. So that wasn't even the reason that I pulled this up, but I think that's fucking hilarious. And then it says, and Saul's servants said to him, say that 10 times real quick. And Saul's servants said to him, see now, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. Let our Lord now command the servants who attend you to look for someone who is skillful in playing the lyre. I never know if it's lyre or lyre. I think it's lyre. And when the evil spirit from God is upon you, he will play it and you will feel better. So Saul said to his servants, provide for me someone who can play well and bring him to me. One of the young men answered, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, who is skillful in playing, a man of valor, a warrior, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence, and the Lord is with him. So Saul sent messengers to Jesse and said, send me your son David, who is with the sheep. Jesse took a donkey loaded with bread, a skin of wine, and a kid, and sent them by his son David to Saul. And David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul loved him greatly. So it's not like he's just this random dude playing in the background. He needed to be comforted. His servant said, let us send this lyre player. And he came, and Saul loved him greatly, and he became his armor bearer. So Saul knows David now. Saul sent to Jesse saying, let David remain in my service, for he has found favor in my sight. And whenever the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, David took the lyre and played it with his hand, and Saul would be relieved and feel better, and the evil spirit would depart from him. So the point of me reading this first passage is there any doubt whatsoever in anyone's mind that at this point, Saul knows David? Saul has met David. Saul knows who David is. This is why I bring this up. Because, moving back to our notes here, let's go to 1 Samuel 17, 55 through 58. So this isn't like 3 books later. This is 1 chapter later in 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel 17, 55 through 58. This is the famous David and Goliath. See, this is what it does. Like, it doesn't do this all the time, but then it's like it gets squirrely. So let's try that again. So here it is. Okay. This is David now going out against Goliath, right? When Saul, so they're all arranged, if we're to believe the narrative, they're all arranged. Like the Philistines are on one end of the battle, side of the battlefield. The Israelites are on the other side. They've been there for, 40 days, some ridiculous amount of time. And Goliath keeps challenging everyone to come out and fight him, and no one will fight him. So the two armies just sit there, which is patently stupid. It makes no sense, but let's put that aside. So finally it says, when Saul saw David go out against the Philistine, that's Goliath, he said to Abner, the commander of the army, Abner, whose son is this young man? Abner said, as your soul lives, O king, I do not know. The king, that's Saul, said, inquire whose son the young man is. On David's return from killing the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. Now, up to this point in the narrative, you could even argue that Saul sees this dude walking out to take on Goliath, and maybe from a distance, he doesn't know who David is, right? Because on a battlefield, that I could understand. But that objection goes away at the end of this, because then when they bring David to Saul, Saul said to him, whose son are you, young man? And David answered, I am the son of your servant, Jesse the Bethlehemite. This is right after a chapter before where he said he loves David and he's so happy with David playing the lyre, whatever it is. Like, so it's a clear contradiction. And, we could sit here and we could do this for hours, right? I mean, I didn't bring this up because I said I want to now make this an endless series of talking about every contradiction in the Bible. But when you talk about things like this to presuppositional apologists, first of all, the term presuppositional apologist essentially means I refuse to accept reality. Because every Christian is not a presuppositional apologist. I have met I know very reasonable Christians in my life who can read the text and admit that that's problematic, that's contradictory or whatever. But if you're really talking to a presuppositional apologist, they will read those same 2 passages that I just read to you, and they will swear to you that there's no contradiction there, even though the text clearly shows that there is. I mean, I guess the only way you could try to make something up here is to say that Saul has dementia. like he literally doesn't remember the dude who was playing the instrument, and he said he loves this guy and he's going to be, remember, Saul made David his armor bearer. So in ancient times, your armor bearer was like your caddy. Okay. It was like the military version of a caddy. Someone's not your armor bearer if you will not recognize that dude tomorrow when he shows up. Once someone becomes your armor bearer, I'm not saying that you're best friends with him. All right. Because there's still a very class type relationship going on there, but it's like knight and squire. That's really what because a squire is an armor bearer too, right? So imagine a knight hiring a squire, and then days later, the knight sees the squire come back from battle, and he says, who's this squire? I've never seen him before. Like that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And you can see, some of these things I have under contradictions, and this is just going to get bigger and bigger. I was putting in last night examples here of false history, places in the Bible where the Bible actually says something happened, and we know from historical records and evidence that that did not happen. I have a whole section here of syllogisms where like these are all different ways that truly, if you want, we can quibble about the premises. And I even want to do a whole show on this one night where I just go through syllogisms. And I know that's dangerous territory because as soon as you start saying syllogisms, people think, Phil Bros. But I do appreciate sometimes a good syllogism, especially in live, I'm not even going to call it a debate, especially in live discussion, because if you're not on with a Phil Bro who won't answer any questions and he's going to act like a total fuckboy, but if you're working with someone who's a honest interlocutor, it can be really helpful to stop just talking around each other and say, okay, let's talk about the premises. What's premise 1? What's premise 2? What's premise 3? What's the conclusion? Because a lot of times when you put those premises down and you put the conclusion down, you don't even have to argue about it anymore. Because if people are being reasonable, a lot of times they can look at it and go, oh, yeah, that doesn't follow. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Like they can see the problem in the logic if they're being an honest interlocutor. But again, if you're talking to a hardcore presuppositional apologist, then you're also talking to someone who is not an honest interlocutor. It's just that simple. So when you talk about kryptonite for presuppositional apologists, you can look at historical gaps, which normally they will give you a bunch of, a song and dance about why they're not really problems. You can talk about syllogisms, which I think can be fun if you're working with someone honest, because it's like, okay, if I'm wrong, then show me which one of my premises is wrong. I think that, to me, the most damning things in the whole damn Bible are in the nature of God, whether it's the nature of Jesus but especially the nature of Yahweh. But again, this is stuff that presuppositionalists will not acknowledge. So like, for example, this is a list, and there might be more, but this is a list of every time that I know of where it is explicit in the Old Testament that God literally fucked with someone's free will purely for the sake of killing them and or their family and or their nation and or their tribe. Like they literally he literally manipulated people into doing something bad just so that he could then have the satisfaction of smacking them down. But of course, presuppositionalists will wave that shit away. Another great one, and Justin goes through these all the time. We have the verses where Yahweh commands genocide, and there are other ones in here. I try to be very judicious about only putting verses in here where these are clear commandments. I have verses where Yahweh specifically punishes, often with death, the innocent, which is just insane. Like the mere fact that in the 10 Commandments, he tells you that he will punish the children for he will bring iniquity to the sons. I mean, I forget the exact verbiage. I'd have to pull it up, but he tells you that he is a jealous God, bringing iniquity to the 3rd and 4th generation or something like that. You can tell I'm not always good about just pulling these things off from memory in terms of the verbiage, but there is no part of that anyone could even say is just. But again, like if you watch Justin stuff or Joel's or anyone else's, that there will be people who will tell you, oh, but if God commanded it, it's good. They'll tell you that rape is bad. They'll tell you that genocide is bad. They'll tell you that all these things are bad, but they'll say if God commanded it, it's good. One last thing, and then we'll move on to some other topics, because I don't want to do this all night unless somebody wants to call and talk about it or something. But I love the where is it at here? I thought I had what is it? Oh, that's I didn't mean to tag that as uninspired. That's weird. I love the scientific ignorance because to me, anytime you want to talk about morals, right? If you want to talk about God commanding genocide, if you want to talk about whether or not it's cool to rape and pillage the people that you've conquered, all of that stuff, as sad as this is to say, Christians, if they want to, can stick their head in the sand and tell you that it's right when it's clearly wrong. If you want to talk about the fact that the Bible absolutely endorses slavery, and I will die on that hill, the Bible totally endorses slavery. But of course, precepts will give you endless hours of bullshit about how it doesn't. But to me, some of the more damning ones are the places where there's just pure scientific ignorance. In other words, your omnipotent, omniscient, universe-creating God doesn't know how his universe works. And I'm not going to pull all of these up in front of you. I mean, if somebody wants me to go through some of them, I can. But I don't know if people want to do that right now or not. But it's so hilarious when you can see that there are clear factual errors in the text. Like, this is a complete erroneous misrepresentation of how the actual world works. And yet, these are not just, it would be one thing if you gave a passage where like Samson does a stupid thing. Well, Samson was a stupid guy. And if I want to crawl into presuppositional apologist mode, I can say, look, Samson was an idiot. That's not God's fault, although it kind of is because he was God's chosen guy. But we'll set that one aside. In other words, if the people in the Bible who are not God are doing stupid things, what's the line that we always hear from presuppositionalists? That it's descriptive, not prescriptive. But when God himself can't be bothered to get the facts right of his own world or his own universe, then you have to go, wait a minute. That just displays ignorance. There's one last thing I will mention on this. It's not even in my list of, I don't think it's in my list of notes yet. This, you can see this is going to be like an ongoing project I'm going to do, where every time I come up with another thing that just says, another ridiculous argument about, God or Yahweh or Jesus or whatever, I'm just going to keep putting it in here. It's going to get longer and longer. But this is one thing I don't hear many Christians. Actually, to be frank, I don't hear many atheists talk about this much. I don't think that this may be one reason. This may be one reason that Justin doesn't want me on the show anymore, because I don't think he liked this point when I brought it up. But I think this point is killer. One of the one of the critical elements that we're supposed to believe about the Messiah is that he comes from the line of David. Okay, over and over again, we hear about how he has to be. I don't have the verses in front of me, but he is absolutely supposed to be of the line of David. Not only is it spelled out that way in the Bible, but socially, it just makes sense, because the ancient Israelites, they had this, belief in this kingly line, right? They wanted to believe that, yeah, they wanted a Messiah, but they didn't think that just anyone could be a Messiah. It also had to be someone who had the right lineage, okay? So, I see, Jonathan, I'll get to you in just a second here. So when they talk about this, I will die on this hill. Jesus cannot be from the line of David. And I don't just mean, usually where skeptics go with this is that they will pull up, the lineages given in Luke, and the other lineage which is given in Matthew or Mark. I think it's either one. There's a lineage given in Mark, or one of those two, and there's another lineage given in Luke. And then they'll try to use one of those two to trace him to being part of David's line. But here's the problem. We know how babies are made now. They didn't know this back then, but now we know that every human, well, almost all humans that don't have a genetic defect have 46 chromosomes, right? You get 23 of them from your mom. You get 23 of them from your dad. So the question that I ask all the time if anyone brings this up, is to say, okay, so you're telling me that Jesus is part of the line of David because he got 23 chromosomes from David? Because if he didn't get 23 chromosomes from David, then he's not part of the line of David. He can't be part of that line. And that may not sound like a big problem to Christians, but here's where it gets really sticky. If you think that God gave 23 godly chromosomes to Mary and the other 23 came from Mary, then Jesus is not God. We have a word for this. It's called a demigod. If you get half of your genetic material, of course, I don't believe in gods, but if you get half of your genetic material from a god and the other half of your genetic material from a human, you're not a god, you're a demigod. And of course, to suggest to Christians that their Jesus is a demigod is considered to them to be blasphemy. And they say, no, he's fully human and fully God, which, by the way, that's obviously a logical contradiction. It doesn't work because then are you telling me he got 46 chromosomes from God? Because if he did, then he's not human at all. He's a God. If he got 46 chromosomes from Mary, then he's not a God at all. He's human. So to me, there is this, and I know I've talked for a long time on this, and I'm going to get to you, Jonathan, in just a second here. I guess if I had to pick a kryptonite, and I guess I would say kryptonite because I've never heard an apologist. I haven't actually heard an apologist address this. So in my mind right now, it feels like kryptonite because please tell me what your argument is about this. I would love to hear from you how you think that Jesus came from the line of David, because we know in one of the Gospels, they trace his lineage through Joseph, which makes no sense because according to the Gospels themselves, Joseph had nothing to do with the birth of Jesus or the conception of Jesus, right? So you could say, fine, we're going to take his lineage through Mary, which is not the traditional way that people back then would have traced lineage, but we'll just say fine. If Mary was part of the house of David, then Jesus is part of the house of David, right? Well, that's if you assume that Mary gave 23 of her chromosomes to the embryo in her womb that became Jesus. And if Mary gave 23 of her chromosomes to Jesus, then Jesus cannot be God. He is by definition a demigod. Okay. Let's see if we got Jonathan with us. Jonathan, you there?
Got a theory.
What's that?
May have to push the button. It's going to echo.
I mean, you sound good to me. Is anyone else hearing echo? Because he sounds good to me. I think you're good. I guess.
You'll have to push the button.
Okay. So how about now? Yeah,
but I don't hear you on my phone.
Yeah, if I do that, I can barely hear you.
The button that you pushed earlier. I think that's the button that
okay, there we go. I think I got it now because I think, okay. Because now I can hear you, and I assume, no?
It's the button that's on your screen somehow.
Well, I think we're good right now. William says there's no echo. Do you guys hear echo now? Testing. I think you're pretty good right now. Jonathan?
No. I still can't hear you through the phone.
Oh, you can't hear me through the phone?
I can hear it through the TV.
Okay, so let me do this. Let me see this. So if I take off, so the video scene, well, see, that might have been the problem that the caller had before.
I don't know why
too.
it's not coming to the phone.
Yeah, Jesse says it was fine, but now I can hardly hear him. That's because you're hearing him through the TV. But if I... They said they can hear you fine, but you can't hear me properly, but through the TV or what? Now I know you're talking there and I don't hear you. So I didn't change anything on my end. But the way you had it there, like I think everyone was hearing you fine. Maybe it didn't sound right on your end, but it sounded good to me. And go ahead.
And it's like you said, it's like a 17-second delay.
Oh yeah, but that's if you go through the YouTube video. So hold up. So the problem is that if you turn off the YouTube video, you can't hear me.
Yeah, I've tried everything on my end.
Okay, hold up. Let me play with this for a second because I would really like to solve this. So I have
right.
Okay, can you talk now?
But I'm afraid if you turn that button on like you did earlier, I think it's what's going to make that echo.
Oh, you're saying with my Shure mic.
It's like there's two microphones.
Well, do you have YouTube silence right now, muted? Okay, try now. Can you hear me now?
Got it muted. Now I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I guess not. You not hear me there? So
now I got to learn how to read lips.
Hold up. Hold up here. Okay, that's my microphone, so everyone can hear me there.
This is weird.
Yeah, I gotta get this. So I got we got the echo off because I turned off the mic aux, but that's good. And then the VDO, you're in what's called on my system the VDO scene, and if I let's see, you probably can't hear me, or you can hear me now, but can you talk? Say something. No, that's, so you're not hear me there. It's just frustrating because I can hear you beautifully. So it's just a matter of how do you.
As long as I unmute the TV.
What's that?
As long as I unmute the TV.
But so are you hearing me live through the TV right now? Like we're talking in real time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, can we continue? Like, I mean, I need to figure this out so that you can hear it properly on the phone, to be fair. But if we can continue like this, it's better than probably, because I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
All right. So
but just with a 17-second delay.
Oh, so you're working through a delay right now. That can't be good. Let's see.
Yep.
I'm not sure what to click. Felicia, you out there still?
Yep.
Let's see. Looking for other settings here because I've got scene options. I've got audio settings, which I assume is where I want to be, but I'm not seeing anything here. But I'm not sure why you wouldn't hear that through your phone. Damn it. Nope. Let's see. Close that. It's got to be, Yeah, 17-second lag is no bueno.
I don't know why.
Yeah, because we haven't had anyone tonight successfully. So, and I know that since I set up the microphone, that's got to be the one critical thing here. If I did, let's see.
So I was thinking maybe that button that you pushed earlier when it was echoing.
If I turn that, if I turn the mic aux back on, like, how about now? Can you hear me live now? Guess not.
I was thinking maybe that button that you pushed earlier.
Yeah, so I can. Yeah, so I can hear myself echoing back through there. That's not good.
Now I hear you echo through the.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Live? Can you hear me now? Live?
No.
Wait, you don't hear me? Wait, you don't hear me? No? Okay. No? Okay. Damn it. I'm not sure. What?
Now I hear you echo through the.
How about now? Can you hear
Damn
me
it.
now?
Give me a second. I'm gonna put you on mute for just a second, and I'm gonna
No.
look something up. Hang with me, guys, just a second. I know this is frustrating / boring, but I would like to get this fixed. Yeah, see, you got the double feedback there because now I've got this. Just a second, let me get this. So if I turn the mic aux back off, this should sound good to you guys right now. This is the setting that we're on. So if this does not sound good to you guys right now, let me know in the comments. But otherwise, I think this is the setting that I was just on, and this should be good. And I'm going to look up really quick here how to fix this. Because not only would I like to talk to Jonathan, I'd like to even have other callers too. So give me just a second, because I think I can, I have an idea for how to look this up. Let's go to, but there's not echo now, right? Yeah. William says, yes, no more echo, right? So let me work this out. I have video. Left and audio. You guys get to listen to my really loud keyboard. William says maybe we should all pray. That's beautiful. You guys give me a second, but while I'm doing this really quick, I want all of you to like start a whole prayer circle. Like, you know, everyone hold hands virtually and sing Kumbaya, and whatever you ask of Jesus, whatever you ask of God, he will ask and you shall receive. So we're going to test this right now tonight. We're going to find out if ask and ye shall receive actually works. So get to praying, you non-believers, you. So here's what I'm trying. So somebody, like a month ago, somebody said in my live stream in the chat, when I was having on like one of my first or second, I was having problems on one of my first or second live streams. Someone said you could take a screenshot and you could actually put this into like Claude, and a lot of times it can actually solve. Now I think that's a little ambitious, but I wanted to try this actually. So let's see. because I don't have a lot of high confidence this is actually going to work by doing this, but this is what I'm literally doing. Like this is so sad. I'm a software engineer, but I'm like, ask AI, but this might work. So we'll see. So it says, okay, so I have him unmuted now. Yep. So my mic shows green audio bars. You can see, yes, make sure deafen is not active. What would block your outgoing? What is deafen? I haven't seen an option for deafen. Yeah, I don't know what deafen is. I think it made that shit up. But you're not hearing me in real time right now, right? So it says that looks fine. Make sure this mic isn't muted at the OBS level, which it's not because everyone else is hearing me. Isn't. Check this speaker icon. No. Isn't red or crossed out. Is for receiving is not sending yours out, right? So you can't. So you're sure, Mike. Hit that. Okay. So. But you're still not hearing me in real time right now, right?
I still hear you through the TV.
And you don't have your phone muted at all, right? Oh, hold up. I'm gonna give me a second here. I'm gonna reload my Video Ninja. So give me just a second.
My phone what?
I'm going to reload my Video Ninja thing here. So give me a second. I will pop back in. And if I go here and got this.
My phone what?
Okay. You can't hear me now, I'm assuming, at least not live. Enable director's microphone or video, which I've done there. So if we have, okay, so you can see my video on the screen there, right? Not in the YouTube, but in the video scene.
No.
You can't see the video scene? Let me try this. Okay, let me start the virtual camera again. Okay, so can you see my video now in the video browser?
Like a 17-second delay in the future or in the past.
Even the video? Let's see. So you can't see what I'm doing live even in the video? All right. Hold up. Let's do this. Give me just 1 second. I'm trying a few things here.
Yeah. This is strange.
Yeah, because I when I had the Yeti.
So it takes 17 seconds for me to hear the answer.
Yeah, that's not a fun, productive conversation. Oh, okay, let's see here. Let's do this, and then because I really need to. I guess this was probably the limit of me.
Yeah.
when I did my own system check. Let's try
No.
this now. Let's try this. All right, hang with me a second. Wait, I'm not muted there. No, I'm not muted. Global mic mute at the very bottom of the video. Your microphone icon is red, but it's not red. Nope. So that's not red. And then here your shirt or your, you need to route the audio. Check Video Ninja audio. Set. Oh, so let me look at the, let me check my audio input is audio.
Because I even tried resetting
hold
my
up.
phone to see if it was on my end.
Okay, I think I got it. Hold up.
Got it.
Well, we'll see. I don't want to say.
Got it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. That was okay. I figured out what it was. All right. I'm sorry to be a little boring to the viewers. I appreciate the ones who didn't drop off. That because that's like the least interesting live stream to ever be on. Like let's watch Skepticus do audio checks. So when I went into, there's this tool here is called Video Ninja. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a tool that lets you synchronize audio and video, right? And then as you're doing this, when you first log in, like you have to pick your audio and video source. So apparently my source on the Video Ninja site was set to no audio, which is why no one could hear me when they're in the room. So, all right. And then let me also check. Is there no echo here, guys? I don't think you should be hearing echo, but let me know if you're hearing echo from me at all or not.
So far, good.
Okay.
So far, good.
I like main 6 credit 7 gives me the face palm, and that's fair. But I don't know if that chat was, that emoji was pointed to me or not. I mean, of course, my snarky answer here is you all are getting, with the exception of Michael, who actually, is always tips me. He's awesome. I would say the rest of you are getting exactly what you're paying for. and that's not me panhandling asking for money. It's just saying, this isn't exactly NBC right here, right now. So, I mean, I hate to be that guy like, well, you're getting exactly what you paid for, but you kind of are, so, all right, John, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bud.
I appreciate you actually helping me. I did need a kind of a kick in the pants there to figure that out. I'm sure that Gary is probably not still in the chat or in the stream, but if he is, I think that if Gary were to call back in, we would be able to get him on as well, because now I know I'm almost certain that was the same issue that was afflicting Gary, which was obviously not Gary's issue. So, all I can say, so Jesse brings up a good point. Jesse's like, hey, I'm a member. So yes, I guess that's fair. The members are paying as well. But even then, for most membership levels, it's far less than a movie. So, and that's not me bitching about money. I'm just saying, like, I don't really have a budget here, people.
How that goes.
Okay. So is there something in particular you wanted to chime in on, John?
Well, here's my thought on Gary's call in, and then I'll get to my other thought. If Gary would have just muted his TV, or if he was just watching it on the TV, if he just muted it, he could have been able to talk to you.
Well, yeah, but the TV was the YouTube feed. So and I'm getting my own echo here too. I got to fix this.
That's what happened the first time we chatted 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. So Gary's, but the thing with Gary is that on his TV he was watching the YouTube video. So you would have had the same problem there where it would have been like a 17-second delay.
Right.
Okay, cool. So
So I think that was his issue. And if he was watching on a TV and a tablet at the same time, he just had to do like what I'm doing now, is just through the phone
right,
and then mute the TV.
Yeah, so there's two things that happen here. One is that clearly I had that one setting at least was fucked up, so I was not anyone who, until I fixed that, nobody was going to be able to call in and hear me. So that was issue number one that had to be fixed. And I've just taken a screenshot of all my settings too, so that in the future I'll be like, look at the screenshot if I forget. But then the second issue, which is kind of the broader issue that always plagues anyone who's calling into, any, like I said earlier, if you ever called into a radio show, or in this case, YouTube, is that once you get hooked in, you can't listen to the regular feed. Oh, it says Jonathan is pretty loud. That's true. So let me look at that. Go ahead and say something else, Jonathan. I'm going to look at your audio levels here.
Okay. How's that look?
Yeah, you're really loud there. So let me, that's another thing I have to kind of, and I'm glad that you guys let me know in the chat, because the other part of this that I haven't trained my brain to do yet is that really anytime someone calls in, I need to look at the audio levels, because I can see, like when you were talking there before, I just moved your audio down, it was pegging out in the red. So if I looked at it, I could have seen, but on my speaker, it didn't sound that bad because I have my speaker set to where it's like it sounded fine. But okay, ladies, gentlemen, Jonathan, we now have a call-in show.
I'm glad I can help again.
Oh, I love it, man. Thank you very much. That's really cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And I really only lost, what was it? I assume Gary was going to call in and give us some good conversation. And I assume he's not around anymore, but if he watches the replay, I'm sorry that I had my settings mixed up. I'm blaming the fact that I got a new microphone, but that's still a shitty excuse. But hey, I'm doing the best I can. All right. Did you want to comment on something specific, or you want to hang out while I go through some more stuff?
Well, my other thought was when you said Jonathan and David, that is my actual name.
Right. Yes. Yep.
So I am my own best friend, and then another one is for the zodiac sign. I'm the Morning Star and the Dragon.
Oh, and the Morning Star always has a lot of fun connotations for Christians that don't know what the fuck their own mythology is, because the Morning Star is referenced in Revelation, and the Morning Star is referenced in, was it Isaiah or Ezekiel? I forget, but they don't know. And I'm being accusatory and painting in broad strokes when I say this. Did anyone actually pray because if they did, then I think we've just proven Christianity. Oh shit. But there's a reference there to the Morning Star, which is actually supposed to be a reference to the king of Babylon. And
right.
It gets, like, I think in the King James Version, I think that they literally just changed it to Satan. And then even in more modern versions where they don't commit the crime of converting the Morning Star to Satan, I think a lot of Christians have now come to hear and believe that the Morning Star refers to Satan. And even in Revelation, if I remember correctly, and I haven't read Revelation in a minute, other than to read a few passages for a few videos that I did recently, but the last time I read Revelation is the last time I read the Bible all the way through, which is like 10 years ago. Of course, we're going to get there eventually in God Free Bible Study, but that's going to be a hot minute. But in Revelation, that they bring it up because Babylon is the quintessential archetype for the oppressor of the Israelites. And of course, to be fair, the Israelites got their asses kicked and were oppressed by multiple cultures throughout the period that's spanned by the Bible. But Babylon was considered to be, even though the Babylonians, I would argue, treated the Israelites better than a lot of other conquering nations, but it was still considered to be such a massive spiritual millstone around their necks because they were exiled. They were, many of them were forced to move, and under ancient Israelite ideas, that's even deeper and more problematic than what we would think of today. I mean, today, if I brought ice over in a van, which it's not funny, but I'm trying to keep it light, and we forcefully moved you to, I don't know, Colombia. I mean, that would really suck for you emotionally, but it doesn't have the same weight that it did back then, because back then the idea was that if you weren't on Israelite soil, you couldn't worship Yahweh, at least not worship him properly. I'm sure that people still prayed to Yahweh and maybe secretly made sacrifices to Yahweh, but an appropriate sacrifice to Yahweh could not happen in Babylon. So in fact, there's I forget what it is, Justin could call it out, but there's a verse or a passage in the Old Testament where they talk about bringing dirt to Babylon. And the reason that they do that is because they need essentially a piece of Israelite soil so that they can still carry out some of their rituals.
Well, in case you got dirt in a jar, will that work?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the actual volume is. I don't know if there are any rules for the total amount that you have to have, but modern day Christians, I think this is just like a good little side note to bring up. Modern day Christians, most of them, have no fucking clue about the extent to which ancient Hebrews or ancient Israelites, either one we want to call it, to which they were severe believers in and practicers of sympathetic magic. By sympathetic magic, what I mean is, anything that ties this physiological aspect to this broader idea of spiritual meaning. So, for example, in Genesis, when Jacob infamously according to the text, he gets his sheep to be born of a certain color because he puts certain colored rods in front of them, which we know that shit doesn't work. But what that really is it is a callback to ancient ideas of sympathetic magic. This idea that something that you saw or some aspect of the world around you right now could then be leached into this broader spiritual realm. And I bring this up because the worship practices of ancient Israel are absolutely consistent in most cases with ideas of sympathetic magic.
So what is this? What is the zodiac for the dragon too? Because mine is Virgo and dragon.
Well, I have no idea. So, I mean,
That's according to the Chinese calendar.
I can talk to you a little bit about, symbology in the Bible and such, but when you start talking about zodiacs, admittedly, I know nothing about it because mentally I just peace out, Now, I do understand that historically, if you want to think about how ancient cultures worked, there is a scholarly reason sometimes to understand ideas of the zodiac. But because in modern terms, to me, and I don't want to offend anyone out there, but to me, zodiac is no different than crystals. It's no different than, just any other spiritual foo-foo nonsense. And again,
like mystics?
Like what?
Like the mystics?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, there are definitely people that would identify as mystics who, of course, believe greatly in zodiacs, but I would not use those terms interchangeably, and here's why. Because mystic, first of all, is a term that comes from an Eastern tradition that's more Eastern than the Middle East. But aside from the semantics of the word, a mystic is someone, it depends on your cultural context, because a mystic can be just someone who's in touch with God. So, and I'm getting out over my skis here. I mean, someone, you know, Justin or Dan McClellan or CJ Cornthwaite, they might think that what I'm about to say is stupid. But I think that you could make an argument that a prophet in Israel is not necessarily that much functionally different than a mystic in India. You know what I mean?
Right.
I saw the Grumpy says Mystics, a not powerful but fun race to play in Saga Frontier. I have not played Saga Frontier, but I know exactly what you're referring to, Grumpy. That's cool. Okay.
Well, I bring that up. I bring that up because of the way my name is, and the way my zodiacs go. Because I am my own best friend, basically, and then my zodiacs go Virgo, the Morning Star, or Venus, and the Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Because me and my mom used to play around with numbers and add up stuff, and then we come up with weird things.
Well,
That's why.
when it comes to things like zodiacs, right? Astrology, those kinds of things, it probably won't shock you, knowing what you know about me and knowing my channel, that I don't believe in a goddamn bit of it. I will say that for everyone who indulges in these things, this is the most credit that I can give to those things. And I don't mean this as a slight to anyone, but this is the way that I process these things. And on a side note, Matt Dillahunty did a kind of fun video recently, kind of taking down Britt Hartley about spirituality. But anyway, I think when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to zodiacs, when it comes to astrology, when it comes to any of this kind of stuff, I would say that no, I don't believe in it. No, I don't think there's any meaning in it. No, I literally put it on the same level as all the foo-foo shit in Revelation or whatever. But if I'm trying to be as accommodating and as nice as I can to anyone out there in the universe who hears this now or on replay later, I do truly believe that if something works for you, if you find meaning in something, then within reason, pursue it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that means that it's true. I'm just saying that I can honestly say, yeah, Dementis says you're hard to hear, Jonathan, but I was turning down your gain because you have a lot of popping going on and you also had some echo going on there that was really weird. It just came up for a minute, so I was turning down your gain, but then again, I might have turned you down too far to where they couldn't hear you. Maybe if I do that, that might help, because if I turn off the monitor on that, say something, Jonathan.
How's that doing?
That's probably better because I turned off the monitor on that, so that might be better too. But anyway, back to my, and guys, seriously, I really appreciate you guys putting the comments in there. If I had the audio down pat, then I wouldn't be watching the comments, or I probably would maybe even get annoyed with them because I would think, hey, I've got my audio settings set. But we all know that I do not, because it took me 2 hours into the show before I could even hear a caller. So I'm saying that I appreciate everyone letting me know even if I can't always fix it immediately. I appreciate everyone let me know how the audio sounds. But back to the original point, like, I'm not trying to sound evasive about this, but, well, let's put it like this, like meditation. I believe that meditation can be beneficial for people who believe in it and want to do it. Meditation, whether we're talking about just like a generic platonic sense, like, hey, I sit down and I sit silently with myself for a few minutes every day, or whether you're talking in the full Eastern sense to where, you truly have a meditative practice. I mean, on any end of that spectrum, I think it can be beneficial. Now, do I think that meditation has some supernatural benefit that invokes the gods or the universe or karma or whatever? No, I don't. I just think that there are aspects of meditation that can be helpful to us because of our own physiology and our own psychology. So on a similar note, if someone tells me that here's these zodiac signs and here's what this means in my life or whatever, I'm not going to argue with them. I mean, I think it's like reading tea leaves. It's a Rorschach test. You know, people who want to believe in it can read it and read into it and say, yeah, you know, and I'm not saying that you are making these arguments. I guess I just took you bringing that up as a springboard for me to kind of spew on this for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, I haven't brought this up either in a pre-recorded video or in a live stream before, but I've been, you know, is one of the many subjects that I've had like, if you have a channel like this, I've got a list longer than my arm of subjects that I'd like to do videos on. And, you know, some of them float to the top and some of them might still be on that list 5 years from now. I don't know. But one of the videos that I'd like to do, one of the topics I'd like to do a video on is just that I think that prayer has real benefit. Not because I think that God's answering it, not because I believe that God is there. God is not there, and there are no answers coming to you from God. And to be fair, I think a lot of the benefits that you can get from prayer, you don't have to pray to get those benefits. You don't have to believe in God to get those benefits. But if I'm trying to be as charitable as I can be, in the best incarnation of prayer, it can be helpful to you. There are a lot of good things that you can get from prayer. It's just that the Christian idea that you're talking to Yahweh is bullshit and it's a lie and it's not true. The Christian idea that you can ask God for stuff and he'll deliver it is bullshit and it's a lie and it's not true. But there are many aspects of prayer that can, even though I don't pray, I don't think it would even be illogical for an atheist to say that he prays. I mean, I don't think that many atheists would tell you that they pray, but I don't think it would be illogical necessarily for them to say that they pray, because if they looked at it the way that I do, I just look at, well, if I were to pray, I would not be praying to Yahweh. I would not be praying to God. I would basically be talking to myself and I would be meditating and I would be centering myself and I would be, here's kind of a quasi-spiritual term. I would be feeling present. You know, those to me are the things that, some of the things that prayer can bring to you. Anywho. All right. So let's continue through some thoughts. We'll continue with Jonathan here in the sidecar seat. Although if anyone else wants to call in and challenge me on anything, they are welcome to do so. And now we've figured out how to fix my audio settings, so I won't give anyone the Gary treatment again. I feel bad that Gary was the guinea pig, that one of the guinea pigs that fell by the wayside because I didn't know what I was doing. But you know, we're kind of working on the engine as we're driving down the road.
Right.
Next comment. Let's pull this up here. Change my monitor. Now, one thing I will mention, and I'm not saying this to gripe about it so much, but I remember this even when I had the other microphone and I had my settings right. There's always a weird thing when you've called in for a little while, Jonathan, where there's like this weird kind of background whooshing noise. And I remember one time, like, you hung up and called back in and it went away. And I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying it's kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was my phone getting hot.
Well, I'm hearing it again.
Yeah, it's probably doing it again because my phone is doing it. My phone is just not having a fun time.
Got it. And it's not like at a level right now where I'm going to be like, dude, you got to get off the line. But I'm just kind of letting you know. So, like, if at some point I drop you, it's not because fuck you, Jonathan. It's just more like, all right, that was getting too annoying.
I got you.
This comment I thought was hilarious. It's a simple little comment, but I really thought it made me laugh because this was on one of the videos that I did recently about the prophecy failures. And Patricia Allen says, "Whose religion are you listening to?" And I'm like, no one's. Of course, anytime someone puts a very brief comment like that, there usually is a little bit of interpretation that comes from trying to figure out what they were actually trying to say. It could have been meant in a very insulting way, like, dude, you're so fucking lost, you don't know what you're doing. Or they could have been legitimate, like maybe they thought I'm practicing some other religion besides Christianity. Maybe they think I have Jewish roots, which I don't, but you know, Jews would have a very different viewpoint on many of these non-prophecies. Maybe they thought I was coming from a Muslim perspective, who would also have a very different perspective on these prophecies. But I just thought that was an entertaining question. Whose religion are you listening to? I mean, there, of course, is this baked in assumption there that I must be listening to someone's religion, which is patently false. I am admittedly tied into Christianity in terms of monitoring the sea of Christianity more than I was probably even when I was a Christian, because with this as my hobby now, it's almost like become an occupational hazard that I have to know more about Christianity than I ever really wanted to know. Oh, okay. But I just thought you guys might enjoy that comment. Moving on. This next one's.
Siri.
What's that?
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Siri,
you.
can you-
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, again, there's that weird kind of like, it's like a whooshing
Noise.
kind of strange noise in the background, but it sounds like maybe you have like an octopus that's currently fucking your cell phone. Like,
Okay, I just unplugged mine. Yeah. So let's see if you still hear it.
no, I don't hear anything. Well,
Okay.
I guess I heard a little bit, but it wasn't like this constant. I hear a little bit of noise. Wait,
Okay.
maybe. Okay, you know what it is? It's some kind of feedback there. Because if I stop talking, I don't hear it.
You don't hear it. Okay, well, let me plug it back in.
Okay, so have you plugged it back in? Yeah.
Yep.
And I can still. That's weird. It's like actually feedback. It's some kind of feedback from my voice, actually, which I don't know if that. I mean, assume that's on your end, but
It sounds like it's on my end. That's definitely on my end. That's my charger.
okay.
My charger through there. So
Because-
if I unplug it, you don't hear it.
Well, remember I said it kind of sounds like it's this whooshing kind of constant thing, but then I'm noticing that the most when I'm speaking, I didn't realize the connection there. But then if I shut up and just go, so there's like a delay. Jesse, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, brother. I don't know if there's anything. Let me play with this a little bit. See if I can. No, because I already have the monitor turned off. Because if I turn the monitor back on and then it gets more, that's not good. And if I turn this off, then we won't hear you at all. Well, that's really weird. Yeah, it's a weird. That's not no. Yeah, there's a weird feedback, but I think it is on your end because I do know. I think I have my settings working now, like to where they were even before I changed microphones. And your phone always did this, where other ones don't. You know what I mean? Like I've had other people call in and they don't. Yeah, they don't have that same weirdness.
Because I'm having really trouble on this end hearing you. I mean, I got my TV muted, so I'm not hearing it off the TV.
Yeah.
I'm having a little trouble on my end.
Yeah, what's happening there is that there's a
So somewhere along the lines, we're still having some technical problems.
So William says, let me turn off my, I'm going to get the feedback here. So William says, Adam, maybe it will go away if you were wearing headphones. And I know in the last live stream we did last week, I said, yeah, I need to try with headphones. Although the problem is that these mics, they don't have like a USB headphone jack. They have a, you know, a regular audio jack. And I don't have, when I was a kid, I used to have these, but now I don't have a real like audio jack headphones anymore. I need to order some. I have some headphones I use for work, but they're USB. So, you know, normally if I wanted to hear the monitor in my own ears, you would plug it, depending on the device, you would either plug it into the back of the microphone, or in this case, yeah, now it's like getting worse and worse too. But I would plug it into the interface over here, but it's got a standard audio jack. It doesn't have a USB connection.
I wonder if it's got something to do with your Ninja. Because it was doing fine earlier when you had the Ninja turned, when you didn't have it paired up. You had no problems.
Well, yeah, because let's see.
But then it makes it a non-call-in show if you don't use the Ninja.
Well, yeah, it's kind of important. But
So I wonder if Ninja's having problems tonight.
let's try. So can you hear me now? You can't hear me now, right?
I can hear you.
Or I can't hear
But then-
you. Are you talking? Oh, I can't hear you if you do it. Let me do this. Can you hear me now?
Now it's muted on your end.
Okay, right. So director, bed A.
Yeah, I wonder if the Ninja's having problems.
Well, it's weird because I mean I'm not trying to single you out. I know we've had other callers, like not tonight, but like for example, last week, you know, we had a Tangelo called in, and we never got this. We never got the feedback of me doing this. Now, I'm not saying that that means that there can't be a problem on my end.
Maybe Ninja's got a bug because every once in a while I can hear you, then it goes away.
Could be like that's, let's see, that doesn't help. No, let me try a couple settings here. Off, audio gain control off.
Maybe Ninja needs to be defragged.
Well, I don't really have control to be able to defrag Ninja, but let's turn all of these off. So I have, no, it's still there.
Because you fade in and out.
Let's see, audio, video, user.
You come back up.
Yeah, I think the next thing I'm going to have to buy is headphones. Although I know you could do this without headphones. I mean, I know you can get it to work because, like, you can, you know, like Justin uses Video Ninja, so it's not like you have to have. What if I did? Let's see. Right, so Lemon Animal says he needs to isolate his mic from your voice. Now, are you totally going off your phone, or do you have a different place where my voice is coming out other than your phone?
I'm sorry?
Are you only working exclusively off your phone in terms of input and output audio?
Oh, yeah. That's all I got. I don't know how to work a computer.
Right, okay.
I've tried using my daughter's computer last week with you, and the audio, I couldn't even hear you. And I tried to, I tried it, but I couldn't get nowhere.
Right.
But I could see the picture like I'm seeing now, but I just could not. I tried several times, but it just wasn't, there's something wrong there. So I'm not computer literate. Me and computers don't get along.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Let's see. I'm trying with messing with master gain. No, that's not going to make a difference. And
Now, give me a CB radio or a stereo to play with. I'm good with it. I can figure it out real quick.
see, now that I know that's feedback from my voice, I'm like, damn. Which, so like, yeah, William's like, yeah, so Adam, your voice is coming out of his speaker and back through his mic, which makes sense, but I'm pretty certain that other people can call in on their phone. Although I don't know, maybe everyone who's done it successfully has called in like on a laptop or a desktop. So that, but there's got to be a way to make this work properly with someone just purely on their phone.
I don't know. I'm just thinking the Ninja's having problems, or it's got a bug, or it's just having some problems tonight.
Well, I mean, so the issue here is that, like, I know I heard this on your audio weeks ago, and other people didn't have the problem, but I'm not sure if it's because the other people were working off of laptops or desktops and not off of their phone, which is probably the case, because when Otangelo calls in, let me see if this changes. No, that doesn't make a difference. When Otangelo calls in, I know he's like on a, looks like either a laptop or desktop phone. Yeah, Michael says, sounds like a fish tank.
Fading in now.
Yeah.
Because I know last time
Does he hear that?
The week before that, I think I tried calling in, and it sounded fine.
Yeah.
We had a great conversation.
Yeah,
So weird.
it's a feedback there of my voice coming through. And it's so distorted that at first I didn't even know that it was feedback from my voice, because like the first couple times this happened, I was like, you got a weird background sound going there. But I just noticed that if I don't say a single thing, it goes away.
Yeah, but before you switch the Ninja thing side on, you were sounding perfect throughout the whole show.
Well, yeah, but because the audio on my audio was not coming through your device. You weren't hearing me on your device. So
Right.
what fixed the problem was that I changed that setting. I made it so that my microphone was set up. But then now it means that now the audio is feeding back into your own mic, which I don't know if I can control that from here or not. I don't know if there's something I can do to.
There's two microphones in the same room.
What's that?
Sounds like two microphones in the same room. You're not being bugged, are you?
Well, I mean, how would I know? Like, no one ever says, yeah, I'm totally getting bugged, dude. If I knew I was being bugged, I'd be trying to fix that shit. Let's see. Try this. No, that doesn't make a change. Let me see something.
I watch too many spy shows, too much of James Bond.
All right, I'm gonna play with this for like another minute, and then we'll either break away or something, just because that's gonna drive me nuts.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll hang up and then let you get back to what you're doing on the show. Because
Well, hang on for just a minute. I know I'm already testing everyone's patience, but then again, at this point, if you're still on the live stream, you actually like me and you're kind of like a hardcore fan. So I'm gonna play that Capital for just a little bit.
yeah, when I go my ear to the camera, you probably see me trying to hear that part because it's fading in now on my end.
Give me just a second. I'm gonna check something. And and we're not going to do this all night, but for everyone watching, but I just want to. Yeah. How about can you turn down the volume on your phone that you're hearing me talk? I mean, obviously not. If you can't hear me talk at all, then it's not helpful. But can you turn down the volume of me speaking that's coming out of your phone?
Yeah, I turned down my side of the volume.
Okay. So, well, that does sound better.
But then I can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. So the problem isn't this tech setup. The problem is that you're deaf.
Only in this ear.
Okay.
Not that.
Let me see. Oh, so.
It's like we fix a problem and then all of a sudden, what happens?
Well, as a software engineer, I can tell you that that's my entire working life. Let's see. Is there any way that I can? Give me just a second. Yeah, see, like even there, I just say a few words and like it's like it comes back pretty. Yeah, that ain't good. Even if we can't fix it tonight, no, I know. Here's the good thing is that it tells me that I need to get my wife before the next live stream to sit in the other side of the house and test it with her cell phone. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Advanced audio properties.
You know what this feels like?
What's that?
Like my TDS on the phone.
Let's see. We have.
Just having computer problems. I would
where-
charge you so much. I had so many problems.
Let me see here. If I can find advanced audio properties on here. So I have. I need to set your monitor off. So, scene the caller to monitor off. Well, the monitor is off. Okay, that's off. Force more. Oh.
Right now, I'm not hearing the fading.
Well, no, because I haven't been talking much, but it's bad. So so there's a couple things here. Is that I can change the inputs on the link, but then we'd have to, which we might have to do. But then I'll have to change that in the future so that if anyone, because there are a few things like I can change the noise gate. I could change the auto echo cancellation to on, which that's already on. Noise gate suppression is on. We have lower your outbound gain, which, okay, I can do this. Try this now. No, that's not helping much. Let's do that. Like this. No, that's not going to help. Give me just a second. We're about to end this. I'm just looking for a few more options here. Colors. Where is the volume slider? audio. Where's that at? I should be able to set the, oh, I see. So if I do this, if I lower this more. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's fading. It's still fading in and out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes it more manageable because it just kind of lowers that whole, but I can still hear the feedback, which isn't really helping that much. And then noise gate or echo cancellation, which is,
Because I know that's going to make kind of a hard conversation with you if you have someone else call in.
yeah. So noise gate test 1 2 test. That seems, I mean, I can still hear it there in the background, but
Yeah.
that's a lot better. Oh wait, now it got a lot worse. Maybe not. Now I got horrible.
Well, I know I mute it, but I'll turn the TV off. That helps on my end.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's not good. All right, let's see. So, echo cancellation. We have that. Lemon Animal says that octopus really likes that phone. Oh, okay.
No, I can really go crazy if you need me to.
That's disturbing. Don't ever do that voice again.
I know. I can go that low in my voice.
Okay. William says, Adam, do you know sign language? I do not.
Tried it. Can't learn it.
That would be an interesting live stream. I'm sure there are people in the deaf community that do that, but it would be really bad if I tried to do it because you know what it brings to mind is there was an infamous time when Nelson Mandela had a press conference. It's like 15 or 20 years ago, obviously before he passed, and apparently someone got the gig of being a sign language interpreter at his press conference, and whoever got this gig, I guess, just lied their way into the position and did not know sign language. So of course the regular hearing people had no idea because they're not watching the sign, the person signing. But of course, for everyone who actually watches the sign language, they were like, this is the visual equivalent of me just saying gobble blah blah blah. Like it was like speaking in tongues essentially because it was just complete and utter gibberish. So here's the deal. I've noticed I can make it better by turning down your volume over here. I'm going to have to troubleshoot this after the show because even for my hardcore, if I can be so bold as to say fans, at a certain point, this gets a little tiring. But now I realize what I have to do is troubleshoot this because I'm almost certain that if someone's on a laptop or desktop computer, it's just fine. But it's has something to do, I think, that with the fact that you're working off a cell phone and you're getting feedback of my voice back into your microphone.
Well, I can try that. Turn my microphone off.
What's that?
I can mute myself on this end and then when I'm ready to talk, just turn my end on.
I mean, I'm sure that would work. I'm sure that would work because then there's going to be no feedback. So have you muted yourself now?
Yeah, let me mute it again.
Okay, so talkie. Okay, I mean, that's clearly what the issue is. We haven't figured out how to fix it, but the fact, yeah. So let's do that. You go ahead and I would love to hear from you. I'd love to keep you on the line, but yeah, let's do that. Let's not have you just having your microphone on constant, and then this is something that I will have to troubleshoot further to figure out if I can recreate it like with my wife's cell phone or with my cell phone or something afterwards, and we can probably fix it without making the few people who love me like want to kill me by having them sit through an extended audio check. But I'm still counting this as a win. We got audio going that was not going. We can do callers, and I'm almost certain, like I said, that if someone comes in with a laptop or desktop, but I would be interested to see if someone else calls in with a cell phone if we have the same problem, because it might be something that's more about the settings on your cell phone, but it might be that if anyone calls in on a cell phone, we might have the exact same problem. So we'll see. All right, we'll continue on. Now that I like killed half my audience, but we'll continue on with the show. We're learning. I appreciate everyone's patience.
We'll get them back.
Yeah. Okay. So what were we? Okay. I know what I was going to do this here.
I'll try not to make any more jokes.
That's cool. Oh, this is great. So, all right, this is on one of the prophecy failure videos, right? William Hart says, I'm not even going to read all of this because you can see where this is going just by pulling up the first part of this. It says, the Bible, God's word, explains itself. I'm going to read that to you again. The Bible, God's word, explains itself. The sheer stupidity of that statement. I mean, to be clear, I'm not sitting here just trying to rag on William Hartwig, okay? I mean, it is an epically stupid statement. But to be fair, the simple fact is that there is no such thing as any text in any language whatsoever that explains itself. To even state that any text in any language, secular or religious, explains itself means that you don't know how language works. Plain and simple. And I give the Bible a lot of shit for not being nearly self-explanatory enough. So it's not that I can't understand or appreciate on some level what this person thinks they are trying to say, but still, to say that the Bible, God's word, explains itself is to basically put up a giant sign advertising the fact that you are completely and utterly ignorant of the entire history of Christianity. Because for the entire history of Christianity, from the founding of the religion right up until the current day, it has been nothing but an endless dispute, either internally or externally, about what the Bible actually says. So if the Bible, God's word, explains itself, then that would mean that anyone of even modest intelligence would agree on what it says. But that is not how Bible verses, that's not how language works. Language doesn't work that. If you don't believe me, consider the fact that bad can mean a bad thing and bad can mean something very good. I mean, it's entirely context dependent. All language is context dependent. All language is subjective. Even if we assumed that God Almighty himself truly came down, with his divine grace and absolutely wrote every word. I mean, I don't think there's any Christian who actually believes that God physically wrote the book. The term is that it's divinely inspired, right? So, but even if we want to assume, people will argue about what divinely inspired means. But let's assume that divinely inspired means that God literally grabbed people and put them into a trance like a puppet and forced them to write exactly what God wanted them to write. It still doesn't change the fact that every communication, whether it is a spoken word or a written word, requires at a minimum 2 vectors in order for that communication to be transmitted and understood properly. It requires at a minimum the transmitter and the receiver. Now, I say at a minimum because sometimes the receiver is a huge group of 50 or 100 or 1,000,000 people that are supposed to receive the message, right? But even if we assume it's just one person communicating a message to one other person, let's not say person, because even though person can be God, some people equate person with human, even though that's not the way the word actually works. But let's say one mind to another. Even if we assume that it's just one mind trying to communicate to another, there is no way to guarantee that the words that you are formulating explain themselves. Even if we are trying to communicate a very simple concept, even if we are trying to communicate what we believe to be a very objective concept, it still has to come out of the very subjective transmitter side of someone's mind, and it has to be received on the very subjective side of somebody else's mind. So, tactically speaking, even if we took religion out of this, it is, quite frankly, functionally pretty ignorant to ever say of any text, even if it's God-breathed and divinely inspired text, that it explains itself. But let's just assume, fine, we're gonna play the religious card, right? We're gonna say, okay, this isn't just like a technical manual, Adam. This isn't just like the clunky communications that horrible atheists like me try to transmit to other people. This is God's word. Okay, so if God's word explains itself, then I assume we have one denomination of Christianity, right? Right? Because if God's word explains itself, then there is literally no reason whatsoever for even 2 denominations or 3 denominations, because it's God's word. It's self-explanatory. It tells you everything that you need to know right there. Oh, wait. That's right. There aren't 2 denominations. There aren't 5 denominations. There aren't 10 denominations. There are thousands of denominations. I did a video on this last year. I mean, at the most conservative level, we can say that there's at least something north of 1,000 different denominations. And all you have to do is spend a little bit of time speaking with a handful of Christians from different denominations to understand that these are not, I mean, some cases they are very minor nuances, right? But these aren't all just minor nuances. Some of them are deep schisms in the church. I'll give you a perfect example of this. Non-Christians, especially those who were never Christians, may not care about these things. They may think that they're very silly, but get certain denominations in the room and talk about whether water baptism is required or not. Whether it's a requirement from God, whether it's a requirement for salvation. you will get some very different viewpoints, and you will get, in some cases, very passionate, adamant defenses of completely opposite positions. Some people will tell you that water baptism is not an option if you want to be saved. It's absolutely required. Not only is a requirement of God saying you should do this, but some will even say that you won't get into heaven without a water baptism. Other people will say, well, yeah, you should be baptized, but it's not a big deal, and it's not critical to your salvation. And people are all over the spectrum on that. On a similar level, ask certain denominations about when you can or should baptize people. The Catholics famously will baptize people at birth or shortly thereafter, and they'll say that's fine. That's all you need, is to be baptized as an infant. Other people believe that you should be grown, at least of an age where you can consent to what's happening, that you can consciously choose to be baptized. And I'm not bringing this up because I give a shit about your interpretation of it. I don't care if you think that water baptism is required or not. I don't have a big opinion about it. I didn't even have a big opinion about it when I was a Christian. I don't give a shit if you think that you should be of a deciding age before you get baptized or not. I mean, when I was a Christian, I did feel a little stronger about this one. A little more strongly about this one, because I did think that baptizing infants was nothing more than a ritual that couldn't possibly have anything to do with your salvation. But even then, I didn't feel strongly about it. But absolutely, some people do. So the fact that there are Christians out there who would put this shit and say the Bible, God's word, explains itself, that's just demonstrably stupid. I mean, I'm not trying to beat up William Hartwig here, but I guess ideologically I am kind of beating up William Hartwig here, because I know it's just a comment on a YouTube video and it doesn't necessarily mean anything about this person's intelligence. But are you even listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth, or the words that you were typing on the page? Because if you sat down with even a modicum of intellectual integrity and asked yourself, does that make sense? Not just theoretically or divinely. Because I'm not asking you if you would like God's word to be self-explanatory. I think all of us would like to believe that if there is a magic sky daddy up there, then hopefully the words that he gives us, the commands that he puts upon us, are clear and unambiguous. But outside of what we want, there is the plain empirical evidence of everyday life. And you can tell me all this shit about, well, man is fallen, we're imperfect. Okay, but I don't care how fallen you are. If the words explain themselves, then it shouldn't matter if you're fallen. It shouldn't matter if you never knew Jesus. It shouldn't matter if you're a blasphemer or an apostate. Because here's my point on this. Even though I've just said that all words are subjective, there are some things you can say that don't feel subjective. Okay. All language is subjective, right? But if I put this in front of you and said, dude, what is this right here? I mean, I think everyone can pretty much agree. This is a butter knife. I mean, you might have a different word for it in your culture or your language. You might have, different ways of distinguishing different types of knives, but this is about as close as you can get to objective truth when you're talking about language. And even then, it's still subjective. Even then, sometimes people could disagree about what exactly this is that I'm holding, but most people are going to understand, dude, you're holding a butter knife. That's what it is. It's a standard piece of cutlery that we all have in our kitchen drawer. It's a butter knife. But even then, there's room for debate. But let's be honest, nothing in the Bible is as simple as what is this thing? Nothing in the Bible is as clear and as definitive as saying that's a butter knife. No, the Bible, I say this all the time. The Bible, I would appreciate the Bible much more if it was like trying to be like a book of wisdom, right? Like these are the things, generally speaking, these are the things you should do. This is how you should live your life. It would still be debate about the book, but I could, like Proverbs. I mean, Proverbs has some nasty shit in it, but I can appreciate what Proverbs is trying to do. It's trying to be a book of wisdom. But the Bible tries to be all things to all people. And what happens when you try to be all things to all people? Normally you fail. Normally it ends up coming up short on all accounts. Meaning the Bible tries to be a historical chronicle and fails repeatedly to do that effectively. Now, I'm not saying that there is no history in the Bible. I'm not saying that we cannot pull verisimilitude out of the Bible, because we can. It does occasionally refer to things that actually happened in real life. And there are times when we can coordinate the times and the events with actual history. But there are other times when it fails utterly, when it is not historical at all. It also tries to be a book of wisdom. And it has wisdom in it. I'm never going to sit here and tell you that there is no wisdom in the Bible. And yet it also fails miserably to truly be a book of wisdom. It also tries to be a book of laws. And yet it fails miserably to be an effective book of laws. In other words, it tries to do all these different things in the same long, meandering, extended text. And at every turn, it kind of hits the mark, and yet it kind of fails miserably, depending upon what page and what book and what chapter we're on. So all of that diatribe is to say that if you are still laboring under this delusion that the Bible is just self-explanatory, it's not just that you're wrong, it's that you're demonstrably mentally incapacitated. I can't trust anything that you say. If you can look at me with a straight face and actually tell me that the Bible explains itself. I know I'm going off on this too much, but I want to give you a perfect example of this. You know what's a book that perfectly explains itself? A dictionary. Every single word in the dictionary is fully and completely explained by more words in the dictionary. You can look at every single word that you find in the dictionary, and then you can look somewhere else and look up that word, and you can then go look somewhere else and look up that word, etc., etc., etc. That being said, how useful is the dictionary by itself as a standalone learning tool? If you don't understand what I'm getting at, I talked about this in a recent video where I was going through AI. If you don't know Chinese, in Mandarin or Cantonese, I mean, pick, but as a generic Westerner, I'm just going to say Chinese, right? If you don't know any Chinese at all, you don't know any of the symbols, you don't know the language, you don't know the pronunciation, you don't know the culture, you don't know anything about it. And I just handed you a Chinese dictionary and said, here, learn Chinese. How useful would that be? To be clear, I didn't say that I handed you a Chinese to English dictionary. I'm saying that if I gave you a Chinese dictionary, in other words, a book written in Chinese that defines all of the other Chinese words, how useful would that be to teach you Chinese if you didn't know anything about Chinese at all? Yes, the Chinese room, exactly. It would not be useful at all. But if words could explain themselves, if they could truly explain themselves, then you should be able to learn Chinese just by picking up a Chinese dictionary, not a Chinese to English dictionary, But just by picking up a Chinese dictionary and reading it and saying, oh, wow, I now understand Chinese. But you can't do that. You could never do that. God himself could not do that. Nobody could pick up a foreign language dictionary that has nothing but the foreign language in it and teach themselves that language. And I go through that whole belabored example to ultimately highlight the ridiculous folly that is entailed in telling me ever for any text that the text is self-explanatory, because every single text, every word, every letter, every phrase, every sentence, every paragraph, every chapter is by definition subjective. Words by themselves have no meaning. Now, I understand that in regular society, we can usually agree on basic meaning of simple things. Once again, it's a butter knife, right? You could say, well, the phrase or the term butter knife has a meaning. It means this object right here. But that only has a meaning because we collectively as a society have a basic consensus that the term butter knife refers to something that looks like this. But just like the word bad can mean cool or good or awesome, well, the term butter knife could mean something entirely different if we decide that it means something different. And I don't mean that the entire society has to decide this different. All it takes to change the meaning of a word is for one transmitter and one receiver to agree amongst themselves that that word now has a different meaning. Now, if you and me come to our own new understanding of what the phrase butter knife means, that doesn't mean that it's now standard for the rest of society, right? I mean, I can't, if I decide that the word butter knife now means chocolate bar, and if you agree with me, then as long as you and I are communicating, we can always say butter knife, and we can know between the two of us that what we really mean is chocolate bar. Of course, if we move out of our little duality there, and I try to talk to someone who's never met me, and I try to say butter knife, and I expect them to understand that it means chocolate bar, that is not going to work, right? But words, every single word only ever means whatever the transmitter and the receiver agree that the word means. You can assign new value to words whenever you want to, as long as the person you're communicating with has a common understanding. You can create new words whenever you want to, as long as the person you're communicating with has a common understanding. That cycle goes on endlessly, and that is why language always evolves. I know I've gone off on a tangent, but when I see comments like this, it just tells me not only do you not know anything about your religion, not only do you not know anything about the Bible, but even worse than that, you don't even understand how language works. You don't even have the cognitive capabilities that are necessary to truly understand how communication works amongst any human society. Have I beaten William up enough? One other thing I'm going to point out here too, because I don't want to talk all night about William, but he's kind of driving me nuts here. It says here that, and Moses spoke the truth, which, first of all, if we were to agree on that, that means that we must have an objective, universal understanding of what the truth is. And there is no objective, universal understanding of what the truth is. But carrying on with this sentence, it says, and Moses spoke the truth, not a philosophical explanation. Again, that depends on how you want to view it. And then it says Genesis 5:24 is part of the original text of the Masoretic text, the foundational Hebrew Old Testament. Masoretic, the Masoretes, were a very famous group. They are associated with like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they deserve a lot of credit because the Masoretes created a tradition of not just textual transmission, because there's been textual transmission as long as there's been people who could read or write, but they created a formalized tradition which aimed to systematically avoid any copying or societal errors as they transmitted a text from one format to the next or from one media to the next. And to a large extent, they were successful. They did a really good job because they didn't. The old way of copying a text was you took a scribe, you sat him down, you said, here's the original text. He said, here, write the same thing over there, which sounds simple on its face. But the fact is that when someone has been writing hundreds or thousands of letters and words over the course of days or weeks, shit happens. They make mistakes, right? They make copying errors, or maybe they didn't read the original text clearly. Maybe they were getting a little tired. I mean, copying errors happen. One of the contributions that we got from the Masoretes is that they introduced a system that made their copying of texts far less error prone. It doesn't mean that there weren't any errors. It just means that they were far less error prone. But this person in this comment seems to be implying that the first copy of Genesis was written by the Masoretes. That is not true. Orion says, hey, Adam in chat, we get any call-ins tonight? So there's been a funny moment on that. I got a new microphone, which is overall a net good. The downside is that it got kind of some of my settings screwed up for, we haven't had a lot of callers. We did have a gentleman named Gary who tried to call in earlier. I don't recognize him, so maybe he was calling in sincerely to kind of, take the opposite believer stance. Because my settings were not right, I wasn't hearing him, and we weren't able to solve that in the near term. Thanks to the help of John, who was someone else who called in a few minutes ago, we got that fixed. So I know I can take callers now. Now, that being said, I did uncover another problem that I probably need to troubleshoot outside of the live stream, which is that I think that if someone calls in on a cell phone where they're listening on a cell phone and they're talking in the cell phone, there was feedback coming back that was kind of annoying to listen to. But that doesn't mean we couldn't take more callers. I mean, if we get someone on a laptop or desktop, we can absolutely talk to them. Even someone on a cell phone, because I'm not sure how many of those issues were tied to John's cell phone, or if those issues are going to come up on anyone's cell phone if they call in. And that I don't think will be able to fully troubleshoot and fix until after the live stream. But that being said, I know I can take calls now. I know I can hear them. They can hear me. And if they're not on a cell phone, I'm almost certain it would be a beautiful call. Even if they are on a cell phone, I don't know if it would create feedback or not. It might have been specific to John's setup, or it might be that anyone who calls on a cell phone will have the same issue. So that's a long, extended answer to your quick question about whether or not we've had any call-ins tonight. But I would love to get more call-ins. The phone line is open, and now we actually know it works. So yeah, William has a good point. He says, I think a cell phone caller wearing earbuds, it would be just fine. I totally agree with that, because we pretty much figured out that there was feedback coming from John's microphone or speaker into his microphone, which again, on some cell phones might not be an issue, but it certainly would not be an issue if you had earbuds in, right? Because now you're not going to get that feedback into the microphone. So one way or another, we can still get more calls. I'll still keep blabbing. I'm not done yet, but I would love to get more calls from foes or friends, and I say foes in a spirited manner. I don't plan on challenging anyone to a fight tonight, but maybe if that guy from Justin's show calls in tonight, maybe I'll be challenging him to a fight by the end of the night. I don't know. We'll see. But hopefully we get a few more callers. I'm trying to build my show. I think that a handful of people are cool with listening to me blather around, but I think that it is more engaging if we have more callers. So I definitely want to get more people calling in, preferably people who don't agree with me as well. But we'll see. All right, I think I have beat up William Hartweg enough. I have beaten that dead horse to death. So let's move on to the next item. Oh, as a side note too, I want to pull up I think you guys would enjoy this. I saw this earlier on Paulogia, and I'm not going to sit here and go through this article here on screen because it's too much to go through. Maybe in another live stream or something we would do this. But this is a very interesting article. I should be able to I'm going to put this in the chat just in case anyone else wants to pull it up. Yeah, I can put links there. Cool. And I really liked. I didn't get a chance to read the whole thing today before the show, but I read a good portion of it. And the fact that it was talked about by Paulogia is impressive providence as well, because I trust his recommendations. But I like this because, in Godfrey Bible Study, we haven't gotten anywhere near to going through the book of Acts yet, right? Because we're not even in the New Testament. But what is one of the same old tired canards that you hear from Christian apologists all the time? Oh, the book of Acts is so accurate. It's one of the most accurate, historically accurate books in the whole Bible. Sometimes Christians will tell you that it's completely historically accurate, that it's reliable, etc., etc. And I want to give credit where credit is due here, first of all, because Paulogia also credits C.J. Cornthwaite. CJ has done a number of videos already talking about just how historical the book of Acts is not. And I'm not going to sit here and try to recap all of CJ Cornthwaite's videos for you, but I have talked about CJ Cornthwaite on this channel before. I think he's a cool content creator, kind of up and coming. He's kind of in the vein of a Dan McClellan or Bart Ehrman or whatever, but he's not as well known, doesn't have the same reputation, but I think his videos are pretty good. And he has, unlike me, who's just a guy on a microphone spitting his opinions, CJ Cornthwaite, like those other credentialed people, has, real scholarship behind him. So he talks about this a lot, but I thought that this video article that you can see came out in 2023 is a pretty cool article. And I'm not going to sit here and go through all the points of it other than say, yeah, the Bible tells me so. It's like, that little jingle that Paulogia always plays. I love that. I love him so much. I mean, I've never met him, but I think he's a cool guy. Check out this article because not that you're going to yell down a Christian who wants to tell you that the book of Acts is perfect history, because if they're in that boat, it's not going to be a productive conversation. But for anyone who is reasonably open-minded, who is just kind of fallen by default into this whole idea that the book of Acts is, this perfectly historical account of things that happened after, in the Mediterranean in the early days of Christianity. No, there are a lot of problems with that. So check out that link. Check out that article. I think you guys will enjoy that. So back to comments. So this is on the most recent publicly available Godfrey Bible Study, where I'm going through 1 Samuel 1 through 6. And you can see here, this is World of Truth. I don't know what WJD, and I'm not going to try to figure out if that means something, but Word of Truth says, not cool. I don't get your opinion on the Bible story. So worldly. Find another hobby. Which, I love this. Every part of this I just think is hilarious. I mean, first of all, the find another hobby is very reminiscent to me of what we saw earlier from the person telling me to stick to Bible verses, right? But this person's like, find another hobby. It's like, no, I think I like my hobby, and I don't think that some shitty little comment from some butthurt Christian is going to make me suddenly say, well, guys, it's been a good year. It was a good run. I think I made a few decent videos, but Word of Truth just told me that I need to find another hobby. So I'm going to start taking up knitting, and I'm going to mothball the channel. I don't think that's going to happen. And then notice what he puts before this. I say he. I mean, you don't know what the gender is of this person, but usually these people putting these comments always have penises. He says, so worldly. And actually, he says, so wordly. I don't think he meant so wordly. I think he meant so worldly. And I love how Christians think that this is such a great dig. Oh, you're worldly. And I know where this comes from. I was a Christian for 40 years, and worldly was to be of this world. You were supposed to be in this world, but not of this world, right? If you're familiar with Christianity, you know that phrase. And to be fair, even as an atheist, I can understand some of the wisdom in that. Okay? In other words, don't always just be about just whatever, the worldly shit is that you're dealing with today. I mean, there's bigger things in the world. Even if you're an atheist, there's bigger things than whether or not I'm going to, get a good dinner tonight. There's bigger things than whether or not I'm going to get laid tonight. There's bigger things than whether or not, I'm going to get a raise at work. I mean, those are worldly things. And there is some wisdom, being secular or not, in saying maybe sometimes think above just what the world is giving you or, presenting to you. But that being said, I'm trying to give this as much credit as I can, but let's also be honest. Christians think that this is somehow a dig, like, oh, you're worldly. Like, yes, I live in this world. Therefore, by definition, I am worldly. So, I mean, you think that this is a great dig, but no, it's really not. I mean, for other Christians if some other Christian were to come and watch the video and then read the comments, they would be nodding along with Word of Truth's comment, because this plays into the standard Christian terminology, right? But for anyone who hasn't already drank all of your Kool-Aid, oh, you called me worldly. Oh, I'm going to go home and cry alone tonight because no, dude. Yeah, I live in this world. And I know this is taking it deeper than what Word of Truth actually meant here, right? But I think that there is a certain badge of honor that I am very proud of and hold to dearly. And I think that anyone who is a atheist, agnostic, skeptic, open-minded person, whatever label you want to put that's not hardcore Christian, I think that you should be very pleased with yourself about being worldly. Now, I know I just said, okay, worldly can go too far. Like, if all I care about is getting more diamonds on my fingers, that's probably a little too worldly. But what I mean by saying that worldly is not an insult, and quite frankly, I think for a lot of reasonably minded people should be taken as a badge of honor, is this. While you think that you're going to make everything right in this magic afterlife, which isn't going to happen because you're going to close your eyes the last time and you're never going to open them again. But even if we let's assume that there is an afterlife and you're going to heaven. Let's assume you're going to be strumming harps and sucking Yahweh's dick for the next 50 billion infinite years, okay? And maybe that makes you happy. But even for Christians who believe in that eternal bullshit, even Christians will tell you that you only get one actual life, meaning the traditional life of the flesh. All of us only get so much time on this planet. And then it's done. Even if you wanted to believe all of your Christian bullshit about heaven and hell, there's still this idea that you get one go around. Now, I guess if you're Buddhist or something, you might think you have multiple multiple swings at the plate, right? But for the Christian ideology, even hardcore Christians will tell you, no, you get one life, one physical, worldly life. And one of the big problems I've always had about Christianity, even when I was a Christian for 40 years, is that I firmly believe that sometimes even the best intentioned Christians allow their fairy tale of everlasting life to drain the value out of the life that they have here right now. I know it sounds cliche and trite, I mean, it sounds like Dead Poets Society, but the simple fact is that you get one pass. You get one pass, and even if you believe in heaven, you're never coming back here again. Why wouldn't you make the absolute best of it now while you can? So, Mogmeister, I see, if I call in, will I still be able to see and hear the stream? Yes, you can. Yes. First of all, there's not a queue right now, so you will get in pretty fast. But yes, you will be able to hear. So, you should be able to while you're in the queue. The idea is when you get in the queue, you should turn off the sound on your YouTube video because you should be able to see and hear the video from me while you're in the queue, and then it will not have a delay. But going back to what I was saying, for example, and I say this to people all the time. If there is someone in your life that you have not left things on good terms with, maybe they weren't the best to you, but maybe you could have done a little better with them. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it's someone you used to be involved with. Maybe it's a coworker. Go, I mean this seriously. I know this sounds trite, but I mean this seriously. Tomorrow or tonight, I don't know, it's getting late, but tomorrow, go. Don't wait for the next time that you see them to maybe possibly, who knows, make things right. Call them tomorrow. Schedule lunch. Apologize if you need to. Or if you're looking for an apology from them, you can't make them apologize, but reach out to them because you know what? You don't get another chance. And this idea that maybe you're going to make things right in heaven, I think drains so much vivacity from our life that we have here today. I want to get to Mogmeister here, so I'm going to cut off that long diatribe thought. So, Mogmeister, can you hear me?
Yeah, yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Are you 18?
Good. I'm 28.
Okay. And are you a believer?
Not for the last 5 weeks, I haven't been.
Okay, what happened
I'm a
5
baby.
weeks ago?
I'm a baby. What happened 5 weeks ago was that I finally, after 9.5 years of deconstructing and bargaining and reconciling and researching and emailing scholars, I finally had to ask myself, dude, at what point does this become completely impossible to defend? Maybe, just maybe, the fact that Christianity, and indeed every religion, requires nonstop, strenuous mental gymnastics, and atheism requires none. Maybe the fact that, I can't use the Force to prove that this is true, like Darth Vader did. Maybe the fact that all these wars that have been fought in God's name happened. Maybe the fact that the worst, meanest, most perverted, greedy people are religious. Maybe the fact that God doesn't seem to actually do anything. Maybe that's telling me something.
Of course, I totally agree with you, but I still have to ask again. 5 weeks feels very specific.
Well, I mean, I'm just guessing. How long ago was Good Friday? Because that's the day it happened on.
Okay, so was it? And I'm just prying because I'm very fascinated by this idea of a hard.
Oh, I want to share. No, it's not prying if I want to share.
Okay, so I mean, was there something about like? Did you normally do something to celebrate Good? Was that an important day for you that then made you genuflect, or was it just that you happened to wake up on Good Friday and say, "I'm done"?
It was just pure happenstance. I mean, really, I admitted it out loud. A number of years ago, I decided that when I say it out loud to myself, it'd be for real. And I said it out loud finally the day before Good Friday. And then on the morning of Good Friday, I had a little talk with myself in the mirror. And I said, dude, you don't believe this anymore. And there's no point pretending you do.
So I'm assuming so you said you're 28, right?
I am.
So I'm assuming that you were raised Christian?
I was, and I'm really glad. I'm thankful. I don't know who I'm thankful to. I guess my parents, but I'm glad that I was definitely not raised by religious freaks, and I was never abused in Sunday school or church. No one ever touched me. I didn't even find out that was a thing that happened to people until I was like through middle school. Like I was in middle school when I first heard that. I even didn't even meet an atheist or know what atheist was until 8th grade, believe it or not. 8th grade. I distinctly remember finding out that one of my classmates was an atheist, and funnily enough, her name is Faith. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying what her first name was. No one knows who that is.
No, yeah. I mean, unless her name is just
like,
so incredibly unique that it was the only instance of that name in the world. But yeah, so we even if we wanted to, we're not going to be able to hunt down Faith and out her.
No. Actually, it's funny. I've looked up to over the years. I've occasionally looked her up to see if she has social media, and she doesn't seem to. So even if I said her last name, you probably wouldn't find her.
Right. Yeah. But we
in
don't
any
want
case,
to call
it was
anyone
this girl
out.
Named Faith, and she we were talking religion, me and this Jewish classmate of mine, and she was like, "I'm an atheist," and I was like, "What does that mean?" She's like, "It means I don't believe in God," and I was like, "Huh? What is that? What?" It was at the time, it was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard in my life. I was completely caught with my pants down. I was like, "What do you mean you don't believe in God? How does anything exist?" I jumped right on the
So
first
she
thing
told you
anybody-
that she was an atheist, and then you pulled your pants down. That's not really
she
good.
Caught me. She caught me with my pants.
I'm just being a dick, but that's not a good way to introduce your atheism to people. Like, I'm an atheist. Zip.
No, that's how pastors do it.
That's true. That's really sadly true.
Yeah. Well, so I have all the zeal of the freshly deconverted, as John Cohen put it.
John's great.
I've been on his stream. His stream is the reason why I asked if I would still be able to see the stream going in the waiting room, because you can't see his.
Oh,
I
really?
love him, but that's a real annoying thing about the way he has it set up. And he said today, I complained about that today in his stream, and he was also just having technical problems all day today. He was like, "Yeah, we really need to figure that out." So hopefully with his next stream, I'll be able to join and be in the queue and just see it and hear it.
So weird question for you. I don't know how much you caught of the earlier conversation, but are you on a desktop or laptop or on a cell phone?
I'm on my phone.
Okay. See, that's got to be John's shit then. So I don't know if you were watching earlier, but John, who's a friend of the channel, a cool guy. He kind of calls in, sits in sometimes. And a couple times when he's called in, we get weird feedback. And then today, because I've been having these audio issues and I've been boring the hell out of some of my, viewers trying to fix them. And thank you guys for hanging around and being cool with it. But I didn't realize until today that the weird whooshing noise that I was hearing in the background was actually the feedback from my voice coming through his phone, and I guess going back into his microphone. And then we were talking in the chat here about like maybe it's going to be anyone who's on a cell phone is going to have this problem until I fix the settings. But you're telling me you're on a cell phone, and I mean, correct me guys in the chat if this, but to me it sounds beautiful. I don't hear any background noise from Mokemeister, and I don't hear any feedback from me. So yeah, so Secular Scripture says I think it's John's charging cord. That might be true too. And I'm sorry to pull you off. I know we were having a better conversation, Moke, but then I had to ask this question because the audio things have been kind of plaguing me all day, and I don't know how much of the show you watched, but I got a new microphone, which of course is a net positive, but then I had to work out a few problems in my settings that weren't right. So anyway, I'll shut up because I've kind of gone off into the weeds of audio bullshit, but continue with what you're saying.
Well, where was I? I was talking about, what was I talking about? Like right as...
You were talking about faith, and having
yeah, but what subject was I on? I don't know. Maybe I was already done. So I've got a question for all of us to ponder on, right? A question for the viewers, right?
Okay.
So everybody knows that God created people other than Adam and Eve, yeah? Because that explains how Cain and Abel had wives and were able to,
well, I mean, I agree with you, from a theological, tactical standpoint. I mean, I will tell you that I don't think anyone watching the show right now would say this, but I do know that there are apologists who have twisted themselves into the most ridiculous rhetorical knots trying to explain how that happens without having to say that there were other people created at the same time as Adam and Eve. But nevertheless, I'm not trying to pull you off track. I'm just saying that
that is the literal only thing you could pull out. Like otherwise they had sex with their mom. Right?
Well, a lot of Christians will tell you that they did.
It says Cain lay with his wife. So
yeah, but a lot of Christians will. I mean, the fundamentalists, and even when I was a Christian, I would thank God I was never a fundamentalist. But the fundamentalists will, they'll bite that bullet and they'll say yes, there had to be a lot of incest going on, at least in the very, very early days, because if you're going to take the story that it's Adam and Eve and no one else starting the entire species, you can't get around that.
Well,
but
you
to your
either have
point,
to bite that bullet, or you have to simply use the far more acceptable version of just God just made other people. But the point of why I bring this up is, were those people created already afflicted with the original sin? Because they didn't eat from the tree. The Garden of Eden was already forbidden territory with an angel with a flaming sword guarding it, so no one could get to the tree. And they're not descended from Adam and Eve, so it kind of throws out the whole, original sin, and everyone inherits the original sin from Adam and Eve, right? They fucking made it up, folks. It's make-believe. It's make-believe.
Well, I think that you're not going to get a whole lot of pushback from me, although, having run this channel now for almost a year, I can tell you what the arguments are. Not that I'm making the arguments, but I already know what the arguments are. Like I said, for the truly fundamentalists, shit, I'm pouring a drink and it's frothing over. But anyway, for the truly fundamentalists, they will tell you that yes, there was only Adam and Eve were the first two only humans, and that because of that, because they had original sin, which is a Christian doctrine, it's not a Jewish doctrine. It's not shown anywhere in Genesis. It's not discussed anywhere in the Old Testament. It's a made-up Christian doctrine. But for them, they will tell you that yes, they all came from Adam and Eve, and they all had original sin, and that there weren't any other people created at the time of Adam and Eve, and therefore that would be their apologetic to argue against you on that. Of course, I don't agree with that, but I just know that would be the apologetic that would come back at you. And
Imagine
also,
that
to
being
be
your
clear, even for those who hold tight to the fundamentalist view, even for those who will bite the bullet and say, yes, there had to be a bunch of incest. And also, I can tell you what some of the apologetic here is. They will tell you that because even in the early days, even after the fall, they will say that man was still more pure than he is today. And they will imply in that statement that everything about him was more pure, like somehow his DNA was better. Of course, we know that scientifically speaking, there's no such thing as a better or a worse DNA. There's DNA that might lead you to be more likely to die early or to be killed by a predator, which we would argue is worse. But there's not like that's a good gene, that's a bad gene. There's just genes that imply advantages in a certain environment and genes that don't. But they would tell you that because we were more pure, even with the fall, that interbreeding or incest at that time was not as detrimental in terms of genetically, and was not going to create did not infer the same risk of creating genetic defects. I'm just telling you all this.
I can believe that more readily than I can believe that people in ancient times lived to be over 600 years old.
So,
I mean,
are you familiar with Dan
the whole
McClellan?
thing is a bunch of nonsense.
Are you familiar with Dan McClellan?
I am, and it's funny. While I was a few months ago, I found his channel, and I still was trying to believe at the time, and I watched a couple of his videos and then stopped because I realized that he was gonna pick everything apart. So I was like, I haven't gone back since, but I might.
Well, here's why I recommend. I mean, I recommend Dan for all sorts of things because I mean, I've never met him, but I totally have a bro Chad, kind of crush on him as far as, just as far as like loving what he's doing and everything. But, as I told you, I was a Christian for 40 years, but I was raised as a Northern Protestant, meaning we didn't have the same Southern fundamentalist bullshit. Okay. But so I never thought that the world was created in 6 days. I never thought that a flood truly covered the entire earth. But I did, even in my later Christian years, have problems figuring out the ages that they gave to people. Not because I believed them to be true, okay? But I couldn't even figure out why would they put that in there? Like, not only was it not true, but like with the flood, all right? The global flood didn't happen, but I understand theoretically what the story is trying to tell us. If I put on my good Christian hat, I can make an excuse for why this story is there and what we are supposed to draw from the story. When I hear the story about Abraham, almost unaliving his son, even though I think it's gross, I can put on my Christian hat and I can tell you what I think the story is trying to impart upon us. But when
God
I heard,
was just testing him, yeah, the whole you should obey the Lord no matter what kind of
right,
deal, right?
Which is gross, but I mean, I from a Christian perspective, I get it. But with the ages, even as a kid, and even as I got older, I would think, why would they? These are clearly made up. Why would you even put them in there? It just feels like you're undermining your own credibility. And I don't want to try to speak for Dan McClellan, but he's done a couple videos on this, and I encourage you to look them up on his channel because he's the first person who actually put this into a really good context for me to at least make me understand why they're there. And the answer, and if I'm misrepresenting anything that he said, always default to his words, not mine. But his answer was that this is a standard writing technique for ancient texts. And he said that if you look at text from other cultures, especially even like cultures that were writing even before the earliest books of the Old Testament, it was very common for them to say, so like one of the commenters is from Mesopotamia. It was very common for them to say, we had this king, and this king ruled for 500 years, or he ruled for 1,000 years, or whatever. I'm just making up the numbers, but the point is they would put numbers in that any logical human would say, come on, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, there's no, he couldn't have lived that long, let alone ruled for that long. But it was a way of boasting about their heritage. It was a way of saying, look, our original king, whoever, I would make up a name, but if I make up a name, it'll be like Nebuchadnezzar, but then people will say, but that was a later king. So they would just say, our king, whoever, ruled Mesopotamia or whatever country it was for 1,000 years. And no one truly thought back then that there was this king who actually lived that long and sat on the throne for 1,000 years. But this was their way of, boasting about their heritage and saying, we had this line of kings and this one ruled for 1,000 years. This one ruled for 500 years. So with the Israelites, or, originally we would just call them the Hebrews, I think even in their best fan fiction, they realized that, okay, in our ancient history, we weren't ruling anything. We were never, until they finally kind of settled in Israel, or what we would call Israel, I guess I should say, until they finally settled in the Levant, they didn't have that heritage. So as another way for them to brag without claiming that they had a kingdom that they didn't have, instead, they claimed that their ancestors, their seminal forefathers, lived for 500 years, 800 years, 900 years, etc. It was just another way that was consistent with the literary norms of the time of bragging about your lineage.
I mean, that makes complete sense. And it also exposes the whole thing as being written by hucksters, because it's in line with the kinds of practices that they had at the time. Like, it's amazing how like the writing in the Bible and the teachings of it and the logic of their God is exactly what you'd expect of people who lived at that time in that area.
I'm going to add a modifier on there. I don't disagree with you, although I will say this. Even on other live streams I've done in the last couple months and on some of my pre-recorded videos, I do like to think that there are times when I give other atheists or agnostics or whatever, non-believers will say, I give other non-believers takes that they might not expect to come out of my mouth. So in this case, what I'm going to say to you is that while I certainly am guilty at times of saying some bombastic things about Christianity and the Hebrew Bible and all of the bullshit that's in there, I will say that I don't think it's fair or accurate to say hucksters. And I'm not saying that because I have some sensitivity, I don't have Jewish roots or something, I'm not racially sensitive or something like that. But I'm saying it because, like, if you listen to, for example, I don't know if you know who Dr. Josh Bowen is. He often does videos with Dr. Kip Davis. And he does a great job of explaining this in his videos, where he says, look, a lot of these things, and I'm paraphrasing, I can't quote the guy off the top of my head, but he says a lot of these things, it's not that they're lying to you. It's not that they think that they're pulling one over on you. It's that this was the literary style of the day. So, and maybe it sounds like I'm splitting hairs here, and you may think, why is this atheist on his live stream sounding like he's defending these bullshit narratives? I'm not defending them, but I am trying to put them in a proper historical concept or context for you or anyone else watching now or on the replay, to say, I think that it's overly simplistic to say this thing in the Bible is false, therefore these guys were hucksters or liars or whatever. Now, I do think that some modern day apologists are absolutely hucksters because they know this shit is wrong, and they will still peddle this stuff to their congregation for money and for clout and for fame. But I don't think that a lot of these ancient writers, like what was it? Plato wrote about shit, I'm having a brain fart. The city that sank into the ocean, Atlantis.
Atlantis?
Okay.
You forgot the name of Atlantis. Oh my god.
I know. Like
Oh, how
who's
embarrassing.
this idiot on the live stream? But he wrote about a lot of other historical shit, right? So, and I think it was Plato, wasn't it? Plato? I might even be wrong about
I don't
Plato.
know.
I've had about
I don't know
7
if
of
Plato
these
wrote
at this
about
point.
Atlantis,
So,
I'll just have to take your word for it.
but the point is that there were many writers in antiquity, writers in antiquity who are considered to be writers who, generally speaking, wrote about historical stuff. Okay, and many of the things that they wrote about, we believe, either based just on their words or based on other corroboration, actually happened. And yet, sometimes those same so-called historical writers would, for many different reasons, social reasons, political reasons, or just genre reasons, they would interject pieces in their narrative that now we look at with a modern eye and we say, this is ridiculous. Like if you picked up a modern history textbook from, History 101 at your local university, and it gave you all of the American history that all seemed completely legitimate, but then in the middle of the timeline of American history, they had a chapter about fairies and goblins. You would think this entire book is bullshit. You think you would probably complain to the university and say, why are we even being taught this? But back in antiquity, it was not that crazy to think that you could have a historical writer who might be writing a lot of things that we really believe happened and were true. And then they interweave aspects that also are clearly mythological. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, what I meant, what I was more getting at though was like not.
I know I kind of jumped on
necessarily
you for that term, and I didn't mean to beat you up over it, but go ahead.
I mean, what I was really more alluding to was the fact that like, if this was really the perfect word of a perfect all-knowing God who's never wrong, it wouldn't have lies like that in it. Like it wouldn't be beholden to the exact same kinds of writing strategies and exaggerations and like, false claim. Oh, our guy, our king ruled for this many hundreds of years. Everybody else is doing it, but I feel like the perfect word of a perfect God should not do that. Should just transcend above that.
I couldn't
And they
agree
just
with
don't
you
do any of that
with you
crap.
more. I think you're absolutely correct. So I jumped on the fact that you said hucksters, and I know you weren't saying it maliciously, but I jumped on it because I think it's informative to have a reasonable historical perspective on how ancient writers wrote. But to your point, and I totally agree with you, there is also the aspect of saying, but if you want me to believe this as your holy, omnipotent, omniscient creator God, then it's fair to do internal critique and say, wait a minute, this is stupid and it makes no sense.
Right. I mean, like it's like it'd be one like imagine some alternate reality where like the Bible really is perfect and like
Well, that's the reality that a lot of
everything in
idiot
it, and, like,
Christians live in.
somehow,
But
some way, everything in it makes complete sense, and there's no holes in the logic whatsoever, and it's written even in such a way where, like, it's instantly translatable into any language in the whole world. Like it just works perfectly somehow because an omnipotent God had it written down for him, and like it also commanded beautiful morals. Like the people who God revealed himself to, who wrote all this down, they ended the practice of slavery. No more rape, no more killing. All that stuff.
okay,
None of
now
that
you're just
happened.
being
It's
silly.
like,
Wait,
I mean,
we have
imagine-
to have slavery and rape. I mean, that it was an ancient time. We have to account for slavery and rape, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it wouldn't have that in it if it was a perfect thing. It wouldn't be God would not be just an uneducated tribesman in the Middle East.
Well,
but anyway, what I'm saying though is like imagine a world where that is the case, where the Bible is like I'm describing. I mean, Like, and like everybody in the world would be a believer because they would read it and they'd just know that it was true. Like, oh my gosh, like this just makes so much sense. And then imagine if one day in the year 2026, right, some scholar finally finds the tiniest little random hole in the logic, right? After over 2,000 years of us picking this book apart, finding nothing, this one guy finally finds something so tiny, it barely matters, but it's not perfect. It would be headline news around the world. People would be shocked. They'd be aghast by it. Like, what? It's really not perfect after all? It would destroy the whole thing. I mean, if it's supposed to be perfect, there cannot be any hole whatsoever. But that's not the world we live in.
No.
It's one of the most poorly written things in any form ever.
Well,
like
let me
every
take it a
sentence
step further.
contradicts the one before it.
Let me take it a step further. Oh, I got some feedback. That's okay. So I don't know if you were listening, but shortly before you called in, I went on a bit of a diatribe about this other commenter saying that God's words are self-explanatory, and I was saying, I went on a long extracted thing saying that first of all, there's no such thing in language as any words that are self-explanatory, because all language is subjective. It exists in the minds of the transmitter and the receiver. So I'm bringing that not to give an excuse to give you the long diatribe again, but to say that if I, Adam of Nola, want to transmit to you amazing truth and knowledge, I would probably write it down, because if I just try to speak it all to you, even if you're listening very carefully, there's only so much fidelity that we can have between spoken words. So I would try to write it down so that it's very clear. But even if I write it down, because of your mind and because of my mind, because of the translation factor, that even if we're speaking the same language, there's always going to be signal loss there. But why does an omnipotent God, a perfectly loving, just, omniscient God, have to actually resort to writing his words and his ideas in the very imperfect medium of human language in the first place? In other words, why couldn't I'm not going to say that I think it's unrealistic, even in magic, omnipotent Godland, to say I would be born as a baby and know all the stories of Nebuchadnezzar and David and Ezekiel and all that. Okay, like maybe some of the details you have to grow up and read. But why do I have to grow up and read a man-made book to understand the basic mind and nature of the omnipotent God of the universe? Why couldn't I be born just knowing that God's there? And I know some theists will tell you, oh, all babies are born knowing God, which is bullshit. Like, why would anyone even question if you were born with the inherent knowledge that there is God there?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is like, why can't he just use his all-powerful godhood powers to just have me know as soon as I exist? Like, I mean, it's funny. Now I'm going to be the one who has to say, to be fair. To be fair, God always does things in the most inefficient way possible, even in the Bible.
Oh yeah.
I mean, think of the story of Noah's Ark. All the people are bad except for Noah and his family. Literally no one else. Okay, what do? Well, instead of helping them to learn better or to understand the error of their ways, I'm going to kill them all. But the way I'm going to do that is not by having them just disappear.
Right.
And it's no skin off of literally anyone's ass but theirs. Right?
Yeah.
No, I'm going to tell Noah, hey, Mr. 600-year-old man who can't even remember if he took a shit that day, can you build a giant-ass boat? Because I'm actually going to flood the earth and kill everything. And what I want you to do is take 2 pairs of every single kind of animal, because I'm going to kill the animals too, all right? I'm going to kill the animals too, even though they haven't done anything wrong, and all the plants as well. The fish will be fine though, because they can breathe underwater. For some reason, I'm choosing a method that spares them, not the giraffes, just the fish. But anyway, you're either going to take 2 pairs of every species, or 7 pairs of only certain kinds of species, depending on the verse, whichever it was.
Right, which is a contradiction, but go ahead.
And then I'm going to have it rain for what was it, 40 days and 40 nights, or did it take 40 days for the flood to recede? So that's another thing.
It
Why can't
actually
he just
took
have the water go
many
away as soon
months
as
for the
job is
flood to
done?
recede.
Yeah, so why can't he just have the water all just go away immediately as soon as the job is done?
Well, so to carry on that thought, let's consider the fact that the omnipotent creator God of the universe, if we are to, do internal critique and believe the stories, is not nearly as efficient or as powerful as a Marvel character named Thanos. Because Thanos killed half of the universe like this. And if we are to believe what the Infinity Stones were supposed to do, Thanos could have decided everyone but Noah's family gone. Okay? That
Exactly.
Thanos would have been a much better Yahweh.
Yeah, and it's funny. I was thinking about Thanos a lot, like during my deconstruction. There was a lot of stuff I thought about where I just kind of had to ponder. Like I did this a lot. Like I pondered, like, why can I see it when it's not God? When it's not God, I'm more than willing to say that's a stupid idea. Why can't I bring myself to do that when it's in the Bible? Like, so Thanos's plan, is obviously really dumb. Kill half of all life so that the other half can have twice the resources effectively. But if you kill half of all life, then half the food is gone because all food is alive. And tons of people were like,
Did he kill half the plants?
Why can't he just use the stones to create infinite resources? And
Right.
my answer to that
Yeah.
for people was both clearly he can't, otherwise he would. And the second reason is because he had this idea when his planet was dying to kill half of everybody at complete random. And he's just like crazy, and he wants to do that exact plan on a universal scale. So he's the mad titan, right? And you believe in his madness. You're like, okay, like you can accept internally that he would think this was a good idea. But I also did assume that it just wasn't possible. The power of the gauntlet doesn't work like that. But then in Infinity War, in Endgame, I forget, I've mixed them up. In the Endgame Avengers film, it's revealed that actually Thanos could create an entire new universe that has infinite resources. He's
was it?
Actually, I didn't really want to save everybody. I just wanted everybody to kiss my ass after I was done, and nobody did. So once I get the stones again, I'm going to shred this universe down to its last atom and then create a new one that knows, teeming with life, that knows not what it has lost, but only what it has been given. And as soon as that happened, I was like, you're kidding. They ruined Thanos. So you're telling me he could have done it. And he even has the capacity to think of that plan because he just did. What a lame, how lame is that? And then a while later, I was like, God could just do that. Why am I pissed off that Thanos won't do it, but I'm not mad that God won't do it?
Well,
couldn't quite think of an answer.
I don't know. Have you read the Bible? I mean, all of it?
Well, I haven't. It was the Bible that made me an atheist, really, above all else. But like cover to cover, no, never have, never will. Actually, no need to anymore. It's not true.
Okay, so I mean, which is fine if you haven't. Shameless plug here is that I do a series called God-Free Bible Study. I don't know if you've been on my channel or not, but I read the Bible on screen and then I add copious amounts of commentary to it. And we started at Genesis 1:1 and we're currently almost through 1 Samuel. But I bring that up not as a way just to pimp my channel, but to say that when you read through, the Bible from beginning to the end, and I read the Bible cover to back like 3 times when I was still a Christian. I did. This is the first time I'm reading the whole thing through as an atheist. But the shit that stands out to you, let me repeat what I just said. I read it 3 times cover to back as a Christian. Now, I'm not going to say to you that there was never anything in the book that felt weird to me when I read it as a Christian. there were certainly things that stuck in my craw.
I
But
have a feeling I know exactly what you're about to say, though.
now I'm reading it for the fourth time as an atheist officially. You know, not only have I been an atheist now for about 12 years, but on top of that, you know, of course I'm doing it on camera for a channel, you know, for an audience and etc. And the shit that is jumping off the page at me is insane. You know, I read that, you know, first of all, you know, when I say I read the Bible 3 times front to back as a Christian, that's about 3 times more than most Christians ever read it. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any Christians out there who have read the Bible from front to back, because there are. But there are also so many Christians who will tell you that they read their Bible all the time. Some of them will even tell you, oh yeah, I've read the whole thing. And then you talk to them for like 6.5 minutes and you realize, oh, you haven't read this whole thing. You really haven't read this whole thing. But I had, and even then, it felt weird to me, but I had so many coping mechanisms for this shit, right? So many things that just kind of, they literally slid off my back like water off a duck's back, right? Like, well, yeah, that's a gross, you know, that's a gross passage, whatever. You know, I had all the standard Christian statements, like that's the Old Testament God, or, you know, they were under a different law. You know, like I had all the excuses.
Oh yeah.
But now that I'm reading
the
it
regular cope
without the God goggles on, I knew that I would have a different perspective on it. But the shit that is jumping off the page at me, it's honestly surprising me at how much stuff even when I read the book, I just never really read it. I would skim through stuff and I never paid that much of attention to it, you know?
Yes. Exceptionally well put. Really, I can try to put it better. You read it and you, as you're reading it, you are actively trying to forget what you're reading as soon as your eyes leave the word. You're like, gotta forget that, because really, even as a believer, if you have even the slightest bit of skepticism, it is disturbing to read. Like it just fills you with this feeling of dread as
It's
you're
disgusting.
reading, even if it's a passage that doesn't have anything controversial in it. Like, and you know, there are a fair share of those where it's just it does seem like a book of wisdom, just those passages on their own. It just feels dreadful to read. It's depressing. It's like,
well,
it feels icky.
I will tell you personally, I mean, there are many delusions that I brought to the text when I was a Christian, as I think all Christians do. But I will tell you what was one of the biggest delusions for me is, and this is one of the excuses that I get angriest about. And angry is a hard term because I don't walk around angry about Christianity, but this is one of the things that annoys me most. The excuses that annoys me most today is when Christians / presuppositional apologists say, oh, that was descriptive, it wasn't prescriptive. And I know that the first 3 times I read the damn Bible, I would read all of this old, ancient, disgusting, morally repugnant shit in the Old Testament. And I would think, oh, that's just telling you a story about people who were problematic because they were humans and they were fallen. They all had original sin and they were doing bad things. And that doesn't mean it's a bad thing about God, right? But now that I'm reading it for the 4th time on screen, of course, there are some descriptive passages. There are some places where it's like, yeah, you're just telling me a story about some bad person in the Bible who did a bad thing of his own accord. But a huge percentage of the deeply problematic passages are either A, commanded directly from God, or they're B, done by people whom God has chosen as his own favorite people, or even in the best case, C, they might be done by just a bad person doing a bad thing, but this is God's holy word, and there is no narrative or no explanation at all from our heavenly Father saying, yeah, I'm telling you about this bad thing that happened in history, but this was gross and you shouldn't do that. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Deuteronomy, like every other sentence is, I am the Lord your God. And every sentence besides that is, stone a girl if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night.
Yeah.
Take slaves, and they're only temporary slaves if they're other Israelites. Everybody else, keep them for life. You only sign a temporary contract with male slaves. You know, even if he has a wife and kids, they got to stay behind and he can go free. And if he wants to stay with them, he's got to be your slave forever. It's like,
so you have read a good portion of this.
yeah, like I mean, I did try to read the Bible like 4 or 5 years ago, I think, maybe more. One of those like, oh, read the Bible plans or whatever, which you have to make for people to get people to read it because no one would read it otherwise, which just says a lot in and of itself. No one wants to read this book. But like I stopped reading in Leviticus. It wasn't because I found something that I was like horrified by. Like I knew that the verse about killing gays was coming. Like I got through that. I was like, okay, whatever. But I just kind of got bored with it and I stopped, as anyone would. I didn't get to Deuteronomy. I wish I got
also
to
it's so
Deuteronomy
fucking
now
repetitive too.
because- What?
I said
I
it's,
saw your mouth
it's
moving.
I said also it's so fucking repetitive too.
It's so boring. It's a dreadful book.
Well, so for example, like Deuteronomy, like there are 2 full accounts of the 10 Commandments. One is in Exodus, one is in Deuteronomy. Of course, the words are slightly different, but it's almost a 1-for-1 copy. And that's just one example. I mean, there are multiple stories, especially in the Pentateuch. I mean, this happens also again in 1st and 2nd Samuel. It happens in 1st and 2nd Kings. But the point is that in the Pentateuch especially, there are multiple times when it's like, we just read this, 5 chapters ago, and you're telling me the same goddamn thing again. And now, to be clear, I know why that happens, because the throwing away the bullshit about, oh, it's God's inspired word. The literal explanation of this is that these were, of course, for many generations, spoken traditions, and you had multiple tribes, right? I mean, whether the number was truly 12 or, maybe it was 40 at one point or whatever, I don't know. But you had multiple tribes, all had their oral traditions. And then finally, at some point, people started, this society wasn't becoming literate, but they started having scribes and rabbis who were literate and who were trying to carry on the religious tradition. So they started writing shit down on scrolls. But then when they started writing shit down on scrolls, you had this tribe over here that's like, this is our story of the Exodus. And this tribe over here is like, this is our story of the Exodus. And of course, they weren't a perfect match. They were similar. They hit a lot of the same points, but they were not and could not be word for word perfect, because that's just not the way
Because it's a freaking myth.
Right. And then when they brought it together, and this is one thing I actually think
Made
is
it up.
This is one thing, though, I think is interesting about the Bible. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a good thing about the Bible, but it's interesting because you can tell over and over and over again in the text that when they started bringing these texts together, and the ancient rabbis, the ancient priests said, we want to create a single narrative. At some point, I don't know when it was, but at some point, these ancient priests said they had a decision to make, because I have the Benjaminites version of the Exodus, and I have the Levites version of the Exodus, and they're not perfectly in sync. So what do we do? Of course, one decision could be, well, we're going to make an editorial choice, and we're going to decide to either throw one out and keep one, or we're going to decide how to merge them coherently into one book. But that's not what they did. And I'm saying this because this happens over and over again in the Old Testament. You can see it in the text. What they did is they decided amongst themselves that these both feel like holy texts. and we don't actually know which one is perfect. So rather than arbitrarily throw one out, we're going to stuff them all into the same narrative. Sometimes they stuff the same chapter together, like they heterodyne it. And other times they just tell you the same story again in the next book.
Yeah. Actually, if I could add to that, on this fourth rereading, with Skeptical Eyes, did you catch? Am I back? Yeah. Did you catch how in Exodus, the list of the Ten Commandments in Exodus 20 that we all think are the Ten Commandments is actually not the Ten Commandments?
Well,
the actual Ten Commandments are in Exodus 34, and it's a completely different list. I think 3 commandments are the same, but the rest of the 7 are totally different, and they're utterly bizarre, with the 10th one being don't boil a baby goat in its mother's milk, right?
so that
And
is
then
the
at
only
end of
commandment in the
that-
whole Bible that's repeated 3 times.
Yeah, it's so like the list that we think of as the 10 Commandments is in Exodus 20, but it doesn't say they're the 10 Commandments. Then in Exodus 34, there's a totally different list of 10 Commandments.
There's
which the
also
Bible
one in
actually
Deuteronomy.
says are the 10 Commandments.
Well, so there is, and I could be wrong on this, but I'm gonna pull it up on screen, and even though I've read through the book multiple times now, I'm always careful to tell everyone that I'm not a biblical scholar. So if I screw some of this up, forgive me. But here's the deal. Let me pull this up. So I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure this app is being funny. I'm pretty sure that there is nowhere in the original text anywhere where it literally says these are the 10 Commandments. Okay. Now, as I'm pulling this up on screen, you might say, well, look at that right there. It says the 10 Commandments. So here's the deal. In the original Hebrew text, because all of the Pentateuch was written in Hebrew, right? There were no chapter. There might have been chapter headings, chapter numbers, but I don't think there were chapter numbers. I know that there were no verse numbers. All verse numbers were added in the Middle Ages, and these chapter headers that they put here, like the 10 Commandments, those are not in the original Hebrew. Those were added. I don't know when they were added. Someone like Dan McClellan or C.J. Cornthwaite, they could tell you, but they were not part of the original Hebrew. So when we read our modern Bible, and I think I'm reading what I've come to believe is probably the best translation. Of course I'm biased, but I'm reading the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version, Updated Edition, and it seems to be intellectually and scholarly the best translation, although that's always up for interpretation, right? But even in the NRSV, they still maintain things like the chapter headers because it has become so ingrained in tradition now for more than 1,000 years that we expect them to be there. So you could argue now that functionally they're part of the original text. But if you read the actual text, it never says to you, here are my 10 commandments. All it says is, then God spoke these words and he starts spewing commandments. And when we get to the end of what is so-called the 10 commandments, and we get into the law concerning slaves, once again, it never says, now that I finished the 10 commandments, now let me give you the 11th commandment. No, it just keeps giving more commandments. So really, functionally
It doesn't even
speaking,
stop with 10.
it's just one big list of commandments. So
Right,
even the term
but-
10 commandments, I understand that that's a very common part of religious tradition now, both in the Judaic tradition and in the Christian tradition. But if we're really being hardcore about this, about what the original Hebrew said, it's not 10 commandments. It's, here's my long fucking list of commandments, and don't fall asleep because I'm going to keep spewing these until you are so sick of hearing them. And I also love bringing this up because because, you know, Christians love talking about the 10 Commandments, right? And I'm going to shut up in a minute because I'm not, you know, I know I drone on for a long time and I'm enjoying your
And there
commentary.
is something I want to say.
Yeah. So
well.
I'm going to shut up just a second because I know I can dominate a conversation, which is probably why I made a channel, because I'm so talkative. But, you know, Christians will talk about the 10 Commandments. And I always think to myself, well, let's talk about the 11th commandment. And they'll say, you know, what? There is no 11th commandment. And I'm like, yes, there is. The commandments just keep going. All right. There's no delineation in the original Hebrew text that tells you, here's the 10 commandments. Here's a coda. Let's go have a smoke and a cigarette. And now let me give you a few lesser important commandments. No. After Exodus 20, it just keeps piling on. And functionally speaking, the 11th commandment is about how to deal with your slaves. You know, and no Christian ever wants to talk about that. I'll shut up now.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So, you know, it's funny. I didn't even think about that, but that honestly, the saddest thing about what you've just described is the fact that it actually renders George Carlin's stand-up about the 10 Commandments kind of obsolete because they're just, because he opens up by saying that they made it 10 because it's a psychologically commanding number, but it turns out that's just not true. It does go on for much longer than that. So he was wrong about that. Oh well. But like you made the point of saying that we added in that 10 Commandments header later, and it doesn't actually say in the text 10 Commandments. Well,
Right.
Go to Exodus 34 now and look at what that says. Go to the end of the list when you get there.
So Moses makes, so this is, because of course they get repeated because supposedly they were on the tablets, right? And he broke the tablets because he was all pissed off about, you know, the golden calf. So yeah, so you said go to the end of the list. So where to, the end of the chapter?
Let's see. Where he actually, the end of where he actually, oh, there it is. Look, at the end of this part right here. Before the shining face of Moses. Read that last sentence.
And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. Okay, that's a good point. I did, so you're right. I was incorrect in saying that it doesn't actually say the 10 Commandments in the text. Thank you for correcting me on that. That's a good point.
Isn't that funny as fuck though?
Yeah, but you have a good point. So, but you see what I was saying. What I was saying that at Exodus 20.
What you were saying.
It gives this header, which was not in the original Hebrew, and then it just, so it says, it actually starts in the previous chapter. It says, so Moses went down to the people and told them, and then he starts spewing rules at them, and it doesn't say, oh, and here's the 10. But you have, I'm really glad that you corrected me on that, because I didn't, even though I read this on screen 3, 4, 5 months ago, I had forgotten that it literally says here that they are, in fact, 10 Commandments. So I appreciate you correcting me on that.
Mm-hmm. That is really funny, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
not only is the list that everybody thinks are the 10 Commandments not 10 fucking commandments long, but the one that it literally says is the 10 Commandments is a almost completely different list containing completely bizarre rules. I mean, you forgot about that little blurb right at the end.
Right.
But do you remember the commandments in this second list?
I mean, I don't remember them off the top of my head. I know that I remember every one of them, but I can't sit here and tell you which ones are there. Also, not to cut off your point, but I also want to point out that then if we go to Deuteronomy 5, remember I said, yes, they are repeated here in Exodus because they're repeating them in Exodus because he's basically saying, hey, I broke the tablets. Here's the commandments again. But then if we go to Deuteronomy, I can't talk. I've had too many of these. Deuteronomy 5, verse 6 through 21, it starts the whole damn, Deuteronomy 5, the 10 Commandments, which of course is a chapter header, which wasn't in the original Hebrew again. But then it starts with the whole list again. It tells you the whole, and now granted, there are, if we go through word for word, we can find a few minor differences in the words, but it's the same. And you'll appreciate this. I think it was when I did the Exodus 20 episode of Godfrey Bible Study. I had some little butthurt Christian apologist boy get in my comments. and he started blowing up on me saying Exodus 20 is not the 10 Commandments. And I was like, what are you fucking talking about?
What?
It's everyone knows it's the 10. He's like, no, the 10 Commandments are in Deuteronomy. And I'm like, yes, the 10 Commandments are in Deuteronomy. That doesn't mean that the 10 Commandments don't also exist in Exodus 20, or to your point, in Exodus 34. You can't sit, and he had this weird stick up his ass about like, no, you're calling out the wrong idea of the 10 Commandments, because I was referring to Exodus 20 as the 10 Commandments, and he totally had it in his head that the only real version of the 10 Commandments was from Deuteronomy 5, which, to be fair, again, it does say, at least in the, the post-Hebrew headers, that it's the 10 Commandments, because they're telling the story again. But it's so fucking stupid to, not that you're saying this, but for anyone to try to tell me, oh, but the 10 Commandments are only in Deuteronomy 5.
They're not even in that book that you just read.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Like, what do you mean they're not here? They are here. Look at the screen. I'm reading it from the Bible right now. Those are the 10 Commandments, right?
Yeah, bingo. Yeah. But
Yeah,
this is the kind of shit that some people will get off on.
Those chapter headers are there so that people reading this can point out and be like, I know what that is. Have you seen Star Wars?
Right. Yeah. And to be fair,
I clapped when I saw Darth Vader.
to be fair, I do understand that these, I don't know when they were added. I'd have to Google it, but these chapter headers have been part of established scripture for so long that you could argue that, functionally speaking, they are part of scripture. I mean, I'm not, if I had a hardcore Christian apologist on my channel right now who's saying, hey, this is part of the scripture, I'm not going to try to yell him down and say that it's not, because these chapter headers have been there for a long time. I just know that they weren't part of the original Hebrew, just like the verse numbers are not part of the original. The Hebrew does not number any of the verses at all. These are post writing conventions. Mm-hmm. But I also will admit that if I have a story that originated 3,000 years ago, but for the last 2,000 years, we've told it in a certain different way. Well, after 2,000 years, that certain different way kind of becomes the story, right?
Right.
So I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm just pointing out that I think it's interesting when you realize that, and I don't speak Hebrew, I don't write Hebrew, any of that shit, but I just, I've watched a bunch of stuff from like Dan McClellan and stuff, and it's become clear to me that this was all post additions. I think that the chapter, or the paragraph headers, I think were added well before the verse numbers, but I'm not sure.
The verses, every sentence or two was given a verse number so that it would be possible to look up a specific sentence from the Bible really quickly.
Right.
It was added for convenience. You can't fault them for that. It works.
Oh, I agree. I mean, and to be fair, like the verse numbers don't break anything. So they were added. Yeah. I just looked it up. They were added in the mid 16th century, but there are a few places where the chapter headers like these, they're interesting to me, because when I found out that they're not part of the original Hebrew, there are a few places where they seem to change the meaning, and I'll let me give you an example of this, because this is really strange to me. Let's look at Genesis 32. This is verses 22 through 32. It's a very famous passage of Jacob wrestling at Peniel. Okay.
Wrestling with God.
Right. What
the F?
Now, there's actually, this actually doesn't prove my point, I guess, because I think that there's another translation where they say here that Jacob wrestles God, but it's not in the NRSV. And it's weird because when you read the text, it doesn't explicitly say that he wrestled God. It says that Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak, which, first of all, is weird and random as fuck. And then, because Jacob's by himself in the desert, and then it says, when the man saw that he did not prevail against Jacob, he struck him on the hip socket, and Jacob's hip was put out of joint as he wrestled with him. You know, so there's this whole little thing back and forth where Jacob meets this random dude who wrestles him all night long in the desert, which, by the way, there are subtexts there that Christians and Jewish people probably don't want to acknowledge, but like, I was by myself in the middle of the desert.
Make that joke, but I once decided to.
I made it in my Godfrey Bible study episode where I went through this. Like, wow, I was alone in the desert in a tent all night, and I met some random dude, and we wrestled all night. Okay,
and my dislocated my hip.
Yeah, exactly. But then it never says he's God. It never says specifically that he's God. But then when Jacob, it says, so Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, for I have seen God face to face, yet my life is preserved. So the narrative never says that he's wrestling God, but the narrative says that Jacob calls it Peniel because I have seen God face to face, which of course heavily implies that he was wrestling God, which also heavily implies that your omnipotent creator God of the universe can be wrestled to a near standstill all night by a single man.
You know what it also means? It means that Jesus was not the first time that God assumed human form, right? Was this guy that Jacob was wrestling with? So if he was God, was this human incarnation of God also born of a virgin?
Well, okay. First of all, because unfortunately I've been trained now over the last year to already know sometimes what the apologetics will be on this. So, you know, the Christian apologist will tell you that Jesus is all over the Old Testament, starting in Genesis 1:1 going forward. So I do know that there are some Christian apologists who will tell you that Jacob didn't wrestle Yahweh, he wrestled Jesus, which of course, according to Trinitarianism, is somewhat sort of one and the same. But I know that that's one thing that they would say to you. But I still like where you're going with that, because throughout the entire Old Testament, well, throughout most of the Old Testament, especially in the Pentateuch, Yahweh is incredibly anthropomorphic. The ancient Hebrews, like almost every culture back then, absolutely thought of their God, Yahweh, as being an anthropomorphic being who had a physical body, or at least could take the form of a physical body. And he, you know, had, you know, eyes and ears and legs and all this shit. So you could argue on one hand that the entire Old Testament is to some extent the idea of Yahweh taking physical human form. Like even in Genesis, they talk about God walking in the Garden of Eden. Okay. Now, but I still like what you're saying, because walking in the Garden of Eden, still, you could still read that to say, well, he walked as this spirit, or he walked as this ethereal being, right? But wrestling with a dude feels very tangible. Although actually, now that I think about this further, I have to say I liked what you're saying, but the more I think about that, no, that doesn't wash, because, like, for example, right before Sodom and Gomorrah, God is absolutely described as him and two angels, which again, Christians will read that as God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, even though the text does not say that. But God absolutely visits Abraham, and when he does, he's there with the other two angels, and they literally bring God in and feed him. Like Sarah makes him food, and it's very much. I don't know if there's any way that you can read Sodom and Gomorrah without taking the impression that God actually took physical form there. Let me pull it up for you just so you can see. You know, and of course, you know, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying that the more I think about it, like, I loved what you were saying at first, but I'm like, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
let me pull this
I get
up
what
here.
you're saying.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Well, and of course, even after you get a few more books into the Bible, you know, his physical appearances quickly start to become less and less. But especially in Genesis, this is very common. Let me see this. That's not what I wanted.
While you're looking, I'll tell you this. While I was a believer, I actually thought that this part was so cool because God like ate food. Like that just seems so like such a nice idea to me. Like I was like, wow, God would actually be in somebody's house and eat food with them. Like that's so cool. That just feels nice and comfy, right?
So
if you gloss over all the horrible stuff that's surrounding that.
I see what you're saying, and you're not wrong. Although I did a whole video on this last year where I talked about, you know, a lot of modern Christians believe that man being made in the image of God doesn't mean, a lot of modern Christians don't think that means that God literally has a physical human-like body. But
looks like a dude.
There are also still a lot of fundamentalists out there who would tell you, no, God absolutely has, you know, teeth. He has a stomach. He has a colon. Which, if you actually accept that, why does he have any of those? You know, everything on the human body has evolved to be there for a reason. We have teeth because we have to chew, because we have to eat. Does an omnipotent being have to eat? Does he need a digestive tract? Does he take a shit? Does he need two legs to walk around? You know, none of it makes any sense if you think about it from a practical perspective. But I understand what you're saying as far as being in fellowship with your followers. There's a totally different argument there. So here it says, Genesis 18, the Lord appeared to Abraham. And to be clear, I don't know if you know this, but the Lord here is even though it says the Lord in all the translations, this is the Tetragrammaton here, which means that is the Hebrew. In the original Hebrew, that means Yahweh. So it doesn't mean generically Lord. It means Yahweh's name. So Yahweh specifically appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre. Now you could argue, well, but he appeared. That doesn't mean he's in physical form. But then he says, as he sat at the entrance of his tent in the heat of the day, which that's Abraham sitting there, he looked up and saw three men standing near him. When he saw them, he ran from the tent entrance to meet them and bowed down to the ground. He said, my Lord, if I find favor with you, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought and wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree. Let me bring a little bread that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant. This is Abraham talking to Yahweh. So they said, do as you have said. And Abraham hastened into the tent to Sarah and said, make ready quick these 3 measures of choice flour, knead it, and make cakes. So he's telling Sarah to make some damn dinner for Yahweh. Abraham ran to the herd and took a calf, tender and good, because Yahweh doesn't want that gnarly old grizzled calf, and gave it to the servant who hastened to prepare it. Then he took curds and milk and the calf that he had prepared and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree while they ate. So all of this is giving you a very explicit physical description of Abraham being in the physical presence of Yahweh. So it's pretty hard to deny from this passage that at least here Yahweh is in, you know, it'd be one thing to, if he said, well, you know, Yahweh appeared to Abraham by the oaks, because that could be ethereal or whatever. But if I saw the spirit of Jesus in front of me, I'm not going to yell at my wife to go make him dinner, you know?
I would make dinner myself. God would love my burgers.
And then but then as it proceeds to go on too, then Abraham goes to this really silly negotiation with Yahweh, which I think it's hilarious that this is in the Bible, because for anyone who wants to tell me that Yahweh is omniscient, this destroys that narrative.
Yeah, there are actually loads of examples throughout the Bible of God not knowing something, not being powerful enough to do something, or not being present for some events.
Bingo.
He's not all powerful. Even in the logic of the Bible, he just isn't. And also, these people like this all started out as polytheistic. They just thought that Yahweh was the best God because he was the God of their tribe.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Israelites.
Of course.
Yeah, like they did not regard him as the only God that exists. I mean, fuck's sake, then in I think 2 Kings, God actually loses a fight with another God.
Yeah, because the other I forget the king's name sacrifices his son on the city gates, on the city walls.
And some like great horror overtakes God's troops or whatever, and they all run in fear.
Yeah, God takes the L.
God takes the L.
Also, this part here from Sodom and Gomorrah, this is one thing I don't hear a lot of Christians talk about, which is not surprising. This passage, not only does it prove that if we're to do an internal critique and assume that this is real scripture, right? Not only does it prove that your God is not omniscient, it also proves that your God doesn't listen to prayer. And now, of course, it doesn't say in the text that God doesn't listen to prayer, but I want you to follow my logic here, that not only does God have to come down to investigate Sodom and Gomorrah because he has heard that they are wicked, but he apparently doesn't know, right? So that destroys the omniscient thing. But here's the other thing. Don't you think that anyone who is righteous in the eyes of Yahweh would pray to him?
Yeah. Or he would just know that they're righteous. He wouldn't have to have
Right, but I
Abraham
mean, you would
find.
assume that in the eyes of, what we assume from Yahweh, the Christian God kind of, stereotype, we would assume if you're a righteous man, at least every once in a while, you would pray to God, right? You would pray to Yahweh. But here's the deal. They go through this extended negotiation, right? Where Abraham is bartering with God. And Abraham is telling him, where is it at here? So basically, Abraham is trying to get God to back off this idea that he's going to destroy all of Sodom. Okay. And then here it says, while Abraham remained standing before the Lord, then Abraham came near, that's to God, and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not forgive it for the 50 righteous who are in it? So in other words, Abraham is saying, look, maybe Sodom has a bunch of wicked people, but if there are 50 righteous people, are you going to wipe out the entire city, including the righteous people? And then they go through this negotiation where Abraham talks him down to, like 50 to 30 to 20. But the deeper
10,
context here is that Yahweh doesn't know how many righteous people are in the city. Because if he knew, then when Abraham says this, when Abraham came near and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Yahweh would have said, no, let me stop you right there. There are no righteous in Sodom. So this is a stupid argument. And then if Abraham tried to say again, well, what if there's 30 righteous? Yahweh would have said, no, I'm telling you, there are no righteous in the city. So not only does Yahweh not know how many righteous people are in the city, but if we assume, I'm injecting a little bit of, assumption here, but if we assume that righteous men pray to Yahweh, then that also means that Yahweh doesn't listen to your prayers.
I mean, either that or he's just fucking with Abraham for no reason,
Well, that could be too, I guess. That's another way to look at it. Yeah.
At what point does all this stuff just break down and become just a lot of stupid shit that somebody made up?
Logically, it came to that point about 3,000 years ago, but
it happened a while ago.
Yeah. But as far as at what point in your own mind, and so I love your narrative, because it sounds like you and I, even though I'm, older than you and came to this conclusion much later, it sounds like you and I probably had a similar path, because, I was a Christian for 40 years. I'm not going to say I was every year as devout as I was every other year. Of course,
Oh, me neither.
it ebbed and flowed, but I was a Christian for 40 years. And the way that I was a Christian for 40 years is that I had evolved. Yes, I'll say that word that'll piss off fundamentalists. I had evolved over decades coping mechanisms to deal with the incongruities and the fuckery that I saw in the Bible. And I kept coming up.
So did I, man.
Yeah.
So did I.
And I kept coming up with one coping mechanism after another until finally, round about the time that I turned 40, I finally said, instead of this Byzantine system of coping mechanisms that I have erected and constructed over 40 years of my life, there's actually a far simpler answer to this that satisfies Occam's razor, which is that this just isn't true.
It's all made up. Yep. They fucking made it up, folks. It's make-believe. It's make-believe. Now, there is one more Bible verse that I would love to talk about with you, and it is, I think, in my opinion, it is the biggest what the fuck verse in the whole Bible. Go back to Exodus again, and let's look at the verse where God tries to kill Moses.
Oh,
and
God,
let's see
yes.
what stops him.
Yes.
This verse is just like
This.
it's not even
I had
chef's kiss.
I
It's
had a
like-
field day with this on God-free Bible study, because
Actually, before we even get to it, let me just tell you, okay? So, so of course I read this verse while I was trying to read the Bible for the first time, being that I made it through Leviticus. I made it through Exodus too. And I remember at the time thinking it was somewhat weird, but I actually remembered this verse again after I stopped believing after Good Friday. I was like, oh yeah, there was some really weird verse where God tried to kill Moses, and then something stopped him. I can't remember what it was though, but like I didn't look it up right away. I was like, the fact that God tried to kill Moses in the middle of his mission is weird enough, right? Like that is the weird part of that verse. Then I looked it up, and I was like, what the fuck?
oh yeah,
What the fuck? Yeah. So show it on screen, my man.
All
And
right.
Let's all just revel in the.
on the way. So actually, I'm going to preface this by saying to you, I hear everything that you're saying, and I agree with you. I will say that for me, in my latest reading of this on screen, what really struck me the strangest was that this happens right after God presents himself at the burning bush on Mount Sinai. In other words, it's, hey, I've picked you, Moses,
Yeah.
as my chosen guy. Here's the plan. Here's what we're going to do. In fact, let me give you this. So here, this is still Yahweh talking to Moses. Take in your hand this staff, which you shall perform, with which you shall perform the signs. Okay, so that's the last time at this point in the narrative that Yahweh talks to Moses, and then we get a couple, paragraphs here where it says that Moses went back and talked to Jethro, his father-in-law, blah blah blah, right? And then after just a few paragraphs, then we get this supreme level of fuckery. On the way, at a place where they spent the night, the Lord met him and tried to kill him. What? But
Yeah.
Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin, touched his feet with it, and said, truly you are a bridegroom of blood to me. So he let him alone. It was then that she said, a bridegroom of blood, because of the circumcision. So not only is that just fucking weird, but it also directly implies that apparently a few paragraphs earlier, when God said, Moses, you're my man, you're going to do all this shit, apparently God didn't know. If we assume that having an uncircumcised kid was such a horrible crime, Apparently, God didn't know. And then at some point after they parted ways on the top of Mount Sinai, God figured it out. And instead of saying, oh, I flubbed that one, maybe I should talk to Moses and say, dude, before we go through with our plan, you need to cut off a piece of your son's pee-pee. No, instead, he just says, oh, now I'm going to kill him. Like, what?
He's gonna try to kill Moses. Yeah. I don't even think that it was for the reason that this kid was uncircumcised. Is Zipporah's son even Moses' son at all? I
So
forget who these two
that's a
people are.
really good point, and it's not clear from the narrative that it's now, to be fair. Okay, and I remember talking about this in the episode that it does not explicitly say that because we never hear about this kid before. This is not only the first time that we sprung this idea that Yahweh's going to kill him, but this is the first time that we even hear about this kid. And you could argue, well, is this even his kid? Now, to be very fair, all right, this is ancient times, and the idea you would have a widow with kids from another man, or even worse, a divorced woman with kids from another man, and that then Moses would marry her and take the kids. It's not technically impossible, but it's highly unlikely. So even though it doesn't specifically say that Zipporah's kids are Moses's kids by blood, I think it's fair, even if I'm trying to be super skeptic guy, to say, okay, these were Moses's kids. But they weren't circumcised because they were Moabites. Zipporah and her father Jethro are Moabites, and remember, Moses was not raised as a Hebrew, even though he was circumcised. But he was not raised as a Hebrew. He was raised as an Egyptian, and then he met Zipporah, who is a Moabite.
I mean, even if this is Moses' son, this solves nothing. I mean, if we tried to actually dissect everything, all the reasons why this is this is just the fuckest thing ever written, we would be here for weeks. The very fact that God tries to kill Moses in the first place, I guess, again, assuming human form to do it, because it says the Lord met him and tried to kill him. So I'm guessing he's a guy, right?
Yeah.
He's a man.
Fair. Right.
What's he got? Is he like a big tough guy that's just going to strangle Moses to death? Or has he got a knife or even a spear or something? And did they see God coming at him from a long way away?
Well,
so I guess God doesn't know how to sneak up on people.
It also speaks very poorly, once again, to any idea that this supposed God of yours is in any way omnipotent. Because if I am an omnipotent God and you have pissed me off, I don't have to jump you at the local inn. I will just Thanos your ass off the face of the universe. You know what I mean? I don't need to stalk you and then have your wife say, no, here, I'll cut off a piece of my son's dick to make it right. No, if I am that omnipotent and that powerful and I decide that you're going to die, then guess what? You would be dead before the end of this conversation. It would just happen.
But that's not all. That's not all, right? So, okay, I guess they know that God is there to kill him, presumably because God already tried to do it and fucked it up, and now he's chasing Moses or something, and Moses is running away help, somebody do something. God's trying to kill me. How long did this take? Did Zipporah have time to explain this to her son, or did she just grab the knife and be like, "Son, pull down your pants"? And he's like, "What are you doing, Mom?" And she's like, "Just trust me, God damn it."
To be fair, to be fair, maybe someone with scholarly knowledge on this would refute me, but I don't think it's fair from this reading to assume that they ran or that God chased him, because the entire drama of him trying to kill or wanting to kill Moses is encapsulated in this one paragraph here, where he says, on the way at the place where they spent the night, the Lord met him and tried to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin, touched his feet with it, and said, Truly, you are a bridegroom of blood to me. So he let him alone. Although, to be fair, I've heard multiple takes from even scholarly people about what that phrase bridegroom of blood even means. It's not well known or well established, but let's move past that for a second. So then it says, so he, being Yahweh, let him alone. It was then that she said a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision. That entire paragraph there, that one little paragraph that I've highlighted on screen, that's the entirety of the narrative. Then the next paragraph
That's what
moves
makes it
on
so strange.
to Yahweh talking to Aaron, which I don't even know if we're supposed to assume that they were together or traveling together at this time, because it says the Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness. Well, I guess they weren't traveling together, because now it jumps to the Lord talking to Aaron, saying, go into the wilderness to meet Moses. So it is such a weird, random, non sequitur of a paragraph that's just stuck in there. Like,
Just don't
what?
have that verse in the book.
Well, I've said this multiple times in my God-Free Bible Study series that, I mean, on one hand, part of me can respect the idea that when they started writing down these oral traditions, apparently the ancient priests took a stance that said, we don't want to be the arbiters of what goes in or doesn't go in the book. Apparently they made a decision very early on in Hebrew history that when they started writing this down, they said, we're going to keep it all, or we're going to try to keep it all. And to some extent, to be clear, I can respect that. But I will also at the same time tell you that at multiple times in my reading of this so far, because like I said, we're currently most of the way through 1 Samuel, I have said on the screen in the video, I've said, if this was my religion, I wouldn't keep this here, because, so many times I'll read a sentence or a paragraph or sometimes an entire chapter, and I'll just say, this isn't a good look, dude. This isn't painting your God in the way that maybe you think it is.
No. I mean, I'm still hung up on the logistics of this. Like,
Hold up,
how long it took.
I'm not kicking you out. I do. It's been 5.5 hours. I have to hit the restroom. So otherwise, I'm going to sit here and pee my pants. It was just not going to be a good live stream. So,
While you're gone, I may as well keep rambling.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so like, I mean, the logistics of this are just nightmarish for anybody who's trying to consider that. I mean, like I said, was God like running after Moses with a knife or something? Like, and Moses was like running away, like somebody do something, God's trying to kill me. And then Zipporah tells her son, pull down your pants, and she's got a knife, and he's like, Mom, what are you doing? She's like, just trust me. There's no time to explain. I need to cut the skin off your penis. Like, or maybe like God and Moses were just standing there watching her do this, watching her circumcise her son while he's probably screaming in pain. And then she touches her son's foreskin to Moses' feet, and that changes God's mind. How did she know to do that? Why did she say, you're my bridegroom? I mean, it's not like, did she marry him or something by doing that? And then why did that work? What if it hadn't worked? What if she had done all that in this fucking weird ritual and God had just been like, okay, what? I don't know why did you just do that? And then he just turns and breaks Moses' neck. All right, my work here is done. This was written by a schizophrenic person. Like, you can't put something like that in there by accident. I cannot fathom the mind of a man who wrote that, who thought, yeah, actually, I bet this happened. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I didn't wash my hands, but I did find some little kid and cut off a piece of his, wiener and, rubbed it around my hands. So that's pretty much the same thing, right? As far as Yahweh is concerned.
I think I went on a pretty nice rant there for about 60 seconds.
This sounds silly. I mean,
like-
you seem
was like
cool
a
and
knife-
everything, but I'm like, I'm gonna walk away, and as soon as I walk off the screen, he's gonna be like, Heil Hitler, death to
No.
like. I'm gonna be
No.
like, I'd be like, God damn it, man.
No, I was talking just now about how I were Moses and God just standing there watching this circumcision happen, this kid's screaming in agony, and she's like, okay, here's the foreskin. She touches his feet with it. What if that hadn't worked and God had just been like, okay?
Oh,
and then he just turns and breaks Moses' neck anyway. Like, all right, my work here is done.
I talked about that in the episode as well, because I was, another, as you pointed out, another way to look at this is that clearly Zipporah's son, which, I'm going to say again, you bring up a good point about like, was this truly Moses' son? Because it doesn't say Moses' son, it says Zipporah's son. But again, I'll give him a little leeway there, and I'm going to assume it was Moses' son too. But also, the clear implication here is that Zipporah's son probably was not a newly born infant. And I'm of the mindset right now that even with newborns, I kind of think the whole tradition of circumcision is barbaric, because it basically serves no purpose. I know there are people who will still argue to this day that there are medical benefits, but I could yell anyone down off of that. But so if we assume that this kid was not, I don't think it's a good thing to put a brand new infant, into this horrible physical pain, distress. But at least I do understand that on some level, well, they're never going to remember it, like that doesn't make it right. But I'm like, okay, it will recede back into the, part of their brain that they'll never be able to access. But in this case, I don't know how old Zipporah's son is, but from the narrative, I have to assume it wasn't a newborn infant. I have to assume he was at least 1 or 2 or 3 years old. And could you imagine being in some, ancient hotel or, inn or whatever we want to call it at the time, and this poor little kid, his mom's like, oh, come here. And then she pulls out a knife and proceeds to, oh my gosh. Oh, not even a knife, a flint. No, flint can be flint can be sharper than most modern knives. So from a sharpness perspective, maybe that's good. But still, you're this little kid, your mom is standing there with a piece of sharpened stone in her hand, and she's like, come here. Like, oh my gosh, this is, if you...
So
I was gonna say, like, if you pull off your God goggles for even 30 seconds, not only is this nonsensical, but it's actually grossly traumatic.
Like you say he was probably as old as 3. I was literally imagining like a 10-year-old kid.
Well, that could be too. You're right. I mean, we don't know. And there's no good answer to it because in the Bible we have many, especially in the Pentateuch, we have many examples of where they had grown men getting getting circumcised and stuff. It's like, oh my gosh. I mean, when Abraham first makes the pact with Yahweh, he then proceeds to go back to his house and grab all of the men in his house, which of course didn't include just boys. It included the grown-ass men. It also included the slaves. Could you imagine that here I am, a slave of Abraham, or as he was known at the time, Abram, and your crazy ass slave master comes home and says, I just talked to God, and because I talked to God, I now have to cut off a piece of your penis.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and this is one of the patriarchs of the faith. So Emerson Biggins puts in the comments, says, where does the thing about Moses' Cushite wife come from? Does that pop up randomly? I would have to Google it, but I know that Moses had multiple wives. So a lot of times we think about Zipporah as being his wife, the wife. But, big shocker in the Bible, marriage is not one man, one woman. It's one man and as many women as you can afford. So I think that's what you're referring to,
There is
Emerson.
polygamy in the Bible.
Well, it's not just probably. I mean, it's not only. So a lot of Christians will give you this bullshit. They'll be like, oh, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. Meaning, like, they'll say, well, in ancient times, there were guys who had multiple wives. It was part of the economy or whatever. But no, there's a... I don't know if I'll be able to find it really quickly, but
God is unable to offend the civil customs of the day.
No, but there is that argument, which is
That's the cope. That's what their cope
that your
translates to
omnipotent
directly.
creator God can't possibly go against the customs of ancient Hebrew men.
Or they'll give you this bullshit like, oh, the people back then weren't ready for it. Oh. I feel like I could freaking teach a caveman how to read, for the record.
So
You're telling me God can't do it? God can't just help these people understand things that they don't quite understand yet?
well,
Like
I mean,
slavery's bad?
given enough time and energy, you can teach anyone with a higher intellect to read. I mean, if it was truly a quote unquote caveman, like the stereotypical Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, it would probably take you a while because you'd have to start from scratch. Although, to be fair, they had language. I don't know what language.
I mean,
we wouldn't have a name for their language today, but they had language.
I
So
mean, at this time, China was a highly educated society, as Hitchens
Oh, bingo.
liked to point out.
so were societies in the Americas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, there you go.
So the earliest estimate for society reaching, and I'm going to pull this off the top of my head, and feel free to Google it and correct me. I'm pretty sure that the earliest estimate for human societies reaching South America was 16,000 years ago, and there are some estimates that go as far back as 21,000 years ago, but I mean, those are kind of highly contested. And check me on those numbers. But I'm pretty sure that they're decent numbers.
Yeah.
So here, this is from Deuteronomy 21. These are laws given directly from God. Okay, so this isn't just like man telling other men how you should deal, with man's issues. No, this is a law from God that says, wait, where was I? 21:15, right here, the right of the firstborn. If a man, this is a law from God. If a man has two wives, it doesn't say like, if a man has broken my law and taken a second wife. No, it says, if a man has two wives, one of them loved and the other disliked, and if both the loved and the disliked have borne him sons, the firstborn being the son of the one who is disliked, then on the day when he wills his possessions to his sons, he is not permitted to treat the son of the loved as the firstborn in preference to the son of the disliked. I won't read the rest of it, but basically it's saying, which, if you want to step into the ancient thinking of the day, you could make a case for this being a humanitarian law, because what he's saying is like, look, when you have, because you're supposed to give everything to your firstborn son, or at least the majority of your shit to your firstborn son. When you have
Which is dumb in itself.
yeah, but well, that is
I say
absolutely.
that as a firstborn son.
I totally agree with you, but trying to be as amenable as I can be. So I have my first wife, who, quite frankly, I'm not that into her, but we have a son together, and he's my firstborn son to my first wife. And then I get a second wife, and man, she's hot. She's got big old bazongas, and she, I love her so much, and I like her so much more than the first wife. And then I have a son with her, and I want to then treat the son with her like he's my firstborn son. Now, to your point, the whole idea of parsing out firstborn sons or not is in and of itself a certain level of gross. But this entire statute codifies that, hey, having 2 or more wives is totally cool. In the ancient Levant, having 2 or more wives, no one had a law against it. The only thing that kept you from having 2 or more wives was money. So laymen had 1 wife, if they were lucky, right? And rich dudes had 2 or many wives. And some of them had a whole harem of wives. I mean, Gideon not Joshua, but Judges. Gideon and Judges had 70 sons. So now it doesn't say how many total kids he had. And of course, whether or not he actually had 70 sons, I mean, that's whatever. But let's just take the text at its word for a moment, right? And let's assume it's true. Okay, to have 70 sons means you probably had roughly 140 kids. I mean, there was someone who popped into my comments and made a thoughtful observation that I guess at that time there's reason to believe that maybe 55% of the kids were sons versus 45 daughters. I'm not sure, but generally speaking, we assume that about half of our kids are going to be male over the long run, and about half of them are going to be female. So if I have 70 sons, that means I roughly had 140 kids. And even if we assume that your poor wives were just baby mills, that they were just deployed for the purpose of squeezing out kids, I mean, how many kids can most women have? I mean, even today, I think the upper limit for most women, if they started really young, would be like 17, 18 kids. And I say that because, you need time to recover. You have to, if you're breastfeeding, it suppresses your fertility. I mean, there's all kinds of factors involved there. So even you can't just take 9 months and multiply it by the number of kids to figure out how many kids a woman can have. That's not a practical. So most women at their upper limit could have maybe 18 or 19 kids in their life max. And that's really, really stretching it. So if you assume that he had 140 kids, then that means that he had, at least, he probably had 10, 12, 14 wives, something like that, depending on how you want to parse the numbers. And this was all part of God's plan.
I mean, let's not forget that Sarah, Abraham's wife, gave birth to Isaac when she was already over 100 years old.
Well, yeah. Although, to be fair, in the text, that was even treated then as being very extraordinary. So
yes.
Now, in the narrative about Gideon, it's not treated as being extraordinary. I mean, it's treated as being extraordinary as far as like, wow, this guy had a lot of kids, but it's not treated as like, wow, this needed intervention from God to make it happen. Mm-hmm. So Jay, I don't know how to say his name, but he says Adam will stop soon. I probably will stop soon, but we'll see how long we could continue going here.
I have been on this call for a really long ass time.
You have. I've enjoyed the conversation though. And
yeah, I've enjoyed it too. I every few minutes I think, am I going on for too long on this? Has there been anybody in the queue for this entire time?
No. So I was saying this earlier when I started the live stream, but I like if you watch Deconstruction Zone, for example, Justin makes a very pointed, initiative of trying to get non-believers politely as possible off the call, because he has a debate show, and he will even tell you that if he gets too many other people who agree with him on the call, it hurts his numbers because the people are watching in order to see the contentious debates, right? I would love to be in a position to be able to do the same thing, because I have enjoyed our conversation, although probably the most engaging conversations for viewers are if someone on the other end of the line doesn't agree with me on some level. But that would also imply that I have a queue of people waiting to get on, and I don't. So I've enjoyed the conversation. All of that to say, I've enjoyed the conversation. I know last week, a friend of the channel, a member, Jesse, had called in early, and I had a few other people behind him. So we talked for a few minutes, and I said, all right, thank you for calling in, Jesse. I'm going to cut this off so I can get to the next person in the queue. And if I had other people waiting in the queue right now, I've loved the conversation, but I would have cut it off earlier. But you had really great comments on this. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna turn. It's pretty late where I am.
That's fair. Well, I appreciate you joining us, and
Just-
feel free to call in again. Like I said, if we have other
For sure,
believers queued up, I will be a little more aggressive about cutting people off. But without the believers in the queue, I'm like, this has been fun. I've enjoyed your commentary, and I have to admit I was kind of intrigued by the idea. It's like 5 weeks ago. Okay, it's
I'm
like
a baby, yeah, and I have the zeal of the unconverted, or of the deconverted.
yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, and
it's because I spent 9.5 years, accumulating all these arguments against it and just not letting myself believe them, and now all of a sudden they all make sense. So I'm amazed by how quickly I made the transition. It was like the day after I decided I realized I didn't believe it anymore. I would see like tweets. Not tweets, but I don't go on Twitter because it's a Nazi platform, but threads and posts that were like, isn't the idea of religion so stupid? And I would, like, for a couple of days after I became an atheist, I still flinched at those, and I still couldn't bring myself to hit the like button.
yeah.
Within less than a week after I became an atheist, though, I was the one making those posts and telling people your God is a lie. Like, I was amazed by it. I was like, wow, I did not expect that I would be one of these, but I am now. It feels.
I
damn
totally
good.
understand that, bro. I'm glad that. I mean, I don't begrudge anyone their faith, so I want to be careful what I say. That for people that are Christians and are happy being Christians, then I'm happy that they're happy being Christians within reason. As long as they're not trying to shove that shit down my throat.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not a new atheist by any means. I make those comments to people who say Christ is king and he'll burn the gays in hell.
Oh yeah.
Right. Or like, I don't care if Donald Trump rapes children. He has the support of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, so I love him too. That's when I go, your God is a lie, dude. And Trump is lying to you too. He rapes kids. So
Well, I could pick probably 100 moral issues on which I have contention with the traditional Christians, but I will say that probably one of the biggest ones that for me personally is damning to Christianity is LGBT hatred. And I will never tolerate on this channel anyone, spewing any kind of LGBT hatred, because to me, first of all, it's just stupid to me, but it also is, in my personal opinion, the antithesis of morality. To try to tell someone that you are somehow wrong or evil or going to hell because of what you and one or more consenting adults do in the privacy of your bedroom is, as far as I'm concerned, proving that you have no morals. And I don't try to make I'm not trying to make like a stance. I'm not trying to impress anyone with my liberal creds or any of that kind of shit. But there will never be anyone on this channel spewing hatred about the LGBT community. I would like to think that as I get more contentious callers in the future, within reason, you try to keep them on and engaged. First of all, because it makes for interesting viewing. Second of all, because conversation in theory should be good. But if someone wants to spew hatred to the LGBT community, like fuck you, you can get off my channel right now. You know, like I have no time for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Before I go, you want to see something kind of cool?
Sure.
So I have pet invertebrates. Yeah. So are you like an arachnophobe?
No, not at all.
Cool. Let me see here. What do I choose here? That's the front camera. Hello, face reveal. I have to pick back camera.
You're not an arachnid.
Hello, back camera.
Well, we have a frozen front camera.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, you're seeing my ugly mug for like way longer than you should be. What if I hit disable video? That works. Front, back camera. I guess it doesn't like that. Okay, so front camera it is then. We're gonna see. I can cheat too. Front camera.
Oh, you got scorpions. Holy shit.
Yeah, here, wait, let me focus this.
Oh,
this
that's
is
fucking
Nyla,
cool.
biggest scorpion I've ever seen.
That thing is beefy as fuck, dude.
You have no scale. You have no scale. I wish I had one hand free.
I mean, I agree. I have no scale, but even on this, he looks beefy as fuck.
She's a female.
Okay. Wow.
Females are biggest.
I've got a second one down here, Rio. She's not as big, and right there. She looks identical, of course, but you know she is quite a bit smaller than Nyla.
So many moons ago, I used to be stationed in Las Vegas and in the Air Force, and we would have to sometimes go out like in the middle of the desert area. Yes, exactly. That's what just what I was going to talk about, because when you go out in the middle of the desert, there's black widows and there's scorpions all over the damn place at night. And we would have black lights with us so that we could see them. And it's crazy how they glow. That's so cool.
This one right here is an Egyptian fat tail. Her name is Panajura.
I can barely see her.
She's small and she's a fat fuck. She refuses to molt.
Oh, but I see that. Yeah, with the light, I definitely see that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
very cool.
Nyla and Rio are harmless. Tanajura, you might die if she stung you.
That's fair.
I've also got tarantulas. This is Regina.
Oh, cool.
My first and my oldest. I've had her for 9.5 years, I think, and she's 10.5 years old.
She looks huge.
She is huge. Here, this is an old molt of hers that I...
Oh, that's wild. That's so
she's
cool.
bigger than this now, because this was 2 molts ago, actually.
Oh, that's cool. I love it.
This right here is Elsa. She's a green bottle blue. This enclosure's awful. I really need to get her a new one. You can barely see her colors, but she's green, orange, and blue.
All the web, though.
Yeah, all that web. That's why I called her Elsa, is because these guys spin webs like nobody's business.
That's so
It looks
cool.
like an ice castle. This is Shoutier, my skeleton tarantula. She's got her butt poking out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's not outside very much because they're fossorial. They live their whole lives underground, so y'all are lucky. This is Rustic, my Mexican fire leg.
Very cool.
This is Stuffy, my Honduran curly hair. Yeah.
I love it, dude.
And I've got a male emperor scorpion in here that I want to pair with my females, but so far their flirting attempts have been unsuccessful. And I have Madagascar hissing cockroaches in here.
Nice.
There's 2 of them right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's those are my pets.
Well, I love it, man. I'm going to let you go, but I appreciate the pets, and I appreciated the conversation. That's been really cool. And
good night. Good night,
feel
man.
free to call again in the future. Like I said, I will meter it depending upon whether or not we have believers in the queue or not. But I've enjoyed the conversation very much.
Oh yeah. All right. Good night, dude. God bless you. Just kidding.
I love it, man. You have a good night.
I made that same joke for John Cohen, and he thought it was funny too.
I love it. You have a good night, man.
Yeah, good night.
That's hilarious. I haven't done that before, but I need to, like, if I have, I need to find other like atheist friends in person. I can just always tell them, God bless you. That's great. I appreciated his conversation very much. I know that, as I said, like with Justin or with John or, you know, any of these other people that do the live streams, I know that they prefer to have, excuse me, opposition callers, you know, believers, because I guess in the long run, in the best scenario, it probably makes for more compelling viewing. But A, I didn't have anyone else in the queue, and B, I thought his comments and his whole story was very interesting, and he was, I appreciate that he was pretty knowledgeable about a lot of different verses and things. So I say that just because whether it's Christians or atheists alike, you know, you don't have to know the Bible to be a Christian. You don't have to know the Bible to leave Christianity. But it's amazing how many people on either side of that fence, when you talk to them a little bit, like they don't know the good of the Bible. They don't know the bad of the Bible. They just have feels. They have impressions, you know, things that they were taught from birth that they've never let go of. And they have a few verses that they've memorized and they don't know why or how they connect to the rest of the book. Everyone has their own patchwork religion, and everyone has their own patchwork Jesus, right? You know, whether you're a Christian or an atheist or anything in between, even if you're a Muslim, everyone has their own patchwork idea of Jesus, especially. I mean, I could say this about any religious figure to some extent, but especially Jesus. I feel like he is an amorphous amalgam that everyone just puts together the pieces that they like and they discard the pieces that they don't like. And then they say, look, and yes, I'm a Depeche Mode fan. Here's my own personal Jesus, right? So, but I appreciated his commentary very much. It's very fun. And I feel like we got to go through some interesting pieces there that I don't always get to go through. Or also, it almost felt like going down memory road because I've been doing the Godfrey Bible study and he's bringing up some of these other pieces from like the Pentateuch. And I'm like, oh, I know this one. I mean, I know a decent bit about the Bible in general, but, you know, especially since I've been doing Godfrey Bible study, I feel like everything from Genesis to 1 Samuel now, like I have this hyper awareness of it that I never had before I had this channel, because I've been reading it on screen and I've been taking notes and I've been recording videos, and it tends to cement it deeper in your brain than you ever knew, even when you tried to read it multiple times as a believer. Jonathan says, I appreciate that, Jonathan. He says, but the one thing I like about your show is you give good knowledge that I'm willing to learn. I appreciate that. I take that as a great compliment, Jonathan. And it's always good to hear that, because I know, I've said frequently all the time, I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't ever try to present myself as being a Dan McClellan or someone like that, because I know the first day I tried to put myself in that arena, I would get smacked down really hard. I don't speak Hebrew or Aramaic or Greek. I don't read it. I don't have that kind of knowledge on it. And I don't think you have to have that kind of knowledge on it to have interesting commentary. But I do think personally, it's important to at least maintain a sense of humility and know that while I can know a lot of little details about the Bible, of course, I'm never, at this point in my life, I'm never going to know the level of detail of the Bible that someone like Bart Ehrman or Dan McClellan has, not only because they can speak the languages and such, but also because I have a job. Like I can't go to college for a seminary degree or a biblical studies degree. I mean, I believe it or not, even though you see me on here all the time, I work more than 40 hours a week right now. So I got a lot of shit going on. So I do what I can with the knowledge that I have. But anyway, I appreciate the compliment very much. So here's what I'm going to do. I have a few more things I'm going to close on because it's getting late. With the caveat, if anyone else wants to call in, I will accommodate callers. I mean, I'm not going to say forever, but I will accommodate them as long as they would like to, within reason. But assuming we don't get any last minute callers, I have a few more things I want to go through that I think would be fun or interesting to discuss. And then if there are no more callers, we will call it a night. So let me pull this up here. Get my notes together here. The one weird thing about having a decent conversation is then when you get done with it, you're like, where was I? What was I talking about? Which is a good problem to have. And I would like to be at a point in the show at some point in the future where, you know, I don't even have to worry about what my other content is. You know, at some point I can just roll up with the callers. But that being said, also, while I'm looking for this, I want to mention that we're going to have like a big live stream. And what is the difference between a big live stream and a shitty live stream? I don't know. I guess they're all kind of the same. But my first video, I'm going to look this up now because I've forgotten. But I'm going to find out. My first video came out, I think, May 27th of last year. So I am almost at 1 official year. So, I mean, to be clear, I have a tiny YouTube channel, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, look at me, I've done a year. Everyone, you know, I should get 5,000 of my favorite friends on a live stream and party, because that's not going to happen. But there's nothing wrong with patting yourself on the back sometimes and saying, you know, it was a year ago I started this, and it's been a long journey, and I've enjoyed actually pretty much every part of it. And I think I have to, I mean, on one hand you could say, well, every live stream is like every other live stream, right? But I think that, I don't know, we'll find something to do. If you guys have any ideas of what you think. Yeah, Michael said, I found you 8 months ago. You were one of my earliest, I mean, you're not the first person to watch my videos, of course, but you're definitely one of the first people to, and I mean this with love, to like latch on, like has become a member, frequently, you know, just tips me out of the goodness of your heart, joins the live streams. I mean, much respected. I totally love you. And it's always cool to feel like you have people in your corner. So I totally appreciate that. So I'm going back to the beginning. Oh, let me see if I sort this. If I sort it reverse, I can see. Yeah, May 20th. So it's only 8 days away. So I think we have to do the 1 year next Tuesday, which would actually be a day before the 1 year. But I mean, I want to do a 1 year anniversary live stream, but if it's a day before the 1 year anniversary, I think that'll work too. But I didn't realize it was May 20th. So May 20th was when I came out with my intro video. I called it Skepticus Begins. And it was, don't look it up. It's boring and the audio quality is horrible. And not that I'm some amazing presenter now, but my screen presence, I think, was much worse. But you know, that's the way it goes. You learn, you put shit out there, and you figure it out. If anybody has any ideas, and it doesn't have to be right here on the end of this live stream, but whether it's in the comments on the replay of this live stream or just comments on another video, if you want to email me or whatever, if you have any idea of what you think we should do for like a 1 year, I am all about it. I would love to hear whatever your thoughts are. So what's William got here? So he's got I love this infographic on biblical marriage. This is great. I got to put this on screen real quick so you guys can see this. I'm going to bookmark this too, but we can bring it up. But this is great. I love you, William. You're awesome. You got like the best, and I can't wait to hear the audio stuff that you got there too. I just didn't want to sit there and roll through them in the middle of the live stream, but this is cool. I'm gonna definitely save this here. So thank you, bro. I appreciate it. And we're gonna do something. So yeah, I didn't realize until I looked that up that I guess next live stream, which would be next Tuesday night, which would be the 19th, we'll say effectively it will be the 1 year anniversary. I mean, I'm not gonna be so anal retentive about it as to push the live stream to Wednesday night. First of all, because why push the live stream to the night when I'm up against Justin at Deconstruction Zone? But we got to do something fun for this. I think it's going to be a good night, and we'll make that good. So I'll leave that on that note. But I'm really looking forward to that 1 year. 1 year, gosh. I don't want to sound corny, but it's like it's been an interesting year. So a few more things before we head out. A few more comments here that I wanted to bring up. Actually, one more comment I think is the one I really wanted to bring up, because I think I wanted to address this. This came in a few weeks ago, and I think it was worth at least highlighting and bringing up a few thoughts. So let me pull this up real quick, and then we'll call it a night. All right. So this one here. I liked this comment a lot, not because it's flattering, because it's not, but I liked the sentiment here. I thought it was very interesting for us to discuss in a live stream. Let me put this on screen here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this came in a few weeks ago from We Are Nomad, and actually, I'm looking at the comments. William says, I joined your channel on 5/20/2005. Really? Did you join on 5/20? Wow. That's okay. That's insane. I didn't actually know that I had. I mean, I know I had a few people that subscribed within the first couple of days, but dude, much respect. Like you've been in for the long haul. I'd be interested too. Like I wonder what you think about like how I and the channel have evolved. And I mean, and I'm not fishing for compliments, but even if someone was really polished, even if I had all of the production shit in the world, which I don't, but even if I did, there's still going to be a difference from your first video to a year later. And I would be curious about and you don't have to put it in the comments here unless you want to, but I'm not asking, I'm not begging you for feedback, but I would be curious about what you feel the difference is between Adam of Nola from May 20th, 2025 to what will be May 19th or 20th, 2026. It would be very interesting. So looking forward to that. So looking at this comment I got from a few weeks ago from We Are Nomad, it's a very interesting comment because you can see that this person is not attacking me, but they're also not, they're also giving me some constructive feedback. But it says, excuse me, I am a fan. Oh, let me get that. It says, I am a fan of your channel. I appreciate your enthusiasm, your hard work, and your frankness. Now this atheist is going to be frank about something which has irritated me throughout this video series. Okay, bring it, We Are Nomad. They say, your take on Ruth, and quick side there, if you guys haven't seen the Godfrey Bible Study episode, Ruth is a very short book. I covered it in one episode of Godfrey Bible Study, and I didn't have a problem with the book, but my general feedback on the book was, I don't know why this book is in the Bible. I mean, compared to so many other gross things that are in the Bible, I don't have much to complain about with Ruth. But I also said very clearly in the Godfrey Bible study episode, I said, like, I don't know why they even put this in the book. It feels weird. So this person says, your take on Ruth is born of your ignorance. Okay, that's fair. If you could hear it recited by a Hebrew-speaking Morgan Freeman, which I don't know if this user has access to a Hebrew-speaking Morgan Freeman, but if they do, then okay, more power to you. But if you could hear it recited by a Hebrew-speaking Morgan Freeman, you would understand its quality as literature immediately. The language in Ruth is full of poetic beauty, and the sounds and repetitions are luscious. I love that word, luscious. That's a really great word. The language in Ruth is full of poetic... I'm sorry, I just read that. Many phrases are written so as to resonate with other Judahite stories without and within our current biblical collection, each of which had as its subject circumstances perceived to be unfavorable that Yahweh turned to good fortune for the participants and for the people. Many repeated phrases form links or braids which compare Yahweh's taking of his hillbilly people under his wings with Boaz taking this nobody from a foreign land under his wings. The story has tenderness, sacrifice, loyalty, romance, and sex, all paced to keep the listener on the edge of their stone. What is left to be desired in a short story? Okay. Fair enough. They go on to say, because I think that I like this comment enough that I want to read the whole thing. So bear with me for a moment. This is not the first time that your lack of training in biblical literature has left your assessments untethered and unenlightened. Earlier, you treated the creation stories as historically silly. And in that sense, they are. But they're not history. They are oratory. Spoken literature, if you will. You did not notice the dozens of literary nuggets in the creation stories. The garden story, for example, grows from the seed of a double entendre. It was not known to the gardener and his assistant that they were naked, but to the naked-skinned snake, to whom knowledge was more naked than to all the other beasts of the field, the truth of the situation was evident. Yahweh's God's untruth about dying is uncovered, and the gardeners obtain knowledge, the second truth of which is that they are themselves uncovered. Their chance to obtain immortality is thwarted, sure, but the God's third capacity is still within the reach of these knowledgeable creatures. This writer's storyline continues by mentioning all the secret wisdom brought into the world by human descendants. Eventually, they are in a position to work together with their knowledge so that nothing will be beyond their power. As the tower at Babel rises toward his cloudy residence, Yahweh God's disperses them by a confusion of languages, and humans remain in possession only of a capacity for godlike knowledge. The snake, however, obtained both knowledge and immortality, and although he is cursed to live a legless existence underground, lives a long life of repeated renewal among the secret knowledge of the departed. Ruth, like the Garden of Eden story, is a story. And as clothes makes the man, it is the oratorical ensemble that makes the story. All the dismissal you have shown for the spare thematic material in Ruth could be as equally and accurately applied to Shakespeare's sonnets or to the poems of Robert Frost. I have friends who complain that classical music goes on forever without arriving at a singable melody. Everyone has developed their own taste through their peculiar experiences, but they should be aware of their own limitations and avoid critiquing art forms with which they are unfamiliar as simply silly. I probably said too much. Sorry. I enjoy your content and I respect you as a person. I hope you can glean something from my content. So, I think that this comment is very valuable, and I can't say that I disagree with anything that We Are Nomad has written. Now, maybe I'm biased because they start with some flattering language, saying that they're a fan of my channel, they've been watching my content, they even couch it like a critique sandwich, you know, like they teach you, like, start with something positive, then the negative or constructive, and then end with something positive. So maybe that is leading me to give this higher credence that others might. But I appreciate the sincerity of this comment very much. And again, I don't disagree with anything that We Are Nomad has said. So I'm going to provide a few counterpoints, but I want you to first remember, before we close this call tonight, that this is not me trying to perform a takedown of We Are Nomad, because I think that their points are valid. But I have made no secret of the fact from the time that I started the first episode of Godfree Bible Study that I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't have any special education in this matter. I don't speak or read ancient Hebrew. I don't speak or read ancient Aramaic. I don't speak or read ancient Greek. I, like a vast majority of Christians throughout the world in any country, have been exposed to Christianity and the Bible through the traditional means, meaning it was indoctrinated upon me for a while from my parents. It was, to a lesser degree, indoctrinated upon me by my society. It was seeped into me by various numerous out of context passages from the Bible. And all of that absolutely has informed the mood and the approach that I take in reading Godfree Bible Study and in doing my channel in general. Because I am not a biblical scholar, because I have no delusions about being a Dan McClellan or someone like him, I know I can easily believe that if I could read the original Hebrew, or in a few places the original Aramaic, or in the New Testament, the original Greek, there would undoubtedly be insights that I could gain from the text. Not just semantic meaning, but also, as this person points out, sometimes there's poetic meaning. Sometimes, if you understand the original language, you realize that there's this whole kind of different song or sonnet that's taking place that you cannot possibly hope to grasp if you are reading the English translated version or whatever is your native language. I don't deny that at all. I think that this person's feedback is valid and agreed. But since the time that I started this channel, and since the time that I started Godfree Bible Study, I made a conscious decision from the beginning to say, I'm going to pick up these texts, even though I had read the Bible 3 fucking times as a Christian. I made a new, renewed decision to myself and to my future audience at the time that I am going to pick up these texts and read them. Just read them as the text in the English version, admittedly, because I don't speak Hebrew, but I'm going to read them as the text is written. Does that mean that I will miss some of the original meaning of the Hebrew? Of course it does. Does that mean that I will completely, totally miss some of the poetic and literary effects that you get if you could read the original Hebrew? Of course it does. There is no way, minus me becoming a Hebrew scholar, there is no way for me to actually understand the context that We Are Nomad is talking about. So, acknowledging that I cannot possibly understand this context, you're left with, I think, maybe this is a false dichotomy, but I feel like you're left with two basic choices. Either you can write everything off and say, well, this text seems really stupid and the logic here seems really bereft of any justice, and the nature of this God seems completely horrific, but hey, I can't read the original Hebrew, so I guess I just have to brush it off and accept it. That's one possibility. Or I could read it as it's translated in my native English, which of course is going to have problems because anytime you translate a text, it's always going to come with certain shortcomings. That is unavoidable. But I can read it in the translated version, and I've tried to make a sincere effort to have the best possible version. If you watched the early episodes, I started with the NIV, and then I felt after doing some more research that that was the wrong approach. And I now feel very, very comfortable with the NRSV. Not because the NRSV is perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect translation. But I do feel very confident right now that the NRSV, for my taste, is probably going to be the best translation that's out there. Now, maybe in the future, there will be some new translation that's even better. But right now, it feels like the NRSV is a really good translation. And given that I'm never going to, at this point in my life, probably learn ancient Hebrew. I mean, that ship has sailed. At this point, all I can do is read the English. Now, you can very cogently tell me, well, then you're missing a big part of it. But guess what? Here's the key part. I appreciate We Are Nomads feedback. I really do. But I also think that while We Are Nomads critique is valid and accurate, I think they're also missing something important, which is that you can tell me that the original text is wonderfully poetic. You can tell me that it has all these beautiful allusions to other things if I could read the original language. But the problem is that I live in a society where no one gives a shit about the original poetic, lyrical nature of the original Hebrew, because no one, I mean almost no one in my society can read the fucking Hebrew. They can read the English, although even then they barely read the book. They take the book as a weapon. They use the book as a weapon, and they fuck up so much of society. And I don't want to be overboard on this. I'm not saying all of society's problems are caused by Christianity. I'm not saying that every Christian is trying to fuck up society, but I am saying this. This book is absolutely, in the world in which I live, in the deep south of the United States, it is absolutely weaponized. Now, maybe where you live, you don't see that. Maybe you don't feel that. Maybe it does not apply to your region. Maybe it does not apply to your country. Maybe it does not apply to the language in which you and all of your compatriots read the book. And if that's the case, then I envy you. But the fact is that right here, right now, in the United States, this book is an absolute fucking weapon. And it's not a weapon because the GOP or the evangelicals or any other fanatical group, the Christian nationalists, it's not a weapon because they are reading the original Hebrew and using the poetic undercurrent of the text against us. No, it's a weapon because they're taking the plain English translation and they're using it to rob people of their rights. They're using it to roll back educational standards. They're using it to deny scientific truth. So I agree with We Are Nomad. If I didn't have to go to work every day right now, if I didn't have to still earn a living, I would love to take an in-depth course in Hebrew, or even more specifically, ancient Hebrew. I'm sure, I actually think at this point in my life, and I never would have said this when I was younger, but I think I would get a lot out of it. I think I would enjoy the experience. And I think I would get more meaning out of the text if I could do these things. But that being said, A, I work like 50 hours a week, not counting this channel. And B, I live in an environment where the English version of this text is being weaponized. So, am I missing some of the subtext? Of course I am. I am, and so is nearly every other fucking Christian in this country. I would love to live in a world right now where most Christians in the United States could read these books and appreciate them from a poetic, lyrical standpoint. I would love if the assholes, like the Christian apologists, like Lobar Bill, could actually read these and appreciate the artistic merit of them. But that's not what they're doing. They're using this text as a basis to buttress their own lies. Hey, Bacon and Bush, welcome to Carl Sagan. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, bro. There was someone else who membered up earlier too, and I did not acknowledge them, so I'm sorry for that. But I'm sorry for whoever I ignored there earlier. I was kind of in the middle of some other diatribe. But going back to this diatribe, thank you, Bacon and Bush. I appreciate you, bro. We Are Nomad is not wrong. And I know that people who understand the Hebrew, I know people that understand more of the historical context. I know that they have a richer understanding of what's happening here in the book. They have a richer understanding of the literary nature of the book. And I envy them. I really do. But I've said this on multiple other videos and episodes that I've done. All of this original Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek context, it's valid. And I would love to have this deeper understanding. But if your holy text cannot stand up to basic logical scrutiny in my language, then don't put your fucking holy text in front of me. If the Bhagavad Gita only makes sense in Hindi, that's fine. I would get that. But then don't print it in English and throw it in front of my face and tell me that you're using it to make bullshit restrictive laws that hurt people. Because if that's what's happening, then quite frankly, I don't care what the Bhagavad Gita sounds like in your fucking Hindi. Because if you're using it in an English environment to oppress people who are English speakers, that it is more than fair for me to assess the text from the perspective of someone who speaks fucking English. So everything that We Are Nomads is saying is valid. The problem isn't what We Are Nomad is saying. The problem is the broader societal context of the way that this book is being and has been weaponized over the last, especially over the last couple decades here in this country, in the U.S., and especially in the deep south of the U.S. So I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that, because We Are Nomads' points are perfectly valid. The problem is that we are not right now, at least in this country, the U.S., in this region, which is the deep south of the U.S., we are not afforded the luxury of reading the Bible only from the perspective of trying to understand how lovely and poetic is it if it's read in the original Hebrew. I would love to be in a place like that. I would love to be in a place where the only thing that you need to take out of the goddamn book is how beautiful does it sound if you are reading it in the original Hebrew. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wouldn't that be, yeah, William Klein's, William, I said Klein, Kin or Kine, I'm not sure if that's your whole name, but he's talking about the Supreme Court. Like, yeah, you know, William, that's a great point because, you know, I would love to be able to read these texts and only think about the poetic callbacks that they have between future books and past books and how well it rolls off the tongue and how beautiful the story is. The sad part is that right now, at least where I live, I am not afforded that luxury. Neither is William, neither is so many other people that have to deal with the shit that is coming down upon us right now because of this book. So I agree with everything that We Are Nomads said. I also feel, while I agree with their comments, I still feel perfectly valid in every episode that I put out of God-Free Bible Study. And I say sometimes, even when I'm doing God-Free Bible Study, I'll say, I mean, first of all, I say all the time when I'm doing the episodes, I don't even know how to pronounce these names. There are names of people and names of cities and names of rivers and names of countries that half of them I don't know how to pronounce. And if I was trying to present myself as scholar, Adam, if I was even trying to wear that hat a little bit, of course, I would spend a lot more time before the episode trying to research the proper pronunciation and trying to look deeply into what does the original Hebrew say about this passage. But I truly believe that for my channel, if I were to do that, it would almost be missing the point of my channel, because there are millions of people in this country that file mindlessly into churches every Sunday, and they don't know any of the shit that We Are Nomad is talking about. All they know is that they sit in the pews and they put money in the plate when it's passed by. And they go up to the altar when the preacher does a sermon call or an altar call, and they read a few verses every Sunday according to what the pastor told them to read that week, that somehow plays into his sermon. And that's all they know truly about their religion. And sadly, those are the people that we have to deal with right now. So anyway, I'll leave that alone. I wanted to highlight that comment like at the end of the night because I think that it was a really good comment and I don't disagree with any of it. I'm sure that there is a ton of context about these passages that I don't get. But just because I don't understand the original Hebrew context, just because I don't read or write the original languages, doesn't mean that my observation on the logic of the passages is wrong. You see, you can have two thoughts in tandem. It's perfectly fine to say, wow, you missed the deeper societal language context of this passage that was written 3,000 years ago. And you know, I would say you're right. I probably did. But that still doesn't mean that my take on the plain English version of the passage was wrong. They can both be true at the same time. Anyway, it's 11:30. It's been a good show. I appreciate you guys for hanging out through the audio difficulties. I'm glad that I think we basically got them fixed. I could be wrong on that, but of course, early in the show, callers couldn't hear me, which that had to be fixed, and we fixed that. And then we went through the thing with John. We had the weird feedback, but then we had the other caller where he was on his cell phone, and I didn't have the feedback there at all. So while I am open to continually looking at my audio setup and trying to make sure that it's optimal, I think we're back to being in a good place. I think that I can take any callers, but like I know from watching Justin's show, for example, and John's show and Joel's show that there is no perfect plug and play way to make sure that everybody can call in and there are no technical difficulties. No matter what you set up as a way for people to call in, there's always going to be the chance that somebody will call in and I won't be able to hear them, or they won't be able to hear me, or there will be background noise on the call or whatever. So I'm trying to thread that needle in my early days of streaming here to figure out, all right, when is it a problem I have to fix? And when is it like, well, that caller has some jacked up hardware, or they have jacked up settings on their, their system. But I think we made a good setup tonight. I think it took me a little while to get here, but I think that my mic, I think it sounds objectively better than it did last week. I mean, I know you guys don't have a side-by-side audio to listen to of what it sounded like last week versus what it sounds like this week. And I know I played with a bunch of settings during the show, but I hope it sounds better because this is an expensive fucking mic. I didn't buy this just for live streaming, but I did think like I need a better mic for live streaming. Plus, I have to look like I'm a live streamer. I have to look like I have a real live streaming mic. Oh, William, I appreciate you, bro. He says, you are progressing and learning and implementing new stuff each week. We all appreciate everything you do. I appreciate that very much. And Michael says, sound is great now. Michael, you are the man. I mean, I think you went away a little bit for dinner or something, but Michael, Dale, I mean, you guys were here like, gosh, before I went live, you guys were like in the waiting queue or whatever. You guys were there putting up comments. So I love you guys very much. Dale, is really cool because he's always helping to promote and make comments on my other channel as well, which I don't talk about a lot on here, but the History Channel has, not the History Channel like the TV show, but my History Channel. He's always there and I appreciate that very much. Yeah, that's a great point, William. He says Justin DZ still has audio and tech issues. Unfortunately, it is the nature of the beast. I totally agree with that. And I'm sure that there's probably a way to even standardize that more. If me or Justin or anyone else was willing to put into 10 grand to building a studio and making sure everything's perfect. But, I mean, Justin makes a lot more money streaming than I do, but even for Justin, I'm sure that there's a certain point where you have diminishing returns, right? It's at a certain point, it's like most people can call in, most people sound okay. So, Michael, have you not heard about the History Channel, Michael? I did a video on this 3 months ago. It's called Time Skimmer. Time Skimmer is my History Channel. I would have sworn that you would have known just because you see almost everything on my channel. But Time Skimmer does, I put out 3 videos a week and it goes through American history month by month. So we started off in January of 1763, and I think the current episode is like October of 1766 right now, and I have just uploaded everything through 1767. But the point is to go through history month by month and give people a full contextual idea of what was happening starting from early American history, and we'll keep right on plowing like through the Revolution and everything. But anyway, I don't spend too much time talking about that on here because it literally has almost nothing to do with this channel. And I don't want to be that guy who's like always trying to push you to go to my other channel that has nothing to do with this one. That can actually have bad side effects if you even could force everyone to go over to your other channel. That wouldn't work well. So anyway, I'm going to head out of here. I have an agenda of a root beer float, a real root beer float, not the rum chata, and cartoons as I nod off to sleep. So I appreciate everyone being here. We had, even though we didn't get enough callers tonight because of the technical difficulties, I had some really good calls. I had some really great chats, and love all you guys. And next week, I'll figure out how to, I don't know, make it as fancy as possible. But I think next week will be Tuesday, which will technically be like the night before my 1 year anniversary of the channel. So we got to do something cool. We got to, and by say do something cool, I mean, we'll do a live stream and I'll talk at you for hours. So, but if anyone has anything else that they think I should do for a 1 year live stream, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a rubber chicken suit or something. I mean, no, but I'm just trying to think of stupid shit. We'll find out something to make it official and cool for 1 year having been on YouTube. Thank you to everyone. I will see all of you soon, and I'll give you the sign off. Lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical.